basketball, though, Pat.
Respect all
Even
eras.
though he disrespected 70s basketball, we have to respect all eras of basketball.
We are trying to respect all eras.
70s basketball jersey would you wear, Pat?
Dr. J, that's an easy one.
Oh, good one.
This is also the reminder, don't be the person that gets the ridiculous 13-foot hot dog that is covered in 57 toppings and sit next to me at a baseball game. You're a bad guy if you do that.
Hypothetically. Now you're working on hypotheticals.
You love hypotheticals.
You're right.
Hypothetically, Michael Jordan has 57 titles in your mind.
That's practical.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Michelle Smallman here. Are you dreaming of seeing your team draft their next superstar? Travel Wisconsin is sending 10 lucky fans and a guest to the draft in Green Bay, Wisconsin. Witness unforgettable moments and make memories that will last a lifetime. Don't miss out. Enter Travel Wisconsin's Dream Draft Sweepstakes. Visit travelwisconsin.com/draft to learn how you can win a trip to experience the biggest moment of the offseason. Epic moments that become lifelong memories are waiting to be discovered across Wisconsin. Terms and conditions apply.
Selection. When you head out to Auto Centers Nissan Herculaneum, tell them that Anthony Stalter sent you. It's Auto Centers Nissan Herculaneum.
This is the sale you've been waiting for. The Macy's Spring VIP sale is here. Exclusive savings on the season's most loved brands with an extra 30% off Avec La Fille, Karl Lagerfeld, DKNY, and more. Plus, get 15% off beauty essentials from MAC, Armani Beauty, and too many others to mention. So get to the Macy's Spring VIP sale now and shop brands you love at prices you'll love even more. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
T-Mobile Home Internet is all about speed, value.
What you doing, Zach?
First thing, there are so many benefits, you gotta talk fast.
T-Mobile Home Internet ranks #1 in customer satisfaction for home wireless internet by J.D. Power.
Wow, you are good.
Try singing it. T-Mobile has price lock.
They won't raise your rate on internet.
Hulu and Paramount Plus on them.
Get T-Mobile Home Internet all in for just $55 a month with auto pay and any postpaid voice line.
Additional terms apply. For J.D. Power 2024 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
WXOS HD1 East St. Louis. 101 ESPN is driven by Auto Centers Nissan, home of the lifetime warranty and 30-day return. Rise and shine, St. Louis. It's the Brown and Crouppen Morning After with Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne and Jackson Burkett on 101 ESPN.
7 o'clock in St. Louis, and you are listening to TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, and Jackson Burkett with you on Cardinal opening day, 101 ESPN live from Ballpark Village. Doug, if you are not watching on YouTube, you're missing out on one of the most glorious sets in broadcast history.
This feels like a news anchor set. Feels like I'm back at old Channel 4 where I haven't been.
Well, did you leave?
Years. I left, 3-4 years ago. But that's what this set feels like. Boy, it's glorious.
Like election headquarters.
Yeah.
Tim, what are the latest numbers over there? You have the numbers coming in yet?
Yeah, the numbers say 100% of them are not happy.
Oh, wow.
Yep.
Why?
You just know that.
I actually have
Nate Silver predicted that
there's been about like a decade of peak unhappiness, and we're going to carry it over into today's program where you can express your unhappiness. 314-399-9646. You can also just watch at youtube.com/TMASTL and see the set that Doug described as the most glorious in election coverage history.
I believe that it is. That is my firm opinion.
And Gabe Smith says if we could only see it, so he is not happy, Martin. 100% of the precincts are reporting not happy.
You know what? I did a commentary last night that said, for 24 hours, can we just enjoy a little ball? For 24 hours, no hating the team, no hating the lineup.
Seems like a lot to ask.
I think it's too late. We didn't even make it 12. I was down there last night. I sent you guys a picture of the Shark Bar at about 7 o'clock last night. This place was packed. And I said, what is going on? And they said, it's an asphalt convention. The Dome had an asphalt convention. And
Really?
They said, call your buddy Tom Schmidt over at Salt and Smoke. Apparently,
I was texting with Tom.
Apparently, they ate him out of house and home the other day. These guys are here. The paving business, Doug, is where it's at.
Well,
They're
it should
drinking and eating and having a great time.
Oh, I'm a big fan of asphalt. To take.
I was waiting for more, but okay.
I wonder what they decided.
I mean, I felt like it needed a little more explanation.
Well, doesn't it seem like that's one bit of technology that needs some improvement with all the potholes and everything we have? Wouldn't you think at some point in time, we
finally get some convention business, and you're going to hear crap all over them.
Maybe they're going to figure it out. Because at some point in time, potholes shouldn't be such a big deal, right? We ought to be able to have some kind of asphalt that's somewhat resistant to
You're calling out big asphalt.
Well, I just hope that they can get these things done while they're here.
Well, Tim, I'm chipper. I'm raring to go. No complaints are going to bring me down.
Perfect leadoff topic for a horrible season. That's from the Newt Bowl eligible, and he doesn't like the asphalt topic.
Where would we be without asphalt?
Thank you, Doug.
What a beautiful set. Absolutely breathtaking. That's from the JV golf coach.
Oh, thank you.
There's the positivity
Thank
you were
you.
looking for, Martin.
Do we think Tom Ackerman's the JV golf coach? Is that possible?
Tom Ackerman. Jay Randolph Jr. said he should have been Aki. That's what he said. I should have been Aki.
Oh, that Jay should have been Aki.
Right.
I don't think Jay could have pulled off that Pollyanna. I don't think he could have.
No, as it turns out, no, he could not have.
No. But for 24 hours, I'm all in, Tim. This team is going to fly. Oh, I talked to Victor Scott yesterday.
Is he still Youngry?
I said, did you get the song? He said, I did. And then he paused, and I said, what? He goes, I'm going to come up with a new one.
Oh, no!
And I said, you don't. I said, you don't like it? He said, well, he said, just give me a minute. I'm going to come up with something. So I don't know if the Cardinal center fielder is working with AI. If he seems distracted at the plate today, Tim, it's possible because he's got music on his mind. But I wanted him to, like, embrace it fully, and I think he's not there yet.
I have to note that the last time a Cardinal center fielder had problem with music that this program provided him, they won the World Series. Doug, that was Colby Rasmus, 2011, and Joshua was his walk-up music for 2 at-bats because he struck out in both of them, and then he contacted the person upstairs who played the music and said, no more of that crap.
Yeah.
And so Love Circus did not play anymore. It might have been Circus of Love, both 2 separate tracks. So the fact that Victor Scott is concerned with Youngry, which I thought was a beautiful song, may indicate that this club is ready to win 12 and 25.
Boy, it makes all the sense in the world now when you frame it like that.
Is there a metric for that? And I want to say, he was very polite. He didn't say anything bad about it. He just said, let me come up with something else. So I had to tell there.
I didn't like it.
That maybe he's And I said to him, I go, really? I go, I'm kind of surprised. I go, we really like it. He goes, yeah, it's cool. But he just said, give me a second. So, okay, do that baseball thing first, and we'll get back to Youngry.
He probably doesn't like the idea that he's still trying to establish himself, and he shows up with a big song in his honor, and thinks that would be a little over the top for some of the veterans to deal with.
Okay.
Jackson, I can tell I haven't seen you this tight since I don't know, maybe spring training, I guess. But I thought spring training, began to sail. What's going on? What has you tight, Doug? This is Jackson Burkett.
Okay, so over there.
Not that tight. I just got to get this.
I just saw you shaking your head as you were texting.
Well, not texting. I'm trying to get this this post up on what we call it, FaceBat. For 101 ESPN pre-show post that we do every single day. Running into a couple of snags.
Like what?
Okay. But that's not going to deter me from getting my job done.
Doug.
What are the snags?
Just some stuff that's just uninteresting.
Are you knee-deep in the socials?
I would consider myself neck-deep.
Okay. Tim Doty is raising his hand.
Yes, Doty. What can we bring you onto the program to say to our audience who is delighted by the broadcast?
Well, yeah, I can tell. Apparently I went to Airlink, which is our connection that we use this spring training.
Doug, Airlink is the connection.
Okay, yeah. Sure. Well, I'm going to switch over to straight YouTube for the listeners, so they can get it straightly through YouTube. Just want to let everybody know. So if it drops for a second.
They're not hearing it now?
They're hearing it. They just can't see it. They can't see your beautiful face.
We still
you do look good, by the way.
They want to see your face. It's beautiful setup.
It might be inappropriate.
Okay.
Yeah, so back of the board, Access 5. And then I'm going to switch over to YouTube just to let everybody know.
Just for background, how long have you been the engineer on the St. Louis/Los Angeles Rams broadcast?
25 years.
25 years, and it took 10 minutes of doing this program and seeing the comments to shake him to his core that he had to come on.
So you survive
because you saw.
I guess this is my payback for my discussion we had earlier. But anyway. Okay.
I'll explain it.
Yeah, never mind.
Yeah, was that about the asphalt?
No. Yeah.
So Doty survived. You survived Scott Linehan, Scott Covington, Kellen Clemens. But this show is what knocked you for a loop.
Don't forget about Spags and Joe Vitt.
Yeah.
Doug, he had a few pillars.
Yeah.
He had 4 of them.
Yeah. 4 pillars.
Yeah.
One of them was losing a lot of games.
So I'm going to get on that real quick.
Okay. That's Doty, who brought the blue canopy to spring training.
Yes.
2 of them.
A critical moment. Critical moment. Jackson just gave a thumbs up. I don't know why, but I like to see it. Jackson, why the thumbs up?
I got it figured out.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Like Tiger Woods in 2000.
Took care of business, so we're good.
Jackson, are you taking questions?
Always.
Now that you're locked in.
Yes.
Have you ever tried to book a guest and they said, sure, but only one question?
Sure. Is that John Mozeliak at 10 o'clock? Sure.
No. I did reach out to Jim Edmonds. He politely declined. He will be here today, which is great, part of the Red Jackets. And then I texted the skipper, Tony LaRussa, who is also going to be here wearing a red jacket. So yesterday I said, hey, we're on the radio, 7 to 11. Didn't say stop by. It's early. Did you want to phone into the show? And he said, yes. But you only get to ask one question.
Oh, no.
So I looked at that, and I thought, what in the absolute hell does that mean? Is that his way of, is that kind of a middle finger, like no chance? So I thought, I got to play this where he gets to respond back. So I said, okay. And then nothing.
Boy, he puts you to the test.
So I was thinking, if we did agree to the terms, we would say, Tony, great to have you on the show. It's opening day. I'd love for you to talk about what this day means, but more so your whole career. If you think about all you've been through and kind of walk us through what this baseball life has meant, if you could, just keep it to around 8 minutes. And then that's the one question.
Yeah,
I like that. I like that.
Yeah, big one.
So I think he declined, I guess, in his own. I'm going to see him later and say, what the hell was that? John Mozeliak will be here
10
on
o'clock.
site. Yes.
Jackson at 9 o'clock. Jared Carrabis will be with us.
He absolutely will.
Friends of the Feather may know him from Barstool, but now he has his own thing going on. And what is he doing now?
Yeah, he's the
couple different podcasts.
Yeah, Baseball is Dead, which is a big national.
It's a good topic for today.
Yeah.
Comprehensive.
Fitting for around here.
I think it's ironically named. He is a baseball guy through and through.
Big time. Baseball is Dead, which is a all Major League Baseball podcast, and then he does Section 10, which I think is Red Sox specific. He's a Boston guy. It's through Underdog Fantasy. So formerly at Barstool, now with Underdog.
And I heard he's friends with Nolan Arenado, so maybe some insight into number 28 as well. By the way, he talked to reporters yesterday. You guys like a little behind the curtain.
Oh, sure.
Team had a workout, and it was taking forever. And I was like Jackson at about 7:01. I was a little tight because we had a show to do, a half hour, and we kind of had some slots to fill. I mean, quality content, but also slots to fill. And I said to friend of the show, Brian Bartow, I said, when is this here clubhouse opening? And he said, well, once all the guys are off the field. And I said, the majority of them are off the field and probably on Highway 40, if I had to wager.
Could be working on their wedges.
So I started looking out on the field and thought, who's still here? Because that's all you're going to get. And Youngry was out there, Victor. But Wynn, Walker, and I said, all right, we'll be okay. So we go in the clubhouse, and I'm like, Arenado's probably hitting a wedge in his backyard.
Absolutely.
So I go out to do a 520 sportscast. It was an opportunity, Tim, to do sports. They're all opportunities. Every hit is an opportunity.
Exposure.
And I go back in the clubhouse, and my guys, Jordan Williams, Kevin Ryans, they were in there getting interviews. They said, oh, Arenado just talked. I said, he was still here? And they said, he was great. And then he said, my body feels better than it did a year ago. I really feel healthy. And I thought maybe he's alluding to the fact, and he didn't say he was injured last year, but he referenced several times, my body right now is telling me this is way different than a year ago.
Wow. So buy stock in Nolan Arenado. We already were talking about the swing speed stat. Did you draft him on the fantasy?
Wanted to, but he was gone.
Who got him?
I don't know. I should have, because I think he's going to have a big bounce back here.
He said he lost some weight, and I never think of him as being heavy or big, but he said he lost weight and that his body right now feels way better, way different than it did a year ago. So I don't know. We wondered a lot whenever he would struggle. Is he injured? Is he beat up?
Yes, we did.
Plays some pretty rugged D, dives all over the place. So maybe he was trying to tell everybody, hey, I was a little nicked, and now I'm not. Maybe Jared will have a little more insight on that.
Doug, buy stock in Arenado. We can still play some season-long prop bets.
Well, if he does have a big bounce back year, it could be a drastically different team than we saw last year.
He is hitting cleanup, so
if he got back to where he hit close to 30 home runs and drove in 90, and it's a different.
What could I sell you on right now? If I give you 22 and 80 with Nolan, are you good with that? Or you want more?
Well, I think you would want more, but you would accept that.
Okay. Tim, would you take 22 and 80?
Yes,
feels like a win.
Yes, I would. 100% would. I gather you would as well.
Yeah, I would. Yeah. If he's over that, that's outstanding. But if he gives you that, that's great.
The question would be, will all 22/80 be in St. Louis? I was reading Ken Rosenthal's piece on the upcoming season, and not only was he's been one of the most outspoken critics of the Cardinals this offseason. I think we may have touched on that over the course of the offseason. He said, well, the Cardinals, the question with them, the only interesting question is who's going to be around for the season. Then he named Nolan Arenado, Eric Fetty, and Ryan Helsley, who they should have traded during the offseason, but they didn't. I'm just like, wow. And then he said the NL Central, who's going to win it? There's really nobody that stands out. So he was taking a blowtorch to this National League Central and your St. Louis baseball Cardinals, which really isn't usually his brand.
Yeah, I've noticed that of late, that he's been particularly, not negative, but I think most would say accurate, but pretty candid with his critique and or criticism of the Cardinals. It seems like they're in his crosshairs a little bit.
They're probably easy pickings when you've been good for so long and then you have a couple of down years. It's probably easier to criticize them now and say, what are they doing?
Well, there is that, but then in addition, if your number one, number two, number three priority is to trade Nolan Arenado, and then you fail to do that, that's a real odd thing. And yet, alas, that's what we have here on opening day, which means I did take out the fourth mortgage and closed on it, and I will have to wire.
Oh, that's right. It's payday.
It's unbelievable. I sat down with the family last night. We all ate porridge.
Porridge?
Hot or just right?
Lukewarm, because I had to sell the microwave.
Oh, yeah.
To liquidate assets. I hope that didn't come off as a brag that we did own it. It was a rent-to-own thing.
Doug brags all the time. I just bought a new microwave. I'm like, okay, wait.
Notice that.
Well, I got to
put the audience in their place.
Oh, that's right, Collier and Thompson.
When you sell your microwave, you just set up a card table out in front of the house.
That's correct.
Right by the street where a kid might set up a lemonade stand. Yeah,
correct.
You had a microwave there.
Have some autographed team photos from St. Gabe's.
Yeah, take a look
grade.
at this. Yeah, we finished in second place in the 7th grade tournament. Anybody want to pick?
How many takers were there? The bet was that Arenado would not be.
I bet 3 listeners $50 apiece, so I am out $150.
It's going to cost you $1,500.
That's correct. This is what Ken Rosenthal said regarding the National League Central. Who's going to be the National League Central's leading man? Well, it won't be any of the Cardinals, whose biggest accomplishment this season might be trading third baseman Nolan Arenado, right-hander Eric Fetty, and closer Ryan Helsley. Moves they should have made already.
Well, is it possible that about halfway through the offseason, when they realized trading Arenado was going to be tough, that they had a bit of a change of heart and said, well, okay, no. Since we can't get rid of him, let's see what we can do with this team?
100% no, actually. Hello.
Well, they didn't give away anyone else.
Is this you need to go do Two Fox?
Oh, the Two Fox. Yeah, Two Fox is all over Ballpark Village.
Is that right?
Just kind of wandering about. Yeah. The great Mike Border there. Mike Border. He is a big fan of TMA. Right? Big fan of TMA.
I heard you guys saying you were down here yesterday on the radio. So I was like,
yeah, he said, oh, I'm going to swing by. And I said, where? And he said, isn't the show down there? I said,
Shark Bar.
I said, what show? I'm like, oh, this show, of course.
Yeah.
There it is. I don't know if Doug can be on camera.
Yeah, is it your non-compete?
Because he works at Channel 4.
I don't work there anymore.
My non-compete just expired.
I haven't.
Probably true. Mike's having a show over there.
It's been like 3.5 years. Stop writing me.
This could be Jackson's Fox 2 debut. Just a little
Jackson's back to status tight.
Bump shot. He is tight.
Wow. Poor guy.
I don't know. During the workout, Tim, I would say the boys were loose and ready to get after it.
Is that right?
Like. Yeah.
What about those twins?
They were out on that field for a long time, and then I was getting tight saying, move it along, Minnesota.
Did you talk to Hal Bader?
I did not. He was making the rounds. He was talking to a lot of Cardinal players. Yeah, Harrison Bader, he'll get a big old B-fib return.
Oh, yeah.
All right, Doug, let's talk ovations.
Okay.
Our guest at 10 o'clock.
That would be John Mozeliak.
That's correct. More boos, more cheers, and percentages. If you could. I don't know if I'm asking too much.
You're asking about the percentage of cheers and the percentage of boos?
What we will hear if we are in the ballpark or watching on
it'll be a smattering, because most people are polite, but there will be plenty of boos to be heard.
This will be at about 2:30, so you have to be in the ballpark early.
Mm-hmm.
So my theory on this, Tim, is the people that get there super early are kind of diehard, so they're less haters.
I like that.
Like they're kind of super fans, so maybe not as indicative of the people that like to boo. However, I was told in Memphis on Monday night, they showed Mo on the Jumbotron and people booed. And I said, I honestly was shocked that it's made its way to Memphis.
Down I-55, the Carrier Robinson Expressway.
I'm going to say booed, yes. I won't, not lustily, but I would say 65 boos, 35 polite
Doug,
cheers.
How do you like that percentage?
It could be in the ballpark. I'll go a little fewer boos.
Oh, I was going to go 64.
I'll go like 36 cheers, 64 boos.
Price is right. This guy's good. He's tough to play against. You want him to go first. It's tough to beat him. It is.
I have to tell you, it makes me uncomfortable. Now, people can boo. They boo this show via the text every day.
Absolutely. It's going on as we speak.
But I do. It just makes me a little uncomfortable if you stare out on the field and see a particular person. In that moment, the whole focus is that person. I don't care who it is, player or management. And everyone boos. It makes my skin just like.
What about?
I'm not saying it's wrong.
Jeffrey Leonard in the 1987 NLCS.
Well, he had it coming, Tim.
See, there you go.
He had it coming.
What about Gary Templeton?
This is before the finger came after the boos.
But to boo the other team is fine.
Oh yeah, yes. I'm talking about one of your own boo. It gets a little. It just makes it. But I think it's going to happen. I think we can ask Mo. I guarantee he knows he's going to hear some boos, and it probably sucks, but he's at peace with it.
Yes, he is. All right, who will get the loudest cheers of anyone?
Now, this is a great question because Willie McGee is not here today. And
going to put the man to the test now.
He usually takes that crown. Skipper's pretty popular. I think the Edmonds ovation is going to be interesting because a lot of people heard the interview on this show, and he's clearly, frustrated with the franchise. I think the fans will appreciate that. I think they'll like the fact that he's calling them out in a sense. So I think Jimmy gets a big one. Skipper gets a big one. I think player-wise, it might be Arenado because I think people sided with him. Like, hey, we don't blame you. You want to go to a winner?
Now, over the offseason, he was catching major criticism, and people wanted him gone, which I thought was an interesting development because, again, what I observed, I guess at this point it would almost be 2 years, really more 18 months, when there was the LA Times report that he wanted to be traded to the Dodgers and that was the one organization people couldn't believe it, and then they just blamed the LA Times for coming up with clickbait, which, as I often observe, was one of the more stranger reactions in St. Louis that I've seen, that they couldn't believe that he wanted to be traded to his hometown team. But either way, now the tide has turned, and he was unpopular this offseason. I would agree with you, however, that I think he will get the cheers. But I think that is more about, hey, look at us, than it is about...
We love you, Nolan.
That's what I think.
We want you to be happy here. That sort of vibe?
That's right.
B-Fibs will come up big.
That I think might be the play. I think Arenado might be the play.
Like the loudest player cheer.
I don't know overall who it would be other than him.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot of
Hellman
choices.
didn't make the team.
I think Vic Scott, Wynn Walker are popular younger players.
I don't think so. But, only time will tell, and it'll be interesting to see how it
Oh, you want to see what
out.
happens?
Yeah.
Want to see what happens.
It is TMA broadcasting live from Ballpark Village on 101 ESPN, and my sense, I just glanced at the text inbox, and there is absolute, Doug, anger with passion that I don't know if I've ever seen, at least within the last 21 hours on this program.
We're mad at what now?
I guess the YouTube feed is not up.
Oh, no.
Poor Jackson.
Oh.
I want to take Jackson in my arms, and I want to put his head on my shoulders and just gently caress him and get him through this time.
Well,
he is.
Well, let's do that live on the 2 Fox. A gentle caress of Jackson.
We just can't have Doug in it because of the non-compete.
Right.
And now Jackson just gave a thumbs up. And look at this passion. Look at this delight. Jackson Burkett with an update on the YouTube feed.
Should be good now. We were having...
Should be is problematic.
Well, here's the thing. We started off the program, no video, audio, rats. Then we went...
Rats.
We didn't have either?
Well, no. You didn't hear me. I said...
Oh,
it's getting
like
ugly.
Tom Cruise and Jack Nicholson.
No, you didn't. I said we had audio but no video. Then we had video and no audio.
Oh.
But now we have both.
Okay,
Look at that, Doug.
Doug, I just got a
24 minutes
text.
in.
Well, we do have both, but Ben in Wildwood says the audio quality's terrible.
Oh, come on.
All right. That's the next.
You can always listen to the show on the app. Doug Julius Hunter just texted and said, what is Doug thinking going on another station?
This is going to be problematic. Vicky Newton DM'd me. She doesn't like it.
You said the non-competes are now 20 years.
Donna Severese is really worked up.
Audio's fine.
Paul Alexander said, don't even bother coming in today, Doug.
Who sent that text? The audio's fine.
Gary Apple did. All right, we got to break. Martin's doing his 2 Fox responsibilities. Doug and I are breaking our non-competes from KMOV. We will take a break, come back with more of TMA live from Ballpark Village on 101 ESPN and youtube.com/TMASTO.
College basketball is on ESPN. Tomorrow night, it's NCAA Men's Basketball Tournament Sweet 16. Coverage starts at 6. The NCAA plays on 101 ESPN.
Hey, it's me again, Dr. Pryor. I've missed you, so I spent more money on advertising because I couldn't help but notice that you still haven't made an appointment with me at 100 West Dental. It's quite simple, really. Just type www.100westdental.com into a web browser and schedule a consultation with me, Dr. Pryor. That's 100 West Dental. Or call me. Please call me at 636-585-0100. I can't wait to see you.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
My name is Dan. I was injured in a car accident. I don't know how any of this works. I'd never been hit like this before. Brown & Crouppen has been there for me from day one. They came out, met at my house. It was more about me as an individual. It was more about taking care of me. It was more about representing me. And that feels great.
Here for you whenever and wherever you need us. Call Brown & Crouppen now.
Discover true luxury at Missouri's first and only standalone Genesis dealership, Genesis of St. Charles. Thank you for making us the #1 Genesis dealer in Missouri for 2024. True luxury isn't just built. It's engineered with precision and passion. Explore amazing cutting-edge technology, redefined elegance, and exhilarating performance in the new 25 GV80. A new level of luxury awaits you at Genesis of St. Charles. Visit us in store or shop genesisofstcharles.com. Based on GMA sales records.
Rhino Shield is far superior to even the best traditional exterior house paint. Rhino Shield is 8 to 10 times thicker than paint and comes with a 25-year transferable warranty. Rhino Shield is the only ceramic coating company that has been chosen by Disney, This Old House, and 3 times on HGTV's Curb Appeal, where every episode is concentrated on unpainted brick, bonds and seals to stucco, wood, hardy, block, color lock, masonite, and more. No better product for those steel aluminum-sided homes that have become, chalky and tired looking. We coat sloped and flat roofs to extend their lives too. After 15 years, we've got a great reputation and a superior product. As long as it's affordable, why wouldn't you do it? Before you make the costly mistake of painting with traditional paint, you'd be best served to call Rhino Shield today. We are the experts and our evaluations are free. 877-25-RHINO or 877-25rhino.com. Tell them, ladies.
Don't paint, don't Rhino, go Rhino Shield. Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Budweiser, the American lager, a time-honored recipe, delivering great quality beer since 1876. Budweiser, this Bud's for you. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2024 Anheuser-Busch Budweiser Lager Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Jamie Rivers here, and I'm with my great friend Katie from Elite Heating and Cooling. And one thing that you like to talk about, Katie, is the fact that people can trust Elite.
Absolutely. Yep. That is our goal. In 2023, we did just earn the BBB Torch Award for ethics, but we want to earn their trust. We realize that you've got to trust the people that are in your home, not just with your equipment, but with the indoor air quality and the quality of your home.
And that's what you call great customer service. And that's what you get over there at Elite Heating and Cooling.
Correct. We want to give you a consultative review of everything that's been offered. If you have a problem and there's a situation that needs to either be a repair or a replacement, we're going to go through those thoroughly so that you understand everything that needs to be done.
And I know myself, talking to Katie and her husband, that they pride themselves on making sure the customer feels safe and the customer can trust what Elite Heating and Cooling is doing. So please give them a call, book an appointment.
No gimmicks, just guarantees. Let us earn your trust at EliteComfortExperts.com.
TMA is broadcasting live from Ballpark Village on 101 ESPN.
Our opening day coverage is presented by Rawlings. Visit the all-new Rawlings experience at Westport Plaza today by General Pest Services. Customers love us, bugs hate us. General Pest Services. And by Budweiser. Cardinals fans, this Bud's for you. Remember to drink responsibly.
Live from 101 ESPN set at Ballpark Village. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. And we welcome you to listen and participate in the show by texting in 314-399-9646, by calling in the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101, emailing in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. And you can watch the show in this world-class setup here at youtube.com/TMASTL and participate in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. 225 friends have gathered with exclusively supportive candor. Jackson, I heard a high-pitched giggle right there. Doug, did you?
A little of it.
Is your giggle a tell?
I think it might be you can raise, but honestly, he's going to put more money in the pot. I'd call. Let him fire another bet on the turn.
Yeah, I'm just glad that we got things going. You know, sometimes it takes a moment. Sometimes, you know, you got to test it out. Big shout out to Doty here, obviously, doing great work, and Chairman Kurt back at the World Headquarters, fighting right through it. You know, not being fazed by adversity, but fighting through it. So appreciate both those gentlemen.
Don't be fazed by adversity, Martin.
That's a good. I would, if I were Ali Marmol, I'd steal that for today's pregame.
Yeah.
Don't be phased by adversity.
Yeah, write that down. Right. Just because you're down 4-0 in the third.
Oh, come on. This team is ready to fight for it.
I'm just presenting a possibility. Okay. I'm not saying that's going to happen. I'm presenting a possibility. It's not insurmountable. One swing of the bat, you know, a little grand salami, put a little mustard on it.
What if you're the manager? Jackson's in this. All right, let's just say we get down 4-0. They're like, dude, don't say that.
Well, just, you know, playing out the situation.
You can think that, but you don't want to tell the team that.
Well, I'm not a manager. I could be.
Like to manage against you.
Yeah. I could sit there.
Turn the volume up. That's from Fish the People.
Oh, I just did.
That was a real thing.
Wow. Right. Who knows?
Over-under on number of audio issues that BK and Ferrario have is 0.5. The sting of HD2 and AM production quality stays with this show despite Tim's excellence. Doug, that's from Mr. Licks.
I should have brought the gong.
Are we giving out texts of the day? Or are we?
That wouldn't be it.
Yeah, you know, but audio issues tend to find you. You know, you can try to hide, but they tend to find you, and that's just the long and short of it.
I think the radio gods are just poking young Jackie a little bit.
No, this stuff happens.
Yeah, what?
This stuff happens.
It's fine.
Let's take a look at this forecast because Design Air is the sponsor of the email of the day, and you know, I was looking at it as I was walking into the Ballpark Village studio here this morning in downtown St. Louis, and I'm like, you know, there's a chill in the air, but it's not brutal, and I see it's 47 degrees, but by first pitch, 65 degrees, and the rain, if you are out or have been out already in the St. Louis metropolitan area, there is none forecast for the rest of the day. So that's pretty glorious. It's not going to be sunny, but it's going to be in the mid-60s, and it'll be 59 degrees at 12 p.m. So that's 12 degrees warmer than we were walking in here, and I didn't think it was that bad walking in here.
No.
So, Doug, pony show, sundresses, Sappho's. Welcome to baseball season in St. Louis.
I didn't wear my sundress to this show, but you better believe I'll have one by game time. Our desk just fell apart. The desk just fell apart.
That was an issue I did not forecast coming.
Oh,
holy smokes!
We got trouble now.
This is like the '89 World Series. The camera shook.
Oh my
Tim's
goodness!
Computer, the phone went flying.
Where'd Jackson go? Oh, there he is. I thought we lost him too.
What in the world?
Oh my goodness! We had a carpentry meltdown.
Okay.
Wow. Tim, are you okay? I think the audience wants to know, are you okay? Are you going to need to take some time away?
I don't know. I'll be honest with you.
Brown
I have already contacted Brown and Crouppen. 314-222.
God, I wish that would have been on Fox, too. Well, Martin's over at this real radio station these days. And look at these professionals go.
It's going again. It's gone again. Don't allow me to.
Can I just say thank God this was not the Mozeliak segment?
Actually, honestly, might not have been bad.
Well, fitting.
Man. I blame the asphalt guys who've been here. They've sucked all the energy right out of the room.
Partying like the Dickens.
One of them was probably dancing on this table.
Tim, what's your confidence level moving forward with that part of the table?
I don't know if I'll put my laptop on it anymore.
Oh, my goodness. I backed away from the dais.
And then I looked over and I'm like, oh, God, Jackson disappeared. Did he fall through the
like a crater? All you did was say it wasn't going to rain today. The weather god struck you
in the middle of a wonderful design air read. Oh, there's my laptop and my libation. Oh, Doug.
You spilled your vodka tonic. Look at that.
Oh, it's a scotch. It's a scotch.
Love to jump in on Trainwreck Radio.
W. Griswold.
KG for the win.
That was good stuff.
Get it together down there, boys. That's from a bankruptcy attorney.
That one, audio issues, like I said, find you. The actual physical dais shattering in our hands was not something I saw coming. But we're all good. It's all good.
Guys, is this whole show today a bit, right? That's from Minute Bowl eligible.
I think that's fair.
Issues on remote find Jackson just like double-digit seed losses in the NCAA tournament.
Oh, wow.
But it rains at
Find
fours.
you. That's from the St. Charles Hermaphrodite, who I believe you named was one of the your Mount Rushmore of worst texters.
And you can see why.
You can text, to be honest with you. This is the morning sports radio version of Waiting for Guffman. Doug, that is an obscure reference, but a brilliant one.
I didn't see
if
the
you've
picture.
seen the film.
Michael McKeon, usually Harry.
Parker Posey of the White Lotus.
Yeah, she's one of those older women that has braces typically, it seems.
All right.
That has braces?
Yeah.
Hyper, no. Buddhism.
Waiting for Guffman was, in theory, was it in Hannibal in the movie? The film was said
It was
to be.
set in a small town in Missouri,
I believe
actually,
it was,
now that you mention
I believe it was said to be, I don't know if they filmed it there, but it was, in theory, in Hannibal. And Michael McKeon, who's it? Christopher Guest.
Fred Willard.
Yeah, that whole crew kind of sticks together. Best in Show, Doug, did you see that?
Harry Shearer.
Yeah.
Okay.
Doug, this is karma for you laughing at all those guys getting hit by foul balls last week.
Oh, wow.
Could very well be.
Obviously, Channel 4 is trying to sabotage the show. They're pissed Doug hasn't shown up to work for 3 years. That's from Gerard Chadwell.
Well, they haven't paid me for 3 years. That's kind of how it works, right? I don't show up.
You never
they don't
worked
pay
in TV? Sometimes you just do it for the love of the game.
And the exposure. Don't forget about the exposure.
That was Charlie. I stole the line because they were starting the 11 o'clock sports, 11 o'clock news, and somebody had to be there at 11:20, and Charlie's like, dude, I do not want to do that. And I go, well, I'm not doing it. And then the news director at the time, and she's a great boss, but she said to Charlie, think of the opportunity. And he came back to me and goes, dude, they're selling me on opportunity. Get the flip out of here.
They still do that?
He did it for a couple of years. The 11:20 sports, I don't want to let you too far behind the curtain, but that's often me on tape.
Oh!
So, but it's okay. It's as if I were there. Kurt, have you created a GIF yet? Is it a GIF or a GIF? GIF of Tim and the table collapsing?
The table collapsing out from under me, Chairman. I feel like that's a gift that
I will do nothing that makes Tim look like he did anything wrong in any way.
Okay.
Oh, it's just like...
it's on me that it collapsed.
This thing's like a virus. This lemonade is like a big virus.
Brown and Crouppen will have something to say
NFL
about that.
is already...
They're online at brownandcrouppen.com, Doug, and you can call them at 314-222-2222 if you are injured. And, I mean,
you look a little
Jackson,
rattled.
you know this right shoulder has been a problem as it is.
Yeah.
So now with my shoulder just collapsing with my laptop and my delicious beverage, which, of course, is actually scotch, clear scotch, and my phone.
And what you've been through
Terry
emotionally it's got to be debilitating.
A lot of times it hits you later. So about 6, 7 o'clock tonight, you're going to have that kind of pain from a car wreck.
Neck brace tomorrow.
Bill Murray and Wild Things.
Yeah.
And that was Denise Richards and Nev Campbell in the pool. Am I right on that, Doug?
96?
Yes, Jenks Coke, Rails.
You guys got an age on Denise Richards?
Oh, she might be 50 by
Was
now.
married to,
I think
married
50
to
is the play.
Charlie Sheen?
That's correct.
54, I'm going to say.
Martin, right on the button.
Wow.
54.
Really?
Look at that.
You make me feel like a natural woman.
Was that song in the movie?
Should have been.
Nice fake tiki bar hovering over Tim. Perfect for a fake sports radio show.
Hey.
Doug got some Kevin at the Lake.
We
I
like
have
the
a fake tiki. I didn't even notice it.
Yeah.
I'm more focused on this
Beautiful.
Why would that be
slap tear
fake?
that I now have on a right shoulder as well as my left.
That's not fake at all. It's real. It's
This is a real tiki bar.
Yes.
Yeah.
We're at the Shark Bar, Ballpark Village, here till 11. They're bringing food at 9:30, Doug. And then I was told that some of it's going to be healthy. And I said, oh, that's no fun.
that's
because
good.
No. Jackson and I were going to just slop all up the unhealthy food we could and let Doug critique us.
Yeah.
Okay.
See
Good luck to you.
Real look into what happened in Jupiter, Florida.
Yeah.
To you and your cholesterol levels. Good luck to you.
Thanks, pal. Thanks.
Get that table a Blue Chew. That's from Fred Bird's therapist.
Oh.
It's in reference to the table not having an erection?
I was looking at the tiki bar behind you. You see that shark? That's about the size of the shark that swam right next to me in Siesta Key.
Ah!
Just
Were
right
you
about
scared
like
as the day is long?
Yes.
I
Yes,
bet.
I was.
Did you pet it?
Yeah,
No.
like a gerbil?
No. I said, oh, my God, there's a shark. It's a shark!
Some
What
people
is
call
that?
sharks the gerbil of the sea.
No one calls it that.
This
Who
show
calls?
is like the uncle you always hope and believe is going to turn his life around, but inevitably he shows up trashed to his nephew's second birthday party every damn time. That's from caller Buzz, and he won
Don't
this
give us
for
a
month, and I
Slurpee
think
because
it
they
was
were trying hard.
23.
Well, there's something reliable to that.
That's what I'm saying. Like sometimes that uncle on Thanksgiving is really fun.
A breath of fresh air.
Yeah, like you complain about him sometimes, but then Thanksgiving gets boring, and that uncle is a big help.
You kind of warm up to the idea.
But if you just try hard, you deserve a Slurpee.
Thank you. It's exactly what Strauss was saying there. You guys are saying you're at Ballpark Village, but they would never have you. You're really at the Dry Dock Bar in Lime, aren't you? That's from the 314. Doug, the audience is now theorizing that we're not at Ballpark Village, but we're
Right.
actually at the Dry Dock Bar in Lime saying we're at Ballpark.
Right down there by Heiny Miney.
That's right.
A bit like Capricorn 1. Jackson, have you seen that film?
Capricorn. It sounds like a space film.
No, it was about the fake moon landing. O.J. Simpson was in the movie.
Nice.
And they were all sworn to secrecy, but they were actually pretending to be on the moon, but they were in like a studio in Arizona. And so you're saying that's what we are.
I think they made something very similar to that last year with the great Channing Tatum.
Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't see it, but it was very
Capricorn
similar.
1,
And
probably
Scarlett
more
Johansson.
bad than good, if I had to think. O.J. not known for his acting
He was in
chops.
Towering Inferno, right? Wasn't he in Towering Inferno?
Best supporting actor in
You
Naked Gun, 1988.
You don't think there's any chance that they really faked the moon landing, do you? People have been talking.
Standard opening day conversation.
They've been talking about that
I think
for
Ackerman's talking about this.
55 years. They've been talking about that.
That's a toughie.
You know who's in on that. You know who isn't sure. Marshall Falk. We've had this discussion on air before.
During the Cardinal home opener?
Not during the Cardinal home opener. But he said, "How do you know?" And I said, "Well," and he said, "Were you there?" I said, "Well, he likes to argue."
Yeah.
So he's extended that to the moon landing. He says, "I'm just saying, I wasn't there. You weren't there. Are you sure?" And then I sat at home at night. I'm like, God, well, I wasn't there.
No,
All of a sudden, I get in my head.
But
So maybe
some things you believe happened when you weren't there.
Yeah.
A lot.
You've seen a lot of things on TV. You
I
weren't
agree.
there.
No, I think it happened, Doug. And to your main point, I believe it would be too many people to have to cover it.
I think so.
The first moon landing was definitely fake. That's Eric in the Central West
So there are
End,
people who still think that.
who Jackson believes is attractive, but he's not attracted to.
Correct. Yes. And that, I think the moon landing was real.
Look at that.
I'll be a bold.
All it would take
Is that what that's called?
Yeah.
You're a bold?
I'm a bold host.
all you need is one night where Buzz Aldrin's drunk at the bar. I never went to the moon. They paid me millions. It's all a lie. That's all it would take is one guy to snap.
Guys, since the table fell apart and Jackson is a basketball turd, will he now be out of commission for 4 to 6 months because he got a splinter? That's from FedEx Brian, taking a shot at Jackson's love of the association and what he thinks are fake injuries in the NBA.
No 4 to 6 necessary. I don't know what that guy's talking about. I see when I watch the National Basketball Association, I see 10 Warriors on the floor every single game, and I'm not talking Golden State.
Because Seth sat out last night.
How about
Steph.
soccer? Do they fake injuries there?
Yeah, well, it's brief. They tend to get back up pretty quick.
Right. They just need a breather.
Sure. And that makes sense. It actually is just because they need rest.
Yeah.
Like,
I know we're
tired.
focused on moon landing and NBA injuries, but when you mentioned soccer, I have been to some games at City Park, Energizer Park, Matt Polling vehicle.
That's correct.
And when everyone boos, when they're down, I have wondered, what if the guy, the one time, like rips his ACL and everybody's booing because they just assume, and they're typically correct, that that person is going to spring up to the air and sprint down the field 30 seconds later. But I've often wondered, what if one time you just had an excruciating injury?
I'm sure it's happened.
And the whole building is booing you for being a faker. And you're like, I can't move my leg.
Yeah.
But then again, I haven't seen that happen, Doug. It's usually the former.
Yeah. There are a lot of injuries in soccer, legitimate injuries in soccer.
Yeah.
A lot of them. Ankles, knees, heads.
Were people playing a lot of soccer when you were in high school, Doug?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. It wasn't 1870.
I'm actually in awe of the show right now myself. I just fell through the table.
Are you going to text?
My God. All right. We are down at Ballpark Village live from the Shark Bar. And we welcome friends to gather for the festivities down here. And even though it was raining within the last hour, the forecast for the rest of the day does not have any rain. That doesn't mean it won't happen. But it's a pretty good forecast considering it's March 27th, and there have been plenty of Cardinal opening days where this 47 degrees would actually be the game time temperature. By the time the Cardinals and Twins take the field, expected to be 64 degrees, and then the sun coming out, making it 67 degrees at around 5 p.m. So it should be a pony in downtown St. Louis for opening day. We are live here at Shark Bar at Ballpark Village, as will BK and Ferrario for the festivities. You're welcome to email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the design, air, heating, and cooling email today. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. This is TMA on 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel.
101 ESPN is powered by Kaufman Townsley, St. Louis's injury lawyers. Call 314-500-5000.
Hey, it's BK. You can join me and 101 ESPN on Saturday at Genesis of St. Charles for an afternoon filled with fun and excitement. This Saturday from 1 to 3 o'clock, bring the whole family by. We'll have face painting events. A balloon artist will be there. We'll have food trucks. A special appearance also by Louie and the Blue Crew. Plus, I will have a chance for you to win a pair of tickets to an upcoming Blues home game. That's all this Saturday from 1 to 3 o'clock at Genesis of St. Charles. It's located at 5601 Veterans Memorial Parkway. I will see you guys there Saturday from 1 to 3. You can get all the details right now at 101ESPN.com.
Don't get lulled into believing the IRS is getting soft. It's just the opposite. Hi, this is Lance Story with the Lance Story Law Firm. We are being told by IRS collection officers that their higher-ups are demanding that they get more aggressive than ever. So don't ignore them any longer. Level up. If you have unfiled returns, unpaid taxes, levies, or liens, call the Lance Story Law Firm today and let us get between you and the IRS. We'll protect your rights, including your right to appeal or even your right to take the IRS to tax court. Remember, IRS problems are legal problems, and they need to be handled by an expert attorney team who's done it for decades. So call the Lance Story Law Firm today. We're local. Our office is right here in St. Louis, or visit Lance, DRURY, law.com to schedule your free consultation with your local tax resolution law firm, the Lance Story Law Firm, 314-260-6120.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements.
Hey, it's Bernie Federico, and wow, am I glad the winter's behind us. Spring is here, and summer is just around the corner. When people ask me about my favorite season, the answer is always Blues hockey season, of course. I sure do love making the most of the off-season. No matter what you've planned, First Community is here to help. Maybe this is the year you finally take that once-in-a-lifetime bucket list trip, or maybe your perfect summer is all about making memories at home with family and friends. Why not turn your home into the ultimate gathering place? Whether it's a new pool to beat the heat, or an outdoor kitchen for those legendary backyard cookouts, First Community can help make it happen. With their home equity line of credit, you get a low introductory interest rate and the flexibility to borrow only what you need when you need it. It's an affordable way to bring your plans to life. Apply online or stop by your local branch today. But don't wait too long. Summer will be here before you know it. First Community, for all your savings and all your loans.
Must qualify for membership. $1 share account required. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal housing lender. Call toll free 1-888-642-7969 for terms and conditions.
It's Swiss Air Heating and Cooling Sweet 16 deal. 0% financing for up to 60 months. SwissAirSTL.com.
In the Stalter household, we only go with one company to trust when it comes to servicing our lawn. That's Green Envy. They do a great job when it comes to maintaining our lawn. They've been in business in St. Louis for well over a decade. Green Envy only uses products that are formulated for our Missouri soil, weather conditions, and turf types. They don't use national, generic, cheap, ineffective products that you're going to find at most hardware stores if you try to maintain your lawn yourself. Look, I've tried. I'm sure you have too. If you've got spots in your lawn that don't look right, if the weeds have overtaken your lawn because of the spring and the moisture and everything, crabgrass going to be another problem this year. Call Green Envy. Jump on their program. They've got service professionals that are licensed applicators. They're certified with the Missouri Department of Agriculture. Their programs have no hidden fees, no contract. They're perfect. Give them a call, 636-655-3689. You can also visit greenenvylawns.com. But again, trust me on this. Go with Green Envy. They know St. Louis. They know St. Louis lawns. They're the best.
Farming's hard. To feed the world, farmers have to work the land, brave the elements, and fight the battle against weeds. Weeds reduce crop yield, so prices go up and everybody gets less to eat. But 50 years ago, farmers got a new tool to fight weeds, glyphosate. It kills weeds while protecting the harvest. Time and again, it has been approved by the EPA and by leading regulatory bodies around the world. It helps enable practices that reduce erosion and keep soil healthy, which is good for the earth. Farming's hard, but it's a little easier with glyphosate. Learn more at go.bayer.com/glyphosate. Paid for by Bayer.
March tire and service deals you won't be able to resist. Now at Dobbs. Save on new sets of 4 select General, Pirelli, and Michelin tires. Expert auto service too. Get ready for warm weather driving now and save. Click on gotodobbs.com today.
Sponsored by Rapid Radios.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage and no subscription ever. A great alternative to a mobile phone for your kids. For a limited time, go to rapidradios.com and you'll get 60% off. Free UPS shipping. Add code radio and get an extra 5% off.
You can now watch 101 ESPN live on our Air Alliance Team studio cams. Catch every show live on our YouTube channel or at 101ESPN.com. 101 ESPN studio cams.
Presented by the Air Alliance Team Heating and Cooling. Getting the job done quickly, correctly, 100% of the time.
101 ESPN Sports Center.
This is Chairman Kurt with another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. It's opening day, but don't forget we've got Blues hockey going for 8 in a row tonight in Nashville as the Blues take on the Predators. You can hear that right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame at 6 and the puck drop at 7. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them online at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
TMA is broadcasting live from Ballpark Village on 101 ESPN.
Our opening day coverage is presented by Rawlings. Visit the all-new Rawlings experience at Westport Plaza today by General Pest Services. Customers love us, bugs hate us. General Pest Services. And by Budweiser. Cardinals fans, this Bud's for you. Remember to drink responsibly.
Welcome back. It is the morning after 101 ESPN. Live from Ballpark Village for Cardinal opening day coverage. We'll be here until 11 a.m. BK and Ferrario here until 2 p.m. And the Cardinal opener getting underway at 3:15. And it is cold and rainy in the area right now, but by the time the morning progresses and the first pitch takes place, it is expected to be in the upper 60s. And Doug is forecasting a pony show.
I'll tell you what I'm forecasting. That's a 4-3 Redbird win.
How do you do?
Doggone it, we're going to start off on the right note.
I like that.
How do you do?
Well, I'm fine.
I think it's 7.5, Jackson. It was a couple days ago.
Are you a betting person, Tim, that goes oppo? Like what everyone's thinking, like Sonny Gray?
Absolutely.
Like Sonny Gray's just going to get lit up
real
today.
money in that.
Right? And so everybody's probably assuming the worst. He had a terrible spring. And I would bet it's probably a lower scoring game today. That's my theory. Doug, your 4-3 is not bad.
What is the Hawk doing today? I thought the wind was going to be out of the south, which would mean that would be blowing
out to left field.
Yeah, right field to left field. And that sets up Nolan Arenado with 2 home runs.
Ooh.
And a curtain call and a love affair rekindled with the Mound City.
And then they'll trade him.
Immediately after they
Currently, Tim, winds out of the southeast at 2 miles per hour, gusts up to
Southeast.
6.
Oh, so that's it. Well, then the win's going to be immaterial.
Yeah, that's as of right now.
Has Tyler O'Neill homered yet for the Orioles? This is his day, opening day.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's 3 straight or something like that, where he always homers on opening day.
Do you wish they still had him?
No, I think they kind of gave him enough runway.
Yeah, he got a lot of shots. But he did have that one monster year. He'd be an everyday player, I think.
But now the outfield would be jam-packed up then.
Where would we play him, Doug? Where would we play him?
Anywhere.
Your boy Lucan Baker, that'd be tough on him.
I think O'Neill's probably better than any of the 3 outfielders they have now.
Wow. What happened to all the positivity?
Where's all the optimism?
Jeez, that didn't take long. Table just collapsed on that theory.
Yeah, indeed.
Wow.
You're welcome to get involved in the program. Many are choosing to do so. 314-399-9646. That's how you can text in. You can call in as well. Chairman Kurt is back in Creve Coeur. Fielding phone calls, the Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Email in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. And you can watch the program. 293 friends have gathered at youtube.com/TMASTL to talk it over in the Michelob Ultra chat. Michelob Ultra, 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Michelob Ultra, the sponsor of the YouTube chat here on TMA. Jackson, what audio do we have to play for our audience here for the opening day festivities?
Yeah, there's a clip of Jeff Passan talking on the possibility of a salary cap and what that could mean for Major League Baseball in the future.
I hope they don't push for it.
Okay, we're going to play that?
If they do push for it,
we're going to play that?
That's what this comes down to. That's what this comes down to. That's what this comes down to.
What happened? Where is it?
I was getting a ton of...
was that the edit?
I was getting a ton of echo, so I bailed on it. I don't know. I'll see what I can do. Shoot, I'll fix that.
Oh, it sounded fine on this end.
Well, that was an abrupt ending.
Yeah. Gosh.
All right, we're going to go back to it. In Van, 2, and...
Oh, we're going back to it. 3, 2, 1.
I hope they don't push for it, because if they do push for it, we're not going to see. That's what this comes down to. And it's going to be a real window, I think, into the league's priorities, just how hard they leave out the idea that a salary must down. If they do, that means that they are prepared to shut down the sport. Because, look, unless something miraculous happens, MLB is going to lock out the players in early December of 2026. This has a chance to be a lot darker and a lot worse than 4 years ago. I feel like there's positive momentum in the game right now. I feel like baseball is in a pretty good place. The pitch clock worked. ABS challenge is probably coming next year. You have stars up and down the sport, led by the guy who is the most recognizable baseball player in at least a quarter century. And beyond that, the amount of young talent in the game is great. You have all these good things going for you. Is it worth it? That's the question that they need to ask themselves. Is it worth it to take a great era of Major League Baseball that we are in the midst of right now and absolutely torpedo it in pursuit of financial gains in a non-capped system? I'm just curious if Major League Baseball owners are going to agree with that.
Now, I got to let the audience know what's going on here. Now, I think Doug and Martin think I'm laughing because the soundbite is so long.
Well,
but what was actually going on, it was crystal clear in our headphones. For the audience, apparently, I don't know what it was sounding like, but the texts that are coming in.
What are they saying?
Holy bleep. A lot of them start with that.
You know, they couldn't hear it?
Pure dog bleep. Holy bleep.
Jackson brought up a fever dream the other day. That was a fever dream.
Jackson's getting blamed for it all.
What the hell is going on? This audio sucks. I don't understand how it can be in our ears just fine, and it's not generated. It's being played back at the station.
Right. I don't get
Bizarre. And apparently awful.
Wow. What's that, Doty?
What's that, Doty? Doty,
he's going to do a little stand-up. He's going to grab a mic. Hello, everybody.
Yeah.
Do you understand?
totally, because I had something different going to your headset than what was going on the air, because it was coming back to us. And trying to feed YouTube it's just another loop. We'll get it straightened out so we get to a commercial break. But or take us out of aux 5.
You whispered something there. Take us out of what?
aux 5.
aux 5.
Doug, you ever been at aux 5?
I don't think so.
XS5, the aux.
No, I wouldn't.
So
get us out of aux 5.
Tough to comment on the audio since no one heard it.
I hate aux 5.
I cannot wrap my head around how they would hear it poorly, but yet us sitting here would hear it just
sounded fine.
I can't. 2 mixes, Tim. 2 mixes.
2 mixes, Doug. aux 5.
I blame aux 5.
So Jeff Passan, friend of the show.
He is. That's Doug's buddy.
They do a podcast.
I have to say his voice reminds me of The Drop, where the person says, I don't know the details, but it doesn't matter, and I'm going to tell you why. That drop, voice quality sounds a bit like Jeff Passan. Are you with me?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
But his long-winded answer, God bless him, was that basically there's going to be a lockout in December of 26. That's a long way away. Can we not work it out between now and then? I mean, we can't play audio, so I shouldn't question MLB, I guess.
Don't hate the player, hate the game.
Salary cap.
Think about that.
All right, I will.
Think about that. Little update, Doug. You always like to see how the audio is playing in High Ridge, and cousin Arnie from DC says this audio sounds horrible here in High Ridge. So.
Oh,
where's High Ridge?
Right down gravel.
Oh, that was the most Ladue thing ever said.
I thought it was like it sounded like a town from like a Clint Eastwood movie.
It's just a little bit west of Fenton.
Okay. Oh, you know what? I think I have been.
Oh, yeah, I bet you have.
There's a golf course there.
Yes, there is.
Something Creek. Paradise
Jody's
Valley.
raising his hand. He has a take on High Ridge.
Okay, I think I got it fixed on this end since we don't have speakers up.
Are you going to mutter aux 5 again?
No, we'll be good. Okay.
All right, Frank, do the live read.
I was sitting there thinking it through. We'll be good. Now we can play all the audio you want.
But why did you whisper aux 5?
Because people don't need to know?
Yes.
Yeah.
That was just for our ears.
We're good.
All
Okay?
right,
You can play all the audio you want. It should be fine.
No, we're scarred.
Doug, they are...
There's opening day coverage.
They are not happy. They are not happy.
No.
I mean, they are at peak unhappy. Don't you want me to go to a break? Is that what you want me to... Oh, okay. Okay, it's good.
Oh, he's going to the mic again.
Yeah.
So 2 guys walk into a bar.
I want to go to Florida.
You can get involved. Many are doing so unsolicited, however. 314-399-9646. Chairman Kurt is juggling a variety of things back there. Collier and Thompson phone lines 314-974-0101 and emailing in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com and the YouTube chat where friends have gathered. And it's brought to you by Michelob Ultra, youtube.com/TMASTL. On the Stiefel dossier, Jared Carrabis is going to be right here with us at 9 o'clock. And John Mozeliak is going to be right here with us at 10.
Unless he was listening to the first hour. Because if I were him, then I would maybe sit this one out.
Today's a good day to bail.
Well, for fear of being injured, first of all.
There's
that is the guest slot right there where the...
what if he puts his elbow on here and he just goes crashing
his loafers get scratched?
That's right.
Well, like a jewelry store, we'll just tell them you don't lean on the glass.
Don't lean on the glass.
Don't lean on the glass. That's exactly right. Okay. So that's going to be...
Tim's pretty brave. He's got his elbow on... I've
got my weight. It's kind of like a weight transfer with a driver. My weight is up here. My elbow is over here.
Okay. I've backed away from the dais for fear that this whole thing...
That it could just all go crashing down?
And I've got 48 opportunities to go live today, so I think
that's good. Great exposure.
Yeah. This would be a good exposure for you.
You can get involved on the program. We are live from Ballpark Village. It is TMA presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN, broadcasting live from the Shark Bar. Come on by. Up until 2 p.m., TMA until 11, BK and Fario until 2. This is the morning after, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
This is Joel Hofer, and today is Blues Game Day on 101 ESPN.
Blues Game Day is presented by Buffalo Wild Wings, the ultimate arena for wings and wins.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Markdown Days.
At number 1, Frank Lita Mitsubishi in Bridgeton.
They're marking down prices on everything.
Plus, every vehicle is just $29 down. $29. So put your tax refund in the bank.
Coach, what's the game plan?
It's going to take championship caliber offers.
0% financing?
You betcha. Acres of new Mitsubishis with 0% financing for 60 months.
Plus acres of pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs, all at markdown prices.
Hey, what if I don't make the cut?
Don't sweat it. All you need is a job and $29 down. $29 bucks.
Oh, and the confetti is falling.
You could save thousands.
Get to Markdown Days
At Missouri's #1 Mitsubishi dealer, Frank Lita Mitsubishi.
in the automotive outlet in Bridgeton.
YesLita.com.
YesLita.com.
#1 based on the National Mitsubishi Report, 2425.
25 Outlander, yes. 32.2, 29 down, 535 a month, 72 months at 6% APR, plus tax tag title, qualified buyers.
Hey, this is Eddie from Fast Eddie's Bon Air in Alton, Illinois. The sun is shining bright, and it's time to drop the top or jump on the bike and cross over that big, beautiful bridge into Alton, Illinois. That's right. Check out our new motorcycle corral parking and our expanded new bus parking. It's always sunny in Alton. It's a beautiful ride to come party on that sunny patio. Everybody loves sunny, especially when there's live music 7 days a week. Delicious cheap eats like the Big Elwood on a stick, the half-pound Fast Eddie burger, the hot chick on your stick, those succulent peel and eat shrimp, and as always and always will be, the coldest beer in town. So if you're looking for fun in the sun, or even when the sun goes down, come on over to sunny Alton, Illinois. And like Mr. Shannon says, if you're 21 and you're in the mood, head on over to Fast Eddie's Bon Air in Alton, Illinois.
These days, figuring out what, where, and how to watch TV is out of control, and so is the cost. That's why I'm psyched I found Philo. Live TV from A&E, Discovery, MTV, and all the channels I love. A huge library of movies and shows, and an unlimited DVR to save them. I also get AMC Plus and all their blockbuster hits. All this for just $28 a month when you sign up at philo.tv. Give it a try, risk-free at philo.tv.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
This is Jay Delsing, author of the new golf book, You Wouldn't Believe Me If I Told You. It's an unforgettable memoir of golf, grit, and a blue-collar kid on the PGA Tour. Get yours at jdelsinggolf.com. That's jdelsinggolf.com.
101 ESPN is your home for Blues hockey. Check out either the 101 mobile app or 101ESPN.com for your chance to win a signed puck autographed by Blues forward Alexei Toropchenko.
Toropchenko, coast to coast, he scored!
Get entered to win that Alexei Toropchenko signed puck right now, either at 101ESPN.com or on your 101 mobile app. Powered by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers.
WXOS HD1 East St. Louis and KPNT HD Collinsville. 101 ESPN is driven by Auto Centers Nissan, home of the lifetime warranty and 30-day return. TMA is broadcasting live from Ballpark Village on 101 ESPN.
Our opening day coverage is presented by Rawlings. Visit the all-new Rawlings experience at Westport Plaza today by General Pest Services. Customers love us, bugs hate us. General Pest Services. And by Budweiser. Cardinals fans, this Bud's for you. Remember to drink responsibly. Drink responsibly.
Morning after. Live on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you from the Shark Bar at Ballpark Village on the Stiefel dossier. Bernie Federko going to join us coming up here in the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. We'll be joined by Jared Carrabis at 9 o'clock here right on the dais, and John Mozeliak also right here at the Shark Bar at 10 o'clock, Doug. And then you got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. It's all happening.
It's all a very big treat.
No, it is.
Nate Green, 9:30, Director of Hospitality for the Cardinals, with some treats, Doug.
Really?
Yeah, the audience loves that.
Okay.
Well, food treats, food for us.
They like it when we eat during the show. That's always been a big hit. To hear our lips smacking and everything. They love that.
Well, I'll take some time away and sample the food. We've got cameras set up, so you have to do it for the camera, Doug.
Yeah, oh, sure. I'll enjoy the treats. Yeah. I'm not shy about eating on the show.
Was that Rachel Ray that had was it a food show that also interviewed people? I never quite figured out what it was.
She would be cooking on that program.
Yeah, but it was kind of like a talk show.
Yeah, it was.
But food was sort of the original vehicle, Canada.
And when you're on that show and they make something and they have you try it, you have to say, that is really delicious.
It's amazing.
There is no other response that will do.
It's amazing.
You can't say, it's okay, I've had better. That is so delicious.
314-399-9646. That is how you can text into the program. Air Comfort Service, sponsor of the text inbox. And Mailman Rob has just texted in to say there's a golf course in every town.
Okay.
A golf course in every town.
Is he going to get deleted, his account? Jackson's taking notes over there.
No.
High Ridge. Oh, yeah, that's where they have that golf course. I think that's a fair point. They have that stop sign.
I went to a golf course there. That's why I remember it.
Yeah.
Other than that,
that's what that was in reference to. Well, otherwise, it struck me as quite a non-sequitur.
100%. But I don't go to High Ridge. Maybe just the one time.
You should go more.
For what?
What would it?
Scenery?
But like if someone in High Ridge, why would they come to Brentwood or
the old money is oozing out of you right now.
What does High Ridge abut to?
What does High Ridge abut? I don't even know what the butt means.
Yes.
Does that mean
Bernie Federko's on hold?
Oh, is he on hold? Oh, for God's sakes.
And I'm just he's the kindest man in the world, so he wouldn't hang up. But 2 days ago we were playing that song, and Matt Holliday was about to.
He said he was about to hang up.
So I think we go to Bernie Federko and talk it over with the Hall of Famer on the Collier and Thompson phone lines here on 101 ESPN. Good morning, Bernie. Sorry about all that nonsense.
Never a problem, gentlemen. Never a problem, gentlemen. Everything's fine.
All right.
All right, Doug. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Bernie, every time we're talking, we keep talking about the same thing. My goodness, look at how good this team is playing, and it carries over. And, yeah, it's one thing to beat the Blackhawks and Predators over the weekend, even without their best game. But Montreal had come in just like the Blues as one of the hottest teams since Four Nations. And the Blues were able to play what Jim Montgomery called perhaps the best 30 minutes of hockey to start that game that they've played all season. What did you see on Tuesday night that stood out to you?
You know what's amazing about it, guys? You know what, fellas? We're going to have to. You know what, fellas? We're going to have to. I'm listening to myself. I'm listening to myself.
Audio
feedback. He's got feedback.
All right, so we are 0 for 3.
So we will have to
Okay.
Or Bernie can text us his thoughts. We can read those.
Jackson, so the desk almost fell on Jackson.
So the desk collapsed. The Passan audio caused cars to screech off the highway. And now the Hall of Famer.
Acid flashbacks, actually.
Yeah.
Doug, this is a program that's better suited to stay in the studio.
I think so. Never leave the building.
Bernie, if you get a chance, just come on down. We're at the Shark Bar.
We'll
have you. We're here till 11 if you want to just swing by. I think what Bernie was going to say, Tim, is that he's excited about this team getting hot and grabbing a baby.
Yep, I think that's what it's all about.
Well, if we can just stay hot, we can win this baby. We've already gotten hot. We just need to stay that way.
Predators tonight, 6 o'clock pregame here on 101 ESPN. I think it's going to be a scrappy game. They've beaten the Preds twice in the last week and a half. You had a kind of a nasty ending there, the cross-check.
That's right.
From Bolduc. Don't you think the Preds have nothing to play for, so they'll be up for a scrap tonight?
So that's exactly what Jeremy Rutherford said yesterday. The Blues have to kind of turn the other cheek and not engage because the Predators have nothing to play for. You don't want to get in a spot where you lose a top 6 forward or something like that because you're engaging in the nonsense. Got to try to get through this thing and position yourself for the final stretch.
They just have to hope that Nashville doesn't get too crazy. I mean, you can back away to a point, but if they're taking really a bunch of cheap shots and punching you, they're going to have to respond.
Yeah, I don't think it's slap shot incarnate, but I do think it'll be a more physical game. But again, even though you've been winning, you got to keep winning. Canucks won last night. They were at the Islanders. Yeah, got the win there. So the Canucks are, I don't know the Vaughn index, but I think they're 3 back with 1 less game played. Calgary is 4 back, but they have played 3 less games? Does that sound right, Doug, to you and your number crunching over that? I think it's similar to that.
I have to get my calculator out.
But the bottom line is you just got to keep winning, even though you've been winning at a high level for a long time. It's hard to sustain that. 14-2-2 if you go back to the Blackhawks game before the break. I mean, that's insane. That's 18 games, and you've lost 2 in regulation over that stretch.
Yeah, right now the Blues are at 83 points, Vancouver 80, Calgary 79.
What's the Vaughn index?
Well, on which team?
The Blues.
Okay. 83.
Oh, wow.
Blues are right at 83 now.
That's the Vaughn index.
Yes.
You've computed that.
It's very, very telling. If you know the Vaughn index, you don't even have to look at the standings.
Okay, so screw the standings.
Yeah.
What's the Canucks Vaughn index?
80. Vancouver's 80.
And what about Calgary?
No, gosh.
Pen to paper.
79 for Calgary.
Wow, look at that, Tim.
Now,
very similar. Eerily similar.
I imagine it lined up if I did the math right.
It's amazing how it winds up working out. It works out, too, if you work with James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, 314-961-4800, or you can go online at carltoninsurance.net. He's been my insurance agent now for 6 years. And if you go online and you Google him, you see James Carlton State Farm, 415 5-star reviews for James Carlton. What do people rave about? Number 1, saving them money. Good chance your insurance went up year over year. If that is the case, then James Carlton can save the day for you and probably save you money. Call 314-961-4800. And there is somebody right there in Webster Groves ready to take your call. And about 2-3 minutes of your time could wind up saving you a lot of money. You have nothing to lose. In addition to that, if you have a young driver on your insurance policy, that is where they've saved a lot of money for our audience members over the years. It's James Carlton online at carltoninsurance.net. 314-961-4800. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton, State Farm. All right, your Stiefel Captain's Log. Bernie Federko is going to rejoin us. Then we have Jared Carrabis. He is going to be right here at the studio at Shark Bar at Ballpark Village for our opening day festivities. John Mozeliak as well will join us at the dais at 10 o'clock here on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. And then at 10:45, we will have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. 11 o'clock, BK and Ferrario take over, and we'll be broadcasting from Ballpark Village until 2 p.m.
For that email of the day, Tim, do you think we've given them enough material?
Should be a good one. Should be a good one.
Oh, my God.
Should be a good one. The morning after at InsideSTL.com is where you can send yours. And we'll take a commercial break. Come back with more live from Ballpark Village, 101 ESPN, and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
It's time for another moment in Blues history.
On this day back in 2014, Ryan Miller would stop 27 of 28 Minnesota Wild shots. The Blues would take down Minnesota to win their 50th game of the season. TJ Oshie, a hat trick, scoring an even strength goal and a shorthanded goal in the first period. Jaden Schwartz and Brendan Morrow both scoring for St. Louis also.
This date in Blues history was powered by Classic Air Care, making people comfortable since 1926. For all your HVAC needs, ClassicAirCare.com.
Price just went up on car insurance? Check us out at carltoninsurance.net.
Spring is here. Celebrate at Rosalita's Cantina, where every dish is a celebration of fresh ingredients and the bold flavors of Mexico. Step out onto Rosalita's beautiful patio and treat yourself to the coconut shrimp, fried fish tacos, or the pepita-crusted salmon. Sip on your favorite margarita or try one of our signature cocktails like the Butterfly Martini, prickly pear tequila with Cointreau and lemon. Rosalita's, where the patio is always open and the flavor is always fresh. Learn more at rosalitascantina.com.
We all bleed blue, like my friends at Woods Basement Systems, but if you have a wet basement and foundation cracks, Woods knows you're feeling blue, too. Jamie Rivers here. Call Woods, the experts in all things basementy, and dry up that wet basement and repair that foundation. Because today is game day, and you need to stop feeling blue and start cheering for the Blues. Get a free estimate from Woods. Go to woodsbasementsystems.com. That's woodsbasementsystems.com. Go Blues.
Hey, you. It's Dr. Pryor. If your mouth's been getting more action from late night pizza than it has from a toothbrush, it's time to come see me. At 100 West Dental, we know how to clean up your act and your smile. Whether it's overdue cleanings, a chipped tooth from a wild weekend, or just getting that fresh, I'm definitely not hungover grin, we got you covered. Look, we know you're not shy, so why shy away from getting your teeth right? Book your free consultation at 100westdental.com, and let's give you something to smile about.
This is Corey from Air Comfort Service Heating, Cooling, and Installation, here to tell you about an organization that's near and dear to our company, Greater St. Louis Honor Flight. Greater St. Louis Honor Flight flies World War II, Korea, Vietnam, and other war veterans to Washington, D.C. for free to see their memorials. If you are a veteran or know of one, sign up for your honor flight today at gslhonorflight.org. Or to help support their mission, visit gslhonorflight.org. And don't forget, for HVAC and installation services, visit aircomfortservice.com. That's aircomfortservice.com.
Men, trouble in the bedroom? Not anymore. Paramount Men's Medical Center restores your sex life in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate erectile dysfunction and PE. Here's a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Have Viagra or Cialis let you down? Paramount Men's Medical Center offers the most effective treatments that eliminate ED and PE, with men lasting longer than ever. 98% of patients see instant results on their first visit.
Paramount Men's Medical Center's breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, regardless of age or medical history. Your consultation and first treatment are free. You'll see instant results in the office. Plus, qualified patients get their testosterone checked free. Call 314-887-4442. 314-887-4442. To restore your sex life in just one visit, call now. 314-887-4442.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Bet like the pros with the world's largest sports book right at your fingertips. Circus Sports is now available in Illinois. Hi, I'm Derek Stevens. I've been a lifelong sports bettor, and I'm the owner of Circus Sports. We're excited that the Circus Sports app is now ready for action. Experience big app bets with high betting limits, tight money line splits, and more. Now you can download, fund, and bet like a pro from anywhere in Illinois. Download your new bookie today at circusports.com. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-GAMBLER or text ILGAMB to 833-234.
Tune in this Friday from 11 to 2 as BK and Ferrario broadcast live from the E&B Granite Studios at the Centene Community Ice Center. E&B Granite, Bernie Federko's only choice for granite countertops, cabinets, and flooring. TMA is broadcasting live from Ballpark Village on 101 ESPN.
Our opening day coverage is presented by Rawlings. Visit the all-new Rawlings experience at Westport Plaza today by General Pest Services. Customers love us, bugs hate us. General Pest Services. And by Budweiser. Cardinals fans, this Bud's for you. Remember to drink responsibly.
Welcome back. It is the morning after 101 ESPN live from Ballpark Village. Cardinal opening day coverage. Jared Carrabis is going to be sitting here at Shark Bar with us at 9 o'clock. John Mozeliak also going to join us coming up at 10 o'clock. And we have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming up on the Stiefel dossier. And you are welcome to watch the program. 330 people at youtube.com/TMASTL in there talking it over in the Michelob Ultra chat. And it is our pleasure right now to welcome to the program the Hall of Famer, Bernie Federko. Good morning, Bernie.
Good morning, and you guys are sitting at the bar. Good morning, and you guys are sitting at the bar. I love it. In the morning.
Yeah, taking the edge off. We feel like it's the right thing to do.
Hope that the feedback goes away this time, but it's not.
Okay, unfortunately, the feedback's not.
I think we should just wish Bernie a happy opening day
and a great night for the Blues in Nashville. Bernie, we apologize for the audio issues. Sorry to take up your time this morning, and we will circle back with Bernie Federko next week. when we are back in studio.
All right. Sorry about that, Bernie.
We'll have to do two segments next week.
I'll give one more word in, but yes, one more word in, but yes, let's go Cardinals and the Blues go Cardinals. They're rolling. Let's hope they keep rolling. They're rolling. Let's hope they keep rolling.
Amen.
Yeah, all right. That's all we needed. That's all we needed. A little vote of encouragement, positivity from the most positive man on the planet.
Yeah, I think it
number
is.
24.
Martin, a lot going to be there for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. It might be record-setting today. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. You're a Design Air client. Doug's a Design Air client. I'm a Design Air client. Seth Goldkamp, Design Air Heating and Cooling, the longest-running sponsor on TMA.
Seth, I got to tell you, we did our part today. We put the material out there for the audience and then some for the Design Air email of the day. This time of year, AC is about to be in need. I think we're talking 80s on Friday.
How do you do?
And it's been months with the heater going. You start to think about the air conditioner. Make sure you get it tuned up. Best thing to do, contact the folks at Design Air. You can do that online, designairservice.com. Get that tune-up before the summer season kicks in. You're going to have the AC blasting for months at a time. Go with the folks who've been in St. Louis since 1904. There are a lot of great family businesses that eventually, well, they'll sell the company, and then the name continues on. Well, this is family-owned still since day one. Seth Goldkamp, fourth-generation family-owned business. And again, longest-running TMA sponsor. So get those appointments set up for all your HVAC needs year-round. You know where to go. You know what to do. DesignAirService.com.
There it is. Design Air Heating and Cooling online at DesignAirService.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. When Bernie said, I still got the feedback, Jackson, you did you slapped your hands together like a frustrated college basketball coach who just lost a drink.
Like Dan Hurley over here.
I apologize, fellas.
That was like a Nate Oates clipboard, maybe?
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Kim Mulkey.
I should be teed up. I should get that's my first tech. That's my first tech. That's my fault. I really thought that we had the fix in, but didn't. That's on me. It's my fault. It's not Kurt. It's not Dodie. It's me. So apologies to the audience.
Wearing it.
Yeah,
apologies to Bernie. Apologies to the audience, but we'll keep trucking. That's my bad.
Well, I think in your defense, it wasn't the worst part of the show today. We've had worse. I mean, to be fair,
I don't even know if it's top 10.
That's true. That's true.
Apparently, based on the text reaction, the Passan audio would be number 1, and then you'd have to jump down to 3. You'd skip number 2 entirely based on the reaction of how much they did not enjoy whatever went on with that audio. Then the desk collapsing on Tim.
Yeah.
And then I'd say 4th would be the Bernie two-take blunder.
It's been smooth sailing so far.
Yeah. I woke up today thinking I was getting in my car. I said, all right, Ballpark Village, we did a whole week at spring training. I think that was good.
Sure.
Getting our legs under us when it comes to remotes with 101.
Sure.
And nope. Audio. Again, it's not on anybody. Like, it's not on Dodie. It just happens. Like,
radio is a new medium.
That's right.
We're just getting it figured out. KDK didn't go on the air in Pittsburgh until like the late 1920s, and that's not that long ago.
Wow.
Right.
So cut us some slack.
And you did a weekly hit with them.
I had a regular show there. With Ralph Kiner.
Talking senior circuit.
Kiner's Corner.
Ralph Kiner.
Kiner's Corner. On the dossier, most days I notice it says Cardinal's Corner. And I kind of
Cardinal
like that.
Corner. Yeah, the Cardinal Corner is something that I
That was 7-3, as a matter of fact, and that was hearkening back to the Cardinal audio with Jeff Passan talking about MLB and a work stoppage that brought people to acid flashbacks. They said, Doug, they were having acid flashbacks as that audio played.
Yeah, it's tough, too, because then the audio plays, and it's like, obviously, no one can hear it, so it's, like, tough to discuss after the fact, you know? To be like, well, let's break it down. No one heard it, but let's break down what Jeff Passan.
If I go back to that segment on the podcast, will I hear it the way the audience
That's a good question right there.
Because I would like to go back and experience what they experienced.
Probably. I think you'll hear what went out kind of over the year.
What do you say? We get some shrooms, we listen to that.
Yeah, and then watch some Cardinal baseball.
Yeah. That's not a bad idea, actually.
Yeah, kind of a fun little afternoon.
With all of these issues for today's show, I can tell Jackson prepared for this broadcast as well as Dennis Gates prepared for Drake last week. And that is your nemesis, the St. Charles hermaphrodite.
God,
this guy wants a piece of you today.
Double shot today. It's probably because I mentioned his name.
Oh, go to hell.
Oh, gosh.
And I saw someone, you know what? Now I'm getting a little ornery. I saw someone in the YouTube chat earlier talking about how.
Never go. Never go. And then I saw a text earlier.
I won't
mention. This is like replying to tweets.
I know. Well, this is a little little ornery. Someone was like, "Oh, love the Miss Butler drop." They made a reference to. He's like, "I guess that drop is lost now." I played it 2 days ago.
Oh no!
I played it 2 days ago. I played the Miss Butler
He turned
drop.
his mic off. We're going to lose our boy today.
I'm good now. I just had to get that off.
You had to get that one off.
I had to get that off my chest.
I just got a great text. Friend of the show, Luis Noya, who I used to work with in radio. He also helps out in the Cardinals Spanish broadcast. He said, "Thank God LaRussa didn't call in." I'm like, oh, wow.
How about that? Look at that positivity, Jackson. Now it's all better.
That is a great point.
The right side is real there.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I mean, thank goodness it was Bernie Federico, who's usually really ornery himself.
Truly one of the nicest people I ever like. Wonderful
He's the best.
guy. He's great.
He's the best. And Skipper's the best too.
And he still delivered a message of positivity, despite hearing probably audio that was taking him back to the early
we were
1970s.
letting him go, and he still didn't mind giving us a little shout out for the Cards and the Blues.
Well, you know what I will say?
The Skipper. Oh my God! I'm glad that didn't happen.
It would actually been entertaining.
I'm very fortunate to be with you three right here, Doug, Martin, and Tim. There's might be situations not at 101 places elsewhere, like where something like this that happen, mistakes that happen or issues, and it's just like you get a bunch of scowls from people. You guys roll with the punches better than anybody, so I appreciate that. If it was another situation, I would be in real hell. But
well, everything's fine in the whole scheme of things. This stuff happens. It's part of the deal. We have a combined
given up,
700 years in the industry, and we understand things happen. And Jackson, we know. You work hard. You're a good guy. God bless. Everything's going to be fine. You know what you are? You're a prince. Doug, you've described him as a beautiful prince.
A special
never
spirit.
said that.
A special spirit, Doug.
Well, you are, but I don't.
Thanks.
I don't remember saying
So
that.
you are grateful that we don't go full Francesa on you.
Yes.
When things seem to melt down.
That was.
Can you imagine if Francesa's desk collapsed on him?
Well,
there's a gif of him falling asleep on the air.
Several.
Yes.
And he wakes up when he hits his forehead on the mic. He wakes up. And there was another time where he spilled his entire 20-ounce bottle of Diet Coke all over their dais. And just and it's fizzing up everywhere.
Who did he blame for that?
Oh, I couldn't imagine it. But there was one time where he really wanted some game on his TV in the studio, and none of the producers knew how to get the TV to change channels, and he's just barking at them. So I appreciate you guys that aren't Francesa. I wish you guys had, I
think it makes people uncomfortable. Like on TV, if you ever had tapes roll wrong, or they take a shot of you and you're not ready. If you start barking out at the director and getting mad, it just makes the audience. It's better to make a joke about it, because if you start going like Bill O'Reilly or Berman and those outtakes,
we'll do it live.
Yes, and you're just screaming at people. It just it makes your skin crawl.
If it only happens every now and then, people almost kind of like seeing it.
I have had more texts from people today to my phone saying this is the greatest show ever.
Oh, gosh.
And actually, one of my buddies said, "This is so good, it could be planned." But that, of course, would require planning.
Yeah, we're not doing it.
And that just isn't what we're going to do.
We're simply not going to plan.
No, if it's greatness, it's because of the lack thereof planning.
We could barely get in the building.
That's true. Jackson had to come running down to
I got
get
in
each
because
one of us.
cleaning ladies were leaving, and I said.
So what would have happened?
I would have probably called Doty.
So Doty got in. How'd you get in, Doty? Can I ask you, or is my asking for audio problem?
There's ways in the building.
Oh, Doug.
Yeah. We actually had a little discussion before the show how you can get into almost any building. And a lot of times it's kind of where the the shipping area is.
Wow, that was a pro tip there.
But you also have to have either a hard hat. Doug, what did you say? A clipboard.
Clipboard works.
A ladder is often good.
Headset.
What about live lobsters? It's like I gotta get these. These are live lobsters.
Live lobsters.
I gotta get these in the building. Fellas, they gotta get on ice right now.
That's a lot of work to get into a building.
Yeah, but it would work.
I guess it's true.
Yeah, you wouldn't turn down a guy with live lobsters.
Absolutely.
Right this way, sir. Yeah.
Jackson, you just got a wonderful invite to the game today. And I don't know if you're going to start imbibing here very early with a boat drink.
Yeah.
But you got this, and it's from a lady. "Hey, Jackie, you want to sneak down to the green seats today? I've got an extra ticket. My husband will not be able to make it out of the pool house." That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom. "Would you like to sit in the green seats for the Cardinal home opener to the 2025 World Championship campaign?"
So I've heard the self-made stay-at-home will do moms emails and texts over the last year or so.
She won the month of January, Doug. Design Air Heating and Cooling. Another one.
It seems like a situation where you would eventually get bled dry. Like if her husband is in the pool house and I'm going to the game with her, like it seems like I'm on a fast track for a similar situation, you know? So probably going to avoid it. Not to mention I feel bad for her husband who's locked in the pool house.
Yeah, and is labeled as a button-weaned simp during the Design Air Heating and Cooling.
See, so that's so you know, at one point you are the gentleman caller. The next thing you know, you're in a relationship, and it's all, you know, you're being called the button-weaned husband.
You could be deposed during the family law sessions.
Yeah, if I can avoid that at all costs.
But for the benefit of the show, I think you need to do it.
Yeah.
I've never sat in the green seats.
There you go. This is your chance.
Pretty nice down there.
Yeah, it seems like it's really nice.
Yeah.
I've always wanted to sit right behind home plate. Never got the opportunity. But then you're like on cam the whole time, much like.
Well, behave yourself.
I know, but like.
Yeah, what are you going to start doing?
It's
Causing
the
trouble?
food that's so
Starting the
good.
wave. You got to start the wave.
In the green seats.
It's not just the view; it's the food.
The umpire,
Heckling the DeWitts in the green seats.
You think that's ever happened? Someone starting the wave, starting from the green seats? I can't imagine.
Wow, I like that question.
I'd be. Really
I think
surprised.
the answer is no.
It has to,
and that's
right?
tough to say because you're talking about approximately 1,600 games, but I think the answer is no.
Yeah, I can't imagine that they would ever.
Certainly in between the dugouts.
If it ever happens, this is the place where it'll be.
Remember shirtless guy late last year? Was it the Fam Homer night? One of those late season games they won. There was a chubby fella in the green seats with his shirt off.
He was just big boned.
And he was kind of the rally guy, and he was calling it Rally Belly. I actually had him on the radio the next day.
Oh, is that right?
He used to work in the clubhouse, and they knew him. And we had him on the show. I said, "How did you end up in the green seats?" And then decided, you know what, even though I haven't maybe worked out in a while, I'll take my shirt off. He said he bought them online at the last minute, got a great deal, and there he was, never to be seen again in the green seats, by the way, I noticed. But he would have been a wave guy. I bet it's happened. I'm going to say it's happened.
Wow. A wave starter? I guess,
In the
the
green
late
seats.
innings maybe snuck in.
Yeah, somebody brought one of their employees, and he got a little drunk. You're like, okay, that's it.
Guys, Ladumam should be a contestant on Baseball Bachelor.
Yes.
That's from Mailman Rob. How is our Bachelor guy going to get into what? Do you know what time? I'm crowdsourcing. What time Ballpark Village opens? I would imagine it opens before we're off the air.
I would think 9 or 10.
But if I could get him in it, but the problem is contestants trying to come through.
Yeah, but once the doors open, all of our female listeners are going to come rushing up here.
100%. I just don't know when those doors will open. If it's at 10, we're in real business. We'll have to shuffle Mozeliak. Excuse me.
You're going to hurry Mo along so we can get to Bachelor Baseball?
Oh, we have a gentleman who's looking to go.
So he's still, in all seriousness,
Yes.
our caller who wanted to take a female to the game.
That's right.
He's got seats where you can see the Clydesdales, kind of in that first base right field line. And we haven't found a date for him to the game.
Not yet.
But so now today, somebody's going to win the prize and have to show up within 3-4 hours to get to the game?
Well, no, I think.
And we thought this through.
Right.
Well, no, that's the thing is that it's kind of fluid. So it's just going to kind of be like, hey, this guy's here, and if you want to be here, you know, he's got an extra ticket. And then I think we'll figure it out. I mean, there's going to be a lot of people here. If I have to do some canvassing on the street.
You're going to go out on the street and bring in people to participate in Bachelor Baseball.
That's what it takes.
I think we're going to need the female to be on site for this to work. Otherwise,
100%.
it's going to be a lot of logistics, and we're not really good at
we
logistics.
know the phone thing is not going to.
Yeah, that's not an option.
So it's going to have to be. Anyone who wants to be on this program today is going to have to be here.
Well, good news. Jared Carrabis is going to be sitting right here to my right. We're going to warn him about the dais, Doug. The dais is also fluid.
Yeah.
It can go right through the floor at any moment. John Mozeliak will be sitting at this dais as well at 10 o'clock. And then we have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. 346 friends have gathered in the YouTube chat. It's brought to you by Michelob Ultra. And you can participate in there with Percy Blumpkin, who's talking to the Bridgeton Landfill Fume Huffer, who's talking to Jacob L., who's talking to Doug's Landing Strip. So great to see them all talking.
Well, the fume huffer is still with us anyway. I worry about his health.
He won the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today yesterday.
Right, which is nice because we don't know how much time he's got left if he's huffing a bunch of fumes in Bridgeton.
Bridgeton, yeah. Earth City probably has some good fumes.
Sure.
I want to play the Dan Hurley audio, but I don't know if I should invite that into. I can do that.
Yeah.
Well, we've gotten a lot of thumbs up before, and it hasn't gone so well.
It's true.
So confidence is low.
It's true. It's true. It's damning, but it's true.
Chairman Kurt, are you available?
I am here and at the ready.
Okay, so the Dan Hurley audio, because the guy who told the reporter who got the video of Dan Hurley walking off the floor following their loss to Florida on Sunday, the sports information director apologized to him for telling him he would, quote, ruin his life over publishing the video of Hurley telling Baylor he hoped they didn't get effed like his team apparently did in their round of 32 loss to top seed Florida. And so Joey Ellis, who is the reporter who shot that video, said, just a quick and hopefully final update. Bobby Mullen, the SID of UConn, and I spoke a short time ago, during which he apologized for his behavior. I accepted it, and life rolls on. So it sounds like the reporter wants to put it to bed. Ben Mullen, the UConn SID, wants to put it to bed. And then Dan Hurley addressed the media in Connecticut, and Doug, would you call it the greater tri-state area?
I never say that.
Yesterday up in Stores, and talked about his behavior. Here is what Dan Hurley had to say.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Bobby regrets, just like I regret, the moments I've had. Obviously, it's all my fault that Bobby got pulled into it. I set the whole thing in motion, and I feel horrible. Obviously, he could have handled, dealing with the media person with the phone, that took the video. He could obviously just, let it go. He should have been better trained for a situation like this. We've been in them all year. But, Bobby's a soldier. We all fight like that for each other in our program, and sometimes, we go a little too far. But Bobby's a great guy, and I wish, just all the sad people that are sending him messages or emails, like really horrible people. Really empty people. I can't imagine what your life would be like if you have the time to look people up, comment on their picture, go back and email and direct message such vicious, whether you're using your real name or a fake account. I just can't imagine. It's just the sadness of those people and how empty their lives are and how sad their pursuits are. But I did that to Bobby, and but Bobby's a good person.
He stumbled into a rant.
Oh, my God. Yeah,
we need to clip that off, and we can use that many, many times.
Oh, it's so, because you can hear him getting upset about the situation again in real time.
As he was apologizing, he then went on a rant.
And it's not, people aren't sad for criticizing someone. That situation was so strange, and I don't know. I watched way too much of that 25 minutes of...
Is this because I texted you? We were
No.
texting about Hurley?
No, so I had watched most of that. So he did 25 minutes of the media yesterday. I watched a good
Dan Hurley did.
And there's moments in this media availability where he is self-aware and self-deprecating, and you're like, oh, and then he does and then one sentence 1 minute later he's like, oh, I forgot, that's why I don't like Dan Hurley. Stuff like that, where he's calling people sad, and he's like, you don't understand the passion it takes to be a coach at this level. Sometimes you're going to talk crap to the fans. I was like, what?
We got a few recommendations when we were talking about what happened at the end of the game. I guess it was in Raleigh, I would assume, because Duke was there. So I would imagine they put him in North Carolina on Sunday. And a bunch of people texted in to watch the other Hurley, which is kind of like a 30 for 30 on ESPN, but I guess it's more of a Jeremy Schaap E60.
Got it.
And I watched it on either Monday or Tuesday night, and it is about Dan Hurley, and I gather it's kind of explaining why he is the way that he is. And I don't know how many people know the Hurley family story. Probably a good number of people, but I would bet people Jackson's age and younger might not be aware of how great his brother was in bringing Duke their first national championship. He was drafted 7th overall by the Sacramento Kings, but their father is, one of the greatest high school basketball coaches in the history of high school basketball. And then Danny Hurley comes along, and I think he's 2 years younger than Bobby. They actually played each other in the NCAA tournament. He wound up going to Seton Hall. And while he was good, he played for Seton Hall, and Seton Hall had gone to the NCAA tournament championship game, losing to Michigan the year before he started there. He just wasn't Bobby Hurley, but understandably, people made the comparison between the two, and then things got so bad for him, and the pressure caved in on him on being his father, I believe, is Bobby Hurley Sr., and then the brother of Bobby Hurley, that he started to have the yips, which I didn't even know was possible in basketball, and it wasn't with like free throws, because we've seen it with free throws, but he actually had it with dribbling and shooting jump shots. It's a 45-minute. You can watch it on your ESPN account on demand. I mean, it's really well done. I'm surprised that I wasn't aware of it until people texted in, because that's the kind of stuff I love. And then, to his father's credit, says I'm probably responsible for the way he acts, because their identity, and in particular Dan's identity, was all about, did you win? My identity was not about being a father or husband. My identity was our high school basketball team. And that is what I trained those guys. And whereas Bobby excelled and won a national championship and was part of one of the more famous college basketball teams of the last 35 years, Dan didn't have that ability, and it crashed on him so much that he actually was out there throwing the ball away and missing little jump shots because he had the yips.
That's crazy.
So he quit. And then if you recall, you guys would recall this, I don't know, Jackson, if you would be aware of this, Bobby Hurley gets drafted early on in his rookie season. He gets in a car accident, nearly kills him. And Dan had just left Seton Hall because he had to quit the game. He couldn't handle it. So he winds up coaching because his dad goes out to Sacramento to be with his brother while he's recovering, and that was the way he got into coaching.
He coached the dad's team?
He coached the high school team for a little bit. His dad comes back, and then he starts getting into coaching high school. Eventually, I think the school was Wagner, where he and Bobby coached together. Then he went to Rhode Island, so he probably coached at Chaffetz, I would imagine he had to have. And then he got the call from UConn. But I don't necessarily think that he was, quote, born that way. Now, does it excuse it? Does it justify it? No, but I think it helps explain why he is the way that he is, and it is really well done. With that said, I was kind of thinking he was starting to lean into a character like a WWE guy, but I actually think this is who he is. I mean, he didn't know there were cameras trained on him as he walked off the floor against Baylor. It's just who he is. At the same time, who he is, which is obviously not particularly pleasant when he's coaching, probably plays a role in the success that program has had. And that's what I talk about oftentimes. You know, LeBron James was on Pat McAfee yesterday. Great interview out of absolutely nowhere.
Listen to the whole thing.
I mean, so good. And he talked about how he has no relationship with Michael Jordan. And he said one of the reasons is because we all know the kind of competitor that Jordan is. Even at 62 years old, I'm up there running down the floor with 23, wearing 23, and he doesn't want to have anything to do with me while I'm out here chasing his marks. And people who've played golf with Jordan, Jay Randolph Jr. would tell the story. He just needed to compete. He didn't care. He obviously could bet $1 million a hole. It wouldn't affect his life. But he just wanted to beat you. That's all it was. In that Last Dance thing, he's playing that game with the guy with the white guy with the perm. Yeah. He just wants to win. Tiger Woods had that same kind of, and may still have it, but that same kind of drive. And I'm not comparing Hurley. I'm comparing that mentality, and I think that's what you see. Hurley just has a tougher time containing it, and I think it's even less attractive on a coach because a player oftentimes doesn't have to address the media as often as Hurley does. But Hurley wasn't addressing the media when he was walking off the floor in Raleigh on Sunday. He was just lighting up the officials because he was pissed that they blew a lead.
I mean, there's no doubt he's a great coach. He's also an ass, but I also enjoy having him in the game. I mean, it is
great.
entertaining.
There's got to have villains.
Well, there's so many boring coach sound bites that having a guy with a personality, even if you don't care for it, is interesting, fun to talk about. That whole answer there, he was defending his guy, the sports information director, who, by the way, he said he's a soldier. Doug, he's a sports information director.
Soldier.
Wow. I prefer
brave man.
I prefer that he be a dish.
You like at St. Louis University, they have dishes.
Kunderman's a dish, but their guy, Bobby.
Who's the dish behind the coach?
their guy is a soldier. He started with the best intention of kind of cleaning up the mess. And then he just can't help it. Then he they're terrible people. They're sad people. He kind of went Trump. He kind of went Trumpish. Like, they're terrible people in the DMs. Who are these people? And he just can't help himself. but it is entertaining. I'm on all these Marquette group texts, and they just hate UConn.
I was about to say.
Two years ago, we beat them twice, and then they went on to win the tournament, the national tournament. But all of these people, they hate Hurley, and they just want to beat UConn. But it often gets pointed out when he's in Milwaukee, he always raves about Marquette and the program. And they're like, God, I want to hate him so bad. But then he'll say something really nice about Marquette. And they're like, I can't quite hate him fully.
That's like Bill Self with me.
There's a lot of parallels to Bobby Knight, what he used to be. Highly successful, but could not contain himself at times and made people dislike him, violently dislike him. Because oftentimes, Knight took it even a step further where he would, sometimes abuse his own players. I don't know that we've heard Hurley has done that at all. But I think it's important as a coach representing a university to behave yourself all the time. Not 95% of the time. You've always got to be on, especially in this day where everybody's got a camera in their pocket. You're always on TV doing something. It's just really not that hard to be a civil, normal, well-adjusted adult. It isn't that hard. You've got a job where you're making millions of dollars a year. You've got life by the short hairs, and you still can't control yourself at times. I don't give him a pass for that. I don't care if he's winning or not. A lot of people have been through tough things in their life, but you still got to suck it up and act like a disciplined, well-behaved, adult human being, especially when you're in charge of a program.
Yeah. And I think there's a lot of wiggle room when it comes to being on the sideline coaching. Obviously, tempers get high, but there is a level. There's a level, and he tends to go over it. What's really the yips in basketball is something I don't think I've ever heard, just because it's such a muscle memory sport where your brain goes on autopilot.
Well, I think the thing where you have yips, if you think about it, as somebody who had it with the throw from second base to first base, which is about as easy as it gets, is when you have time to think.
100%.
And anytime I tell the story of that, when I had a diving play, I would throw the ball fine. Right. But when I had that second to think about it, so I understand it with free throws, but they were showing video of him, and he'd be going in for a layup, and it just blast off the glass, and it got so bad that he quit the game, goes back to, they're from Jersey City.
Right.
Goes back to Jersey City, and I think it was 2 days later that Bobby Hurley got in that accident, and so then he wound up coaching whatever the name of that school is that his dad's
St. Elizabeth's or something?
St. Anthony's.
St. Anthony's, that's right. That just wins state championships. Bobby won a state championship there. Danny won a state championship there. His dad's been coaching there forever and winning state championships. That's how he got into coaching. But psychologically, he was, number one, always compared to his brother, his older brother, who was better. So I think that's probably tougher. And then secondarily, he also had the situation in which his brother got hurt in a car accident, and he had to fill in for his dad, which got him into coaching. And that's how the whole thing wound up playing out. The name of it is The Other Hurley, and it is on ESPN, and you can watch it on the app. It is The Other Hurley. Major recommendation for it, I would tell you. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. We're live from the Shark Bar, 101 ESPN. We'll be joined by Jared Carrabis coming up at 9 o'clock. We'll be joined by John Mozeliak coming up at 10 o'clock. BK and Ferrari will be here as well from 11 to 2. It's 101 ESPN. The morning after, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen.
101 ESPN is powered by Kaufman Townsley St. Louis's injury lawyers. Call 314-500-5000.
March Mayhem is on 101 ESPN. Tune in to catch some of the biggest games of this year's NCAA men's basketball tournament. From bracket busters to Cinderella stories. Hear all the madness of March on 101 ESPN.
Courtesy of Saliga Heating and Cooling, your independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Don't get lulled into believing the IRS is getting soft. It's just the opposite. Hi, this is Lance Story with the Lance Story Law Firm. We are being told by IRS collection officers that their higher-ups are demanding that they get more aggressive than ever. So don't ignore them any longer. Level up. If you have unfiled returns, unpaid taxes, levies, or liens, call the Lance Story Law Firm today and let us get between you and the IRS. We'll protect your rights, including your right to appeal or even your right to take the IRS to to tax court. Remember, IRS problems are legal problems, and they need to be handled by an expert attorney team who's done it for decades. So call the Lance Drury Law Firm today. We're local. Our office is right here in St. Louis, or visit Lance, DRURY, law.com to schedule your free consultation with your local tax resolution law firm, the Lance Drury Law Firm, 314-260-6120.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Markdown Days. At number 1, Frank Lita Mitsubishi in Bridgeton. They're marking down prices on everything. Plus, every vehicle is just $29 down. $29. So put your tax refund in the bank. Coach, what's the game plan?
It's going to take championship caliber offers.
0% financing?
You betcha. Acres of new Mitsubishis with 0% financing for 60 months.
Plus acres of pre-owned cars, trucks, and SUVs, all at markdown prices.
Hey, what if I don't make the cut?
Don't sweat it. All you need is a job and $29 down. $29.
Oh, and the confetti is falling.
You could save thousands.
Get to Markdown Days
at Missouri's #1 Mitsubishi dealer, Frank Lita Mitsubishi.
In the automotive outlet in Bridgeton.
YesLita.com.
YesLita.com.
#1 based on the National Mitsubishi Report, 2425.
25 Outlander, yes. 32.2, 29 down, $535 a month, 72 months at 6% APR, plus tax tag title, qualified buyers.
What if your limited inventory had unlimited potential? What if your biggest risk was not taking one? What if you could make every move matter? Bank of America's business solutions can help bring your biggest what-ifs within reach. Find out how our digital tools, cutting-edge insights, and trusted expertise can work for your business. What would you like the power to do? Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. Bank of America is proud to be the official bank sponsor of FIFA World Cup 2026.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Babbel. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at babbel.com/TNC.
I thought I'd book a trip to Italy to celebrate retiring.
We didn't speak Italian.
We didn't then. We do now. Because of Babbel.
Babbel is the easy-to-use app that uses immersive lessons to teach you a new language in a way that sticks. Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you text radio to 64,000. That's radio to 64,000. Text radio to 64,000.
Michael's Flooring Outlet is sending out an SOS. We're expanding fast and need your help. We need a flooring warehouse expert pronto. We need a flooring scheduler just as fast. Join our growing team at Michael's Flooring Outlet with locations in St. Peter's, Darden Prairie, and Creve Coeur. Don't wait. Visit michaelsflooringoutlet.com and click on careers today. Michael's Flooring Outlet, where great floors begin with great people.
It's Swiss Air Heating and Cooling Sweet 16 deal. $1,600 off, 16-year warranty. SwissAirSTL.com.
Introducing BodySim, the all-in-one platform that transforms your fitness journey with included DEXA scans, at-home blood tests, and more. Gain muscle and lose fat with personalized workouts and meal plans. Save $250 with code WXOS at BodySim.com. BodySim is an informational tool not for diagnosing or treating disease. Communication and results aren't professional medical advice. Consult a physician for all medical decisions or before changing workout supplements or diet.
Sponsored by JimButlerChevrolet.com.
Rapid radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage and no subscription ever. Business owners can now keep in touch with up to 200 staff members at one time. Go to rapidradios.com now for up to 60% off and free shipping.
We want to hear from you. Use the Scott Lee Mic Drop feature on the 101 mobile app. Give us your opinion on anything St. Louis sports with a mic drop.
Brought to you by the Scott Lee Heating Company.
101 ESPN Sports Center.
This is Chairman Kurt with another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Opening day down at the old ball yard. First pitch scheduled for 3:15. Sonny Gray taking the mound for the Cardinals, going up against Pablo Lopez for the Minnesota Twins. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
TMA is broadcasting live from Ballpark Village on 101 ESPN.
Our opening day coverage is presented by Rawlings. Visit the all-new Rawlings experience at Westport Plaza today by General Pest Services. Customers love us, bugs hate us. General Pest Services. And by Budweiser. Cardinals fans, this Bud's for you. Remember to drink responsibly. Remember to drink responsibly.
Welcome back. It is the morning after 101 ESPN and live on YouTube, TMASTL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. And it is our pleasure to welcome to the dais here live from Ballpark Village for the Cardinal home opener, Jared Carrabis. Jared, welcome in. And it is
welcome.
A pleasure. I don't know if his mic is on, Doty. I want to make sure that we can tend to that. There we go. All right, there it is. Doug,
now? There we go.
There we go.
We're on. This is a veteran. He knew exactly what to do.
Yeah, that was impressive.
Can you stick around and run things for us?
Absolutely.
No offense to anyone.
Yeah.
Jared, what's going on, man?
This is my first time in St. Louis. Very excited. I am now in single digits for ballparks that I have to cross off, which is very exciting. Some of them left. Usually, like if you're trying to do all 30 and you kind of like save some, you're just like, don't really need to do the trop yet. I can't do the trop actually. But yeah, no, I have some pretty cool ones that are left. Busch being one of them.
What else is left?
San Francisco.
That's my favorite that I've been to.
So every time that I've been in the area, it's usually for the A's because I do a show with Dallas Braden. He's the play-by-play guy for the A's. The Giants have never been home. So every time I've been in the area, I haven't been able to see the Giants. So, yeah, I still have to check that one off the list.
I'm obligated to ask which one is your favorite to date.
So I'm very keen to Denver. Coors Field.
Nice.
I feel like that never.
Play.
Yeah, people don't usually pick Coors for whatever reason, but I always. So have you guys been to Pittsburgh?
I have not, and I hear that is the best.
So people factor, like if you go to Pittsburgh and you're at the ballpark, PNC, they factor in the area outside. It's kind of like
the bridge and all of that.
Yeah. So if you're factoring in all that stuff, no one ever factors that in for Denver. Like you have a great view. I love ballparks where you can walk the circumference and still see the game the entire time. That's why I don't love Nats Park. There's a lot of brick walls.
You can't see them.
Fenway Park, if you don't have a ticket to the Green Monster, can't get up there. So I even knock my own home ballpark for that. But I'm very excited to see Busch. It's I can't say there's a lot of history here, but it was very cool that they still have the diamond outside from the old Busch Stadium.
Yes.
Which, fond memories for me.
Sorry,
as a Red Sox fan.
Still too fresh. Still too fresh.
It's been 21 years.
Yeah, we've already, like, if everyone is balding from the reunion, I think there's been enough time.
They were the idiots, Tim. Remember that? And if you ever talk to LaRussa about the idiots, man, yeah, like they're a bunch of ragamuffins. Look at the payroll. Look at the payroll, man. And like, because it was a very, it was like a star-laden team.
Yes.
But it got kind of painted in Boston lore. Shaughnessy and the Poets made it about, oh, these poor little kids somehow managed to win a World Series. And I know it would get under LaRussa's skin because it was a highly talented team.
That was a weird deal. So you were probably a young guy when that
sophomore in high school.
Sophomore in high school. Okay,
yeah.
So I was, I don't know, I guess 27 years old. Doug, we were flown into Manchester, New Hampshire to do our television coverage.
Sure.
Which is, of course, right around the corner.
Because there is no airport in Boston.
There isn't. Yeah, you guys got to get on that.
Wait, that Logan is
no, that's
pretty... Oh, I'm sorry.
That's in Manchester, New Hampshire.
Sorry.
So our television station flies us in. Game 1 of the World Series is at Fenway, and as you well know, and we're listening to Boston Sports Talk Radio, which is, from my standpoint, outstanding entertainment. Just in its asinine, it's asinine nature.
A great word,
Jared. And they were saying, and now 21 years after the fact, I bet you would agree with this. They were saying, because the World Series hadn't even started yet. This is like when the United States beat the Soviet Union in 1980.
The
comeback,
hockey team.
And nobody's even going to remember the fact that didn't win the gold medal. All the Red Sox fans are going to remember beating the evil empire that is the Yankees. And sure enough, before the World Series even started, that proved to be correct because anytime you see anything on the 2004 Red Sox, the Cardinals in the World Series is a footnote to what took place in the ALCS.
And that was a great Cardinal team. I believe they won 105 games that year.
Most St. Louisans who are not old enough to have seen teams from the 1960s would tell you that's the best Cardinal team they ever saw.
04.
How about that? 04
yes.
Cardinals.
It was
your
a great
boys
team.
Swept off the field.
Yeah, Pujols, Edmonds, Roland.
The MVP.
Larry Walker was an add-on.
Yeah, Larry Walker was an add-on.
Yeah. Larry Walker, a young Yachty.
Yes, young Yachty.
Yep, that was a great Cardinal team, but that series to us was a blur. And I think Red Sox fans were so traumatized by their past that, at least for me, when they came back from 0-3 against the Yankees and then they went up 3-0 against the Cardinals, I was still so damaged from 0-3 that I was like, all right, so we were the first team to come back from being down 0-3. Now we're going to, it's going to happen to us now.
Wouldn't that be the ultimate torture?
Yeah. So even when they were up 3-0, I was like, we're not in a great spot.
I don't know, man. I'm telling you, we were down there on the field at Fenway, and I remember looking out at the monster, and I'm going, we're not coming back here. This thing's over. You could just tell it was over.
Yeah. I mean, I'm a huge Albert Pujols fan, so I have like a jersey from pretty much every single baseball team except for the Yankees. I don't have a Yankee jersey, obviously. But I have an 06 World Series Pujols jersey. And for me, like, getting to see Pujols at Fenway was so cool because back then, like, you know, interleague was like a special event. Now we're used to it. Now we're numb to it. But seeing Pujols at Fenway, I mean, that was like one of like my core childhood memories, was being like, oh my God, like that's Albert Pujols in the box right now, which is going to be very cool when he goes into the Hall of Fame. But next year, right? He's on the ballot next year?
27, I think. Last year was 22.
Season was 22. Yeah, I think we're another year away. Maybe?
Yes, I believe so.
That's going to be great. I can't wait.
Jared, if you don't mind, I want the audience to hear your story because I'm fascinated by how you went from what you were doing to what you now are doing. And those who are familiar with your work, super fired up that you were coming on the show. But as people hear you talk, you can tell that there's not only knowledge of the game, but passion for the game. So if you don't mind, I always like a good entrepreneurial story.
Sure.
So if you wouldn't mind telling yours.
It's very funny. So my girlfriend is the same age as me. But she had her first daughter when we were in high school. We went to high school together. So her kids are 17 and going on 12. They don't know what MySpace is. So I started on MySpace. I now sound like the old guy because I'm like, well, there used to be this little website called myspace.com. It was the first social media website of its kind. Tom from MySpace, who became a friend because Major League Baseball tried to take down my page. So I started a Red Sox blog on MySpace because I was 16. I could not afford web hosting. So that was the only place where it was like a free place for me to write about baseball. And Major League Baseball came after me because I was using logos, and they took down my website. I got a message from Tom from MySpace, and he was like, don't worry about it. We got our lawyers on this. We're going to get it back. Don't worry. And he did. Became like a big story. So that blog had like 150,000 followers, friends, whatever.
God, you're like, what, 18 or something like
16.
that? 16
years old. And, I mean, but back then, social media was so new that I was going to high school. No one cared or, like, knew. I'm like, you know, I have this website that, you know, people all across the world are like reading my stupid thoughts on baseball.
But chicks weren't lining up saying, wow, he's got a MySpace account.
No, they weren't lining up for that, but they were because I was class president my junior year.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
Yeah, you know what?
Nice way. That was an upset. I should have introed you with that.
Yes. That was, prom court, no big deal.
Oh, wow.
Yep. And then I actually became friends with, so you've obviously seen the Yankee Suck shirts, right?
Of course.
So that's Sully's brand over in Boston, and Chris Wren is a guy who runs that, and he also has a hardcore record label. And I became friends with him through MySpace, and we kind of had like a deal where he was like, I'll build you your first website if the store is my t-shirts. And I was like, done, deal. So got the partnership. That's how I got my first website.
Wow.
Yeah. And then I ended up catching the eye of Dave Portnoy, Barstool Sports. I'm sure you're familiar.
Did you know him before that? I mean, he's obviously a Boston guy. Yeah.
Yes. So we ended up connecting.
Because you're starting off kind of when he was starting Barstool right around 2005. Yeah.
Yes. We connected through Facebook in like 2007. And I used to message him and be like, hey, so if my website gets this many clicks, how much can I charge for a banner ad? And he would give me advice. And originally, I mean, blogging wasn't a career back then. So I was, my goal was to work for the Red Sox. Like, I wanted to work for the team. And so I was trying to keep my blog kind of like clean cut, but I did like the edgier content because I liked Barstool. So if there was a topic that was more edgier, I would send it to Dave. So I used to like feed him stuff to blog back in the day.
I'm sure he was grateful.
Yes, and that's kind of how like we ended up clicking, where he's like, all right, like he may not blog in the Barstool style, but I know he understands the Barstool style because he'll like feed me these stories to end up writing on the website. Yeah, and then fast forward a few years later, and he hired me full time to be their baseball writer.
And what year did you get hired at Barstool?
2014.
2014.
Yeah.
Oh, so you put in some time, man, before you got over there.
I probably wrote for about 7 or 8 years without making a dime. And then when he hired me, it was only part-time at first for like $500 a month. So, yeah, no, I grinded. That's why, today, and again, I'm going to sound old, like these kids, they have a TikTok and their audience can explode overnight. Like you can have 1 million followers being on the internet for 3 months, and which is great. More power to these people that can take advantage of the new social media platforms. But starting in the dog days of social media where it was just Facebook and MySpace and having to grow your audience day by day, and there was no overnight success type deal. It was a grind, but I mean, this is my 20, like I'm 35 and this is my 20th season covering baseball in some capacity.
How about that?
Yeah.
But $500 a month, that's nothing to sneeze at. That's a nice little
I mean, when you live in your mom's basement, that's a lot of money.
That
goes a long way. Yeah.
Literally living in your mom's basement.
Yeah.
I want to hear more about the story and fill the audience in on what Jared is here doing. And I know a lot of people fired up that you're sitting with us here on TMA. And we will continue the conversation here as we are broadcasting live from Ballpark Village on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. Jared Carrabis, kind enough to sit in with us. John Mozeliak, Cardinal President of Baseball Operations, with us coming up at 10 o'clock. You are listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
The Blues play on ESPN.
Shoots, he scores!
Tonight, Blues and Predators. Pre-game at 6, puck drop at 7.
The wait is over!
Your home of the Blues, 101 ESPN.
You might have heard Doug Voss and Safe Money Radio. His shows have been on several radio stations for many years. Now he can be heard every Sunday from 10 to 11 a.m. on 101 ESPN. He is super excited to get to the ESPN audience as he is a huge St. Louis sports fan. Doug is an expert at minimizing the impact of market volatility on his clients' assets. So catch Safe Money Radio every Sunday at 10 a.m. on 101 ESPN. Doug Voss is a registered representative. Securities offered through D.H. Hill Securities, LLLP. Member FINRA and SIPC.
Does your market have fresh cut steaks, 8 varieties of brats and smoked meats, a large selection of Italian-influenced products, baked pies, breads, and desserts? Well, Valenti's Market in St. Peter's does. Serving the community since 1937, Valenti's Market offers catering services, from boxed lunches to large corporate events and weddings. Stop by the deli counter for deli meats, sandwiches, and salads. Visit Valenti'sMarket.com to order online. Valenti's Market, another awesome locally owned business supported by Kuna Food Service.
This is Jay Delsing, author of the new golf book, You Wouldn't Believe Me If I Told You. It's an unforgettable memoir of golf, grit, and a blue-collar kid on the PGA Tour. Get yours at jdelsinggolf.com. That's jdelsinggolf.com.
Discover true luxury at Missouri's first and only standalone Genesis dealership, Genesis of St. Charles. Thank you for making us the #1 Genesis dealer in Missouri for 2024. True luxury isn't just built, it's engineered with precision and passion. Explore amazing cutting-edge technology, redefined elegance, and exhilarating performance in the new 25 GV80. A new level of luxury awaits you at Genesis of St. Charles. Visit us in-store or shop genesisofstcharles.com. Based on GMA sales records.
Save big on everything for your next project when you shop at Menards. Give your walls the best finish possible with Pittsburgh's Paramount Interior Paint and Primer in 1. It provides the most advanced protection, excellent scrubbability, and delivers true one-coat coverage. Choose from thousands of color options and refresh your space for spring. View our entire selection of paint products today on Menards.com. Plus, check out the weekly flyer for plenty more great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
For over 2 decades, E&B Granite has been St. Louis's trusted name for kitchen, bathroom, and outdoor space renovations that are guaranteed to bring new life into your living spaces. Their skilled team will provide you with personalized customer service, fast turnaround times, and prices you won't find with big box stores. Support local and schedule a free consultation at enbgranite.com or call them at 314-645-9300, or better yet, stop by the showroom and explore their massive inventory. Again, that's enbgranite.com.
Budweiser, the American lager, a time-honored recipe, delivering great quality beer since 1876. Budweiser, this Bud's for you. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2024 Anheuser-Busch Budweiser Lager Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Need a lawyer? Onder wins. Call Onder Law at 314-9-million. That's 314-9 all zeros. Or go to onderwins.com.
WXOS, WXOS HD1 East St. Louis, and KPNT HD2 Collinsville. 101 ESPN is driven by Brown and Crouppen Law Firm. TMA is broadcasting live from Ballpark Village on 101 ESPN.
Our opening day coverage is presented by Rawlings. Visit the all-new Rawlings experience at Westport Plaza today by General Pest Services. Customers love us, bugs hate us. General Pest Services. And by Budweiser. Cardinals fans, this Bud's for you. Remember to drink responsibly.
TMA 101 ESPN, 9 o'clock hour, brought to you by Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, online at evergreenstl.com, or give them a call at 314-889-0503. I can't say enough good things about Mark Hanna. I've gotten to know him here since sponsoring my podcast and now sponsoring TMA. Everyone needs a financial advisor. Mark Hanna is someone I would recommend calling in a heartbeat. You'll feel better not only about your financial situation, but about life in general after talking to somebody as wonderful as Mark. 314-889-0503, or go online at evergreenstl.com. That's Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you live on 101 ESPN from the Shark Bar at Ballpark Village. Cardinal home opener less than 6 hours away, and it is our pleasure to be joined right now here at our set by Jared Carrabis. And I was looking at the Twitter bio during the commercial break, and I want to make sure, because I was asked why you have the nickname The Rocket.
Yeah.
By Daddy Padre, the Blues goaltender, Doug.
Well, he's not the Blues goaltender.
Well, he's the E-Bug for the Blues.
He's on the cup, right?
He is on the cup. The Rocket, the tribal chief of baseball. I need to get the answers on this, and the audience needs to know it. So, Jared, what we got going on?
Sure. So, my podcast co-host Dallas Braden, if you didn't know, threw a perfect game on Mother's Day 2010 for the then Oakland A's, no longer the Oakland A's. And in the beginning of our relationship, I always describe it as I was kind of like the young, cocky rookie in the clubhouse, and he's the grizzly veteran, and he's kind of
keeping you in check.
Yeah, he's got to keep me in check in various ways. But we did a radio show together, and we also did the podcast together. And I just knew that it would drive him nuts talking about like my high school baseball career compared to his Major League Baseball career. And when I was a sophomore in high school, I threw a no-hitter, and every time that he would talk about the perfect game, I'd be like, yeah, no, I know. When you're trying to get those last few outs there, it's kind of crazy. I was like, back in high school, they called me the Rocket. I was like, the fence along the third baseline was the parking lot, and the headlights would face towards the field, and people would put K's on their windshield when I would pitch, and just trying to compare him, just to annoy him. So that's where it came.
So very, very comparable, right?
Yes. Yep.
It's like having Matt Holliday on, and Tim, you say, when I was in third grade, I laid a bunt down.
I did.
And it's very...
Over Francis Park, that's exactly
very
right.
Jared, did I hear or you're friendly with Nolan Arenado a little bit?
Yeah. So 2019, we did a spring training tour. And, he at the time, hands down my favorite player. And he didn't have a big, at all, social media presence. So I didn't know that, he would even have any idea who the podcast was or who I was. And this is, of course, right after the Red Sox win the World Series in 2018. And he comes on the tour bus, and I'm starstruck. I'm like, oh, my God, it's Nolan Arenado. And he walks up to me, and he's like, hey, man, congrats on the World Series. I was like, how do you know? I was like, how did you know? But no, we connected that spring training. We've stayed in touch ever since. He's been on the podcast a few times. Great dude, super competitive. It was very surreal this past offseason, where that opportunity that I'm like, man, one of my favorite players who became one of my pals has the chance to come to my favorite baseball team. If all this comes full circle, that'll be so cool. It ended up being Bregman, who's also one of the pals. But I thought for sure that he was Boston bound. And when it didn't end up working out, I was bummed. I was obviously super excited about Bregman coming to Boston. But I was bummed because I felt like the likelihood of Nolan ending up in Boston was way, way higher. But either way, him being in St. Louis, it's still an awesome baseball town. The fans love him. And he's a competitor. I remember during COVID when, players were sent home They had no idea when they were going to be picking up a baseball bat again or playing in a game again. And this dude was working out like Game 7 of the World Series was tomorrow. And we had no idea when we were going to resume the season. We had no idea if there was going to be a season. And of all the players that I had ever kept in touch with, he was the one that was like, I'm ready. Like, if they start the season tomorrow, like, I'm ready. So that's the type of guy that Cardinals fans appreciate, the guys that work the hardest.
You think he's happy to still be here? Have you talked to him about that?
I think he's happy to be in a place where people love baseball. You know, like, at the end of the day, I think he had a list of teams that he would have approved a trade to. I'm sure the Red Sox were one of them, but they had their priority set on Bregman first. And if he signed with Detroit, I think no one's in Boston right now. But at the end of the day, no one is sad to play for the St. Louis Cardinals. Like, that is, like, people. I'm sure there's some people that are sad to play for the A's in Sacramento. But, you know, I don't think anyone is putting on that Cardinal uniform and being like, man, like, this stinks that I have to show up to work today.
It was kind of weird because it felt like, and I don't know if it was Joel Wolf or where it was, like, there was this movement to get him to Boston, but then the Red Sox never quite indicated whether they were on board or not. You know what I mean? I think they are not on his camp, love the idea. But the Red Sox were kind of like, yeah, maybe. Is that a fair read, do you think?
It was all in on Bregman. It was like, hey, make a decision. And even the Bregman stuff went down to the wire.
Yeah.
You know, I was keeping in touch with him all offseason, and it went from there's no offer on the table at all to the Red Sox have an offer in, but it's the worst offer that Bregman has, to, hey, we're going to up the AAV $10 million to get to 40 from 30. There was a lot of deferred money to a lot of guaranteed money. I think ultimately, again, I would even say it's a guarantee that if Bregman signed elsewhere, if he went to the Cubs, if he went to the Tigers, that Nolan is wearing a Red Sox uniform right now getting ready for opening day in Texas.
Yeah, that information right there is why I made a bet with our audience, and I did bet 3 different guys that he would not be with the Cardinals on opening day. And so today, in about 5 hours, I got to Venmo some MFers right now.
Oh.
So this is really problematic. But I saw Bregman doing an interview last week, I think it was, and he goes, up until a half hour before the Red Sox announcement, I thought I was going to the Tigers.
Correct.
How
yes.
about that?
Yes. So, I mean, again, I kept in touch with him pretty regularly, and we were recording our podcast. So I have the Baseball is Dead as my MLB podcast with Dallas, but I also have a Red Sox podcast called Section 10, and we record at night. And we were probably an hour into recording. The first hour was, you know, we're pumped to have Nolan. Like, this is happening. Like, you know, where's he going to fit into the lineup? Guys are going to learn from him. Platinum Glover, this is great. And then I get a FaceTime call, and it's Bregman. And I look at my phone, and I'm like, do I answer this? Like, I'm kind of like, I was like, we're not live, but, like, we're recording right now. And my co-host goes, uh-oh. And I was like, uh-oh, what? He's like, oh, my God. And I'm like, what does that mean? And then I answer the FaceTime, and I hold up my phone, and it's Bregman. And his face, he's not smiling. And I was like, oh, no. I was like, did you sign with the Yankees? Like, what's going on here? And then he pans down his phone to his son, who is wearing a Red Sox cap. And I was like, no, no way.
Talk about a reveal.
Yeah. And it was, again, like, I totally believe him that it was down to the very last minute, because I would check in quite often, and the sentiment was, yeah, they're not close, we're not close, it's not happening. And yeah, I think things just came together rather quickly at the end. I think John Henry was like, all right, if that's what it's going to take, like, we don't want to do 6 years, we don't want to do 7 years, but if we bump up the AAV to 40 million, will that, you know, entice you? And it sounds like the answer was yes.
Yeah, and I'm sure Nolan was thinking, okay, as soon as he announces, I'm heading to Boston.
Correct.
And that was it. That was the ABC of the whole situation. So it doesn't happen. John Mozeliak, who's going to join us here on the Stiefel dossier in 37 minutes, said that was his priority 1, 2, 3, the offseason, to trade Nolan Arenado.
Sure.
Doesn't happen. So we are in a really weird spot for your first ever experience at Busch Stadium, where there is a combination, Jared, of apathy and anger in this market toward this organization, which is as synonymous with a baseball team as Green Bay is with their football team. It's a really weird time here. Nationally, as a Red Sox fan, as a guy who has connections that you do around the game, what is your perspective on the Cardinals?
Yeah, no, I'm looking at your situation as what we just got out of in Boston. You know, I think the Forbes article just came out where, you know, they look at the overall value of each organization. They look at the revenue. They look at the money invested back into the team. I believe the Red Sox were #1 in terms of like total profit, like as in like we're making money, but we're not spending money. So yeah, like we were there. I think the Bregman signing, the Crochet trade, like that took out some of the sting that fans have towards the team. But you look at markets like Boston, you look at markets like St. Louis, and it's not like the fans demand a World Series every year. I think that there are some markets like New York, for example, they demand a World Series every year, and anything short of that is a failure. In baseball, you can't look at the sport that way. Too many things can go wrong. But I think playoffs as an expectation every year is fair. Like when you have you know, the budget that some of these ownership groups have, that the playoffs are at least putting forth an effort that tells me you're trying to get to the playoffs. Like I feel like the bar gets lower every year, where it's like, all right, we need to be in the playoffs every year. We need to be in the World Series. All right, how about you just show me that you're trying? And in St. Louis, that's kind of the perception is like, are you trying? Like, what did you do? What would you say you do here? You know, and it's I feel the fans' frustration because I've lived it the last 3 years where, you know, it's kind of this like almost like an abusive relationship where you've shown me in the past you love me, like 06, 2011, like you've shown me that you love me. You've spent money on players before. What happened? Is it me? Did something happen with you that you're not telling me? Like those are the emotions that you go through as a fan, and I think it's quite relatable again to like what we just experienced in Boston, what's going on in St. Louis right now.
What was your take on Chaim Bloom being there? He wasn't there very long, and now he is the heir apparent here, kind of fixing the minor league system right now. Sort of a strange transitional year here. My biggest question, we haven't talked to him except for one time briefly at a press conference, was did he trade Mookie Betts because they made him, or did he think, hey, this makes sense for us right now? Because that's my burning question for Chaim. We haven't had access to him, but what was his? And apparently some people say he did do a good job in terms of the farm system. What's his legacy there?
Did a great job. I mean, his name is still uttered to this day there because I mean, look at you've got. Like to be able to say Christian Campbell, the #7 prospect in baseball, the #2 prospect in the Red Sox organization. People are like, wow, okay, Chaim, thank you.
Yeah.
Roman Anthony, #1 prospect in baseball. Marcelo Meyer, I believe, was his first or second draft pick as an executive. I believe it was his second, so that was the 21 draft. It's like you're the #3. He was the #4 pick in the 21 draft, and he's the #3 prospect in the organization. So like Chaim did a fantastic job building up the organization in terms of prospects. I think where his legacy ultimately gets the criticism was the lack of conviction. You know, when you had these trade deadlines go by and mistakes were made, where I believe it was the 22 trade deadline, the Red Sox needed to get under the luxury tax. And it was very obvious that this team was not going to be a contender. They weren't going to go to the playoffs. This was not a World Series team. But they stayed over the luxury tax, which created more penalties moving forward. And it was very clear that there was teams that would have taken a Nate Eovaldi, would have taken a J.D. Martinez. You could have gotten under. You could have sold and, got some pieces. But again, same trade deadline. They ended up flipping Christian Vasquez and getting Wilyer Abreu, who's going to be starting in your outfield this year. So, like, there's hits, there's misses. I think with Chaim, he's a very, very nice man. Like, which is almost a detriment, like Theo Epstein, when he was in Boston, he's the type of guy where, if he's competing with the Yankees for a free agent and he gets beat, he's the dude that's going to smash a chair. Chaim's not smashing a chair. He's not flipping a table. He's just like, darn, on to the next one.
It's that Yale DNA,
Yeah.
Sip a scotch.
But to your question about the Mookie Betts thing, I think ultimately, yes, it was an ownership directive. But Chaim, the most fired up I think I've ever seen him get is when you press him on the notion that he wasn't in complete control. I think he would resent any sentiment that he wasn't in complete control or that his decisions weren't his own, specifically with the rehiring of Alex Cora after he was suspended for a year in 2020 and then getting rehired in 2021. And everyone was like, this is a formality. Like, why are we even pretending that we're looking for a manager? Obviously, they're going to bring back Cora, and then Heim rehires Cora. But he resented the idea that that wasn't his decision to do that. So, yeah, I think, but with the Mookie Betts thing, that ownership group, their philosophy is we don't have a philosophy. We don't sign pitchers over 30. We're going to let John Lester walk, but we're going to sign David Price to the largest free agent contract in Major League Baseball history. You know, the whole thing with the luxury tax, like that was why Mookie Betts was traded. Like they hired a guy to be like, all right, you're the bad guy. Like, we're not going to be responsible. Like, it was totally a financial thing. You know, because we've gone over the luxury tax so many consecutive years, if we give Mookie Betts $30 million, that's the equivalent of giving him really $100 million a year based on the penalties that we face. Right. So you're going to be the bad guy. You're going to trade him and hope that we get a great package in return. And I think ultimately the worst part about the Mookie Betts trade, other than he never should have been traded in the first place, is the return now looks awful.
Yes.
Awful.
It's brutal when you look at it. You see what he's doing, and you see the return.
Yeah, you have a backup catcher. That's what you got out of it. That's what you got.
Looking for.
Yep.
Jared Carrabis sitting down with us here. We are live from Ballpark Village on 101 ESPN and the TMA-STL YouTube channel. You are an Underdog fantasy guy. Underdog is a sponsor here on this program as well. And in sports gambling in Missouri, we thought we were going to have it in about 3 months. Then it got pushed back. It's been quite an odyssey here. One of the few states without it. How have you seen that evolve since your time posting on MySpace to now as the owner of an empire?
It is. It's very interesting how St. Louis is almost just like a couple of years behind Boston. You know, because we just experienced this in Boston. You know, are they going to legalize gambling? Are they going to do it? So, you know, in Massachusetts, it's very fun to be able to go out there and do it. But the thing about Underdog, you know, even they have like the daily fantasy, which I love because it's more just you can do higher or lower on any player's stats.
It's the best.
So I'll just do homers.
Yeah.
Like I know that, you know,
because you're going to get sick odds.
Right.
Yeah.
Like you want to sit there and like today, Tyler O'Neill, he's homered in 5 straight opening days.
Mr. Opening Day.
He's going for 6 today. And, you know, we put our picks out. We're doing a live stream later on today for Cardinals opening day, Red Sox, all that. Tyler O'Neill, we're all picking him to hit a home run today, and the room is going to explode if he ends up doing that. Yeah.
He's already hit one, Tim. It's
already out at 9:30. Jared, really enjoyed the conversation. Congratulations, man, on what you've built. It is super impressive, and great to have you in St. Louis experiencing opening day here at Busch Stadium.
Thank you, guys. It's been a lot of fun, and I'm very excited. As I was explaining earlier, I can't really give a grade on a city until I've been to the ballpark. Every time I go, I very rarely have traveled to a city that didn't have a big league ballpark, so I can't give St. Louis a grade until I get inside Busch
You'll
Stadium.
be in there here in a few hours.
Yes.
Opening day, 3:15 in downtown St. Louis. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett. Jared, thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
On, Jared Carrabis with us here on the program. We'll take a break, come back with more on 101 ESPN.
Text us anytime at 314-399-9646 on the Air Comfort Service Heating, Cooling, and Insulation text line on 101 ESPN.
Why do the national tax resolution firms need the tiny fine print at the bottom of all their TV ads? Hi, this is Lance Drury with the Lance Drury Law Firm. You don't hear fast-talking disclaimers in our ads because the claims we make are 100% transparent. The Lance Drury Law Firm primarily focuses on one thing, IRS problems, and we're regulated by the Bar Association, and we have a AAA rating with the Better Business Bureau. IRS issues are serious legal issues. The Lance Drury Law Firm has helped thousands of clients navigate the best resolution plans, and we tell you up front exactly how much it'll cost. Tax resolution law is all we do. So before you send money to some out-of-town, high-pressure salesperson, give us a call at the Lance Drury Law Firm, located right here in St. Louis. Call today to schedule your free consultation with me, 314-260-6120, or visit LanceDruryLaw.com.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements.
It is so important to hire the right contractor. And this day and age, you never really know sometimes who you're hiring to do the work. You try to save a buck or something, hire somebody who doesn't have a big track record. You can forget about all those words at Calgary & Thompson. These are people you can trust. They've been in business since the 1950s now. Anytime you need any part of your home redone, Calgary & Thompson should be the people that you think about. You say, where is it? Well, it's Calgary & Thompson on Manchester and Baldwin, next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come home to quality online at calgaryandthompson.com.
Spring is here. Celebrate at Rosalita's Cantina, where every dish is a celebration of fresh ingredients and the bold flavors of Mexico. Step out onto Rosalita's beautiful patio and treat yourself to the coconut shrimp, fried fish tacos, or the pepita-crusted salmon. Sip on your favorite margarita or try one of our signature cocktails like the Butterfly Martini, prickly pear tequila with Cointreau and lemon. Rosalita's, where the patio is always open and the flavor is always fresh. Learn more at rosalitascantina.com.
Hey, it's me again, Dr. Pryor. I've missed you, so I spent more money on advertising because I couldn't help but notice that you still haven't made an appointment with me at 100 West Dental. It's quite simple, really. Just type www.100westdental.com into a web browser and schedule a consultation with me, Dr. Pryor. That's 100 West Dental. Or call me. Please call me at 636-585-0100. I can't wait to see you.
Be ready to rock from the puck drop.
Holloway wide shoots, and he scores!
Every team wants to be able to build going into playoffs.
What a play by Cairo, a wraparound.
I think it's the best time of the year. It's what everyone dreams about.
Boys are heating up here. Block save, Binnington.
Just the energy in the building, really.
You know, the fans get going crazy.
They got us going. And we're going to keep on rocking.
Get your Stanley Cup playoffs tickets now at stlouisblues.com.
Why Brown and Crouppen? If you hire us, you're going to get great service. You're going to get a great result.
We're the winningest, and quite frankly, we're the kindest. A strong voice, an advocate. Why Brown and Crouppen?
We provide a family.
We have the power, the resources, and the ability to do what you need us to do, which is to get every cent that you deserve for the terrible thing that was done to you. That's why Brown and Crouppen. The choice of a lawyer is important and shouldn't be based on an ad.
Now batting leadoff, your local expert for all things basement-y, Woods Basement Systems. You can't watch the Birds game in your man cave in a wet basement. John Hewlett here telling you to call Woods Basement Systems, the experts for all things basement-y. Don't let a wet basement dampen your home's value. Woods has provided free written estimates for homeowners since 1986. So dry up that wet basement. Call Woods or go to woodsbasementsystems.com today. That's woodsbasementsystems.com.
101 ESPN's Blues Fan of the Week.
Congratulations to James Rice from St. Louis, Missouri. He was just named our 101 ESPN Blues Fan of the Week.
Submit your pick now to be the next 101 ESPN Blues Fan of the Week and take home a pair of tickets to an upcoming Blues game. Learn more at 101ESPN.com. TMA is broadcasting live from Ballpark Village on 101 ESPN.
Our opening day coverage is presented by Rawlings. Visit the all-new Rawlings experience at Westport Plaza today by General Pest Services. Customers love us, bugs hate us. General Pest Services. And by Budweiser. Cardinals fans, this Bud's for you. Remember to drink responsibly. Drink responsibly.
Welcome back. It is the morning after on 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program, and you can watch it on YouTube, youtube.com/TMASTL. Joined by Jared Carrabis. In the previous segment, really enjoyed the conversation with him. If you missed it, I'd recommend going back and podcasting via the Schaefer Door Company podcast. And, of course, you can watch it on YouTube anytime you want. And John Mozeliak is going to join us right here at the Dais Martin at Ballpark Village. Shark Bar coming up at 10 o'clock on the Stiefel dossier. And we have a developing situation.
I think Tony LaRussa is going to be here as well.
Oh,
we
great.
apparently... Maybe it's a case of the old me and him going back and forth, or maybe my being dense, but I guess I misunderstood him. So he was always planning on being on. I thought he was messing with me when he said, you can only ask one question. But apparently he has one specific question that we must ask, and then he said, ask anything else you want. So
this is unbelievable.
The Cardinal red jacket Hall of Fame manager Tony LaRussa here in the 10 o'clock hour. John Mozeliak here in the 10 o'clock hour. And right now, Nate Green, who is the director of hospitality.
Welcome in, Nate. Oh, thanks, Nate.
Nate's tired of listening to Doug talk about unhealthy food, and he said, just have at it, boy. Have
Look,
at it.
if you can, look on YouTube what Nate has brought us here, Doug. You would describe it as a smorgasbord?
It's quite a little display here. Yeah.
Look at Jackson with like the Barker's Beauties hand gestures as he holds up the delicious hot dogs.
He went full Vanna there.
He did. Nate, what do we have here, sir?
We have just a few items here. I was told Doug was looking for some health food today.
Yes, he was.
Is that what this is? It's hot dogs?
Absolutely. It's opening day.
Oh, yeah. Boy, they look good.
Put a Budweiser with it in your gut.
Oh, wash it on down with the king of
yeah,
beers.
It's noon somewhere. We have a lot of new items here in Busch Stadium. This is a few of them, but during this offseason, we took the center field concession stand and completely redid it, kind of blew it up and redid all of the inside, made it into, how is it? Good.
Oh, Jack.
We've got somebody digging in already.
He's knee deep.
Delicious.
God, it does look good.
We turned it into 3 different concepts. One of them is outfield grill. And it's no secret, you know, when you walk around the stadium, the best place to get a hot dog is at one of the portables that are scattered throughout the stadium. They make it right there on the grill for you. They top it for you. It's fresh. It's just ready to go. So we took that concept and put it into a larger stand so that you get the best hot dog quality that you can get. Here's 3 of the specialties that we have out there. One of them, I think the one you just tried. You tried the spicy one. It's the red hot sausage.
Spices is nices?
No warning on that one for you.
Got some jalapenos in there?
Spices is nice.
Yes. The red hot sausage and peppers and onions. The one he's cutting into now
look at him
is
go.
the brisket dog. That's the only place you can get it. It's out in center field.
Brisket dog.
Brisket dog.
So what's on that, Nate?
It's the hot dog and house smoked brisket smoked in the stadium.
Look at him go.
Look at Jackie Papers.
He hadn't eaten in weeks.
Some barbecue sauce and some crispy fried onions.
Oh, I like that one.
That one's enticing to me, Martin.
Yeah.
That one. How you doing over there, Papers?
How was that one?
Just outstanding.
Wow.
Look, he's emotional.
He's weeping.
So delicious.
How do you, Nate? How do you guys brainstorm? How do you know? Is it trends around the league? How do you know what works?
We do a lot of surveys. We listen to a lot of the customers, the fans, what they want, and we just know that there's a certain faction of people that want that ballpark fare. It'll always be there. The hot dogs will always be there. The nachos will always be there. But we see it, at our stadium. We see it at City Park or Energizer Park, at other baseball stadiums, that you also want some different foods, a different experience. So we kind of just look at what we have to offer already. Sometimes you have to look at the equipment that's in a stand or that you have available, like what can I make, and come up with things that we're missing and fill in those gaps. Like one new item we have this year is mayo ketchup. It's a local, small Latin cuisine, South American style empanadas.
They got the famous Cuban sandwiches they got going, right?
So we have them in the stadium now. So people will be able to have that for the first time.
Doug would like a piece of dry grilled chicken with a
that?
side of broccoli.
Yes, please.
Wow.
Our audience seems to love the helmet nachos. You still have those.
100%. 100%. Yes.
My only beef here, and I love a good nacho. I want to go back. Remember the old school? It might have been Old El Paso, but it was the round, almost like a yellow tortilla chip, but it was the round.
Round like Tostitos.
Yes.
That's what it was, yeah.
I think Old El Paso made
it was. You're exactly
I love
right.
that. I love that chip. I mean, we all have to have a passion.
Look at what's going on over to Doug's left. Jackson.
What one is he inhaling now, Nate?
He's got the bacon cheddar bratwurst now.
He sure does.
Bacon cheddar.
Doug, it's falling out of the gentleman's mouth.
I don't want to get my fingers too close. Spicy mustard aioli and sauerkraut.
Oh, my goodness. Now, the key thing is once you have that, Jackson, and how's that treating you?
Here we go.
Just 3 for 3.
Wow.
And they're huge. That's like a full meal.
They are enormous, yes.
But the key, Doug, you got to wash it down with something, and that's where Crumble Cookie comes in.
Yeah, absolutely. We are actually the first MLB stadium to have Crumble Cookie, so we're excited for that. And you can get them singular, or this would be the 4-pack, the 4 different flavors or varieties. You can get them all together. The one on the right with the red coloring on the icing, that is the Cardinal's Crumble Cookie.
Nice.
Cardinal crumble cookie.
Cardinal crumble cookie.
That was just released. I can only show that because it was actually just announced by them about 30 minutes ago.
Oh, we got breaking news. That's the first time this show's ever broken any news.
We broke a table.
We did. Yeah, be careful leaning into that thing, Nate. It took me out at about 7:15. At least according to my lawyer, that's what had happened.
Yeah.
And then what do we have next to the new Cardinal cookie?
It's a chocolate.
Can't go
it's
wrong.
like that brownie cookie, chocolate with chocolate icing. Yes.
Are you the guy that gets to taste all this and decide this is going to go and this is no?
Yeah, I'm on that board. I get to try everything out, and as you can tell, a lot of cookies were had.
Cookies were had.
What's next to the chocolate?
That's the peanut butter.
Oh, Doug. Oh, I know you like peanut butter and mayonnaise, so the peanut butter cookie.
It's hard to beat the chocolate chip right
Oh,
there.
yeah. You're eyeing
classic.
Doug's
Yeah,
eyeing it.
I can tell you're going
It's
to
your
give
cheat day,
it.
Doug.
You're like
It's
Chris
opening
Rock
day.
with the pipe in New Jack City. You're going to grab it and you're going to take it, aren't you? I can tell you're going to do it.
Go for it, Doug.
At least
It's
have a part of that.
It's
Yeah.
fun.
Yeah.
Nate, what's the biggest seller? I mean, is it a hot dog? At the end of the year, what's nachos?
It's hot dogs and nachos.
Really?
Yeah, it is. It's the classic baseball fair. This stadium, our fans love the classic baseball fair. We sell the most nachos of any baseball park in the U.S.
Not surprising.
We got that.
And you can put the helmet right on your head.
Doug. Body shaming everybody. Let's enjoy our life and have some ball.
Stop it, Doug.
But Nate also oversees the museum, the Cardinals Hall of Fame, deals with the Red Jackets.
Yes.
And the museum, I think, is kind of a hidden gem. I like the part where it's almost like a Busch Stadium 2. You walk in there and you look around the ceiling.
Yeah.
And the museum, what, year-round, wide open?
Open year-round, certainly, yes. 10 to 6 every day. Game days open later. A few ways to get in. We encourage people to get memberships so you can keep coming back. And we try to keep it with something new to see so that people do want to keep coming back. We have programming during the season with Saturday signings. We just opened a new exhibit called Growing Up Cardinal. Opened it right last Saturday was the first day for it.
Yeah.
And it's kind of looking at baseball through the lens of a child. It's how we have historically marketed to children, marketing deals that players have had. There's a Pujols cereal box in it, you know, like kind of how you get the fan when they're young. So it's baseball through the lens of children. And it's going to be a hit. So
how about a
definitely come check it out.
kiosk dedicated to songs made by fans? We have a large collection.
We do.
Not all of them are called, I don't know, good.
Good is a word I would use.
They like to rhyme things like Rasmus and Hasmus and whatever. I mean,
Pontoon is
the new one. We got a song called Youngry.
Yeah.
It's just an idea.
Maybe an entire nightclub here at Ballpark Village. Where they
Not
would
all
play
ideas
nothing
make
but
it.
country.
That's right. At least Nate heard the idea.
Right.
Sounds like he considered it, and sounds like he's moved on. Honestly,
He's already moved on.
He's already moved
Well,
on.
fine. I'll eat your brat, and you can take that idea.
Nate, congratulations on the new fair and opening day here in
Yes,
St.
exciting.
Louis. We really appreciate you dropping by the program, man. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That is
Thanks,
Nate Green, and you can enjoy all of these treats. Jackson, you have enjoyed all 3 of these delicious treats and the crumble cookies on debut today in downtown St. Louis at Busch Stadium for Cardinal opening day. That's where you can find us right now at the Shark Bar at Ballpark Village. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. This is TMA on 101 ESPN.
101 ESPN is powered by Kaufman Townsley St. Louis's injury lawyers. Call 314-500-5000.
Hey, it's BK. You can join me and 101 ESPN on Saturday at Genesis of St. Charles for an afternoon filled with fun and excitement. This Saturday from 1 to 3 o'clock, bring the whole family by. We'll have face painting events. A balloon artist will be there. We'll have food trucks. A special appearance also by Louie and the Blue Crew. Plus, I will have a chance for you to win a pair of tickets to an upcoming Blues home game. That's all this Saturday from 1 to 3 o'clock at Genesis of St. Charles. It's located at 5601 Veterans Memorial Parkway. I will see you guys there Saturday from 1 to 3. You can get all the details right now at 101ESPN.com.
When you get hurt, you don't want to end up on the injured list. You want to get back in the game stronger than ever. At Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, we fight for you, making sure big insurance doesn't throw you a curveball. With over $25 billion recovered, we're the home run hitters you need.
This is way out there and gone.
Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Proud sponsor of the St. Louis Cardinals.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. This is Jay Delsing, author of the new golf book, You Wouldn't Believe Me If I Told You. It's an unforgettable memoir of golf, grit, and a blue-collar kid on the PGA Tour. Get yours at jdelsinggolf.com. That's jdelsinggolf.com.
Farming's hard. To feed the world, farmers have to work the land, brave the elements, and fight the battle against weeds. Weeds reduce crop yields, so prices go up and everybody gets less to eat. But 50 years ago, farmers got a new tool to fight weeds, glyphosate. It kills weeds while protecting the harvest. Time and again, it has been approved by the EPA and by leading regulatory bodies around the world. It helps enable practices that reduce erosion and keep soil healthy, which is good for the earth. Farming's hard, but it's a little easier with glyphosate. Learn more at go.bayer.com/glyphosate. Paid for by Bayer.
Are we waiting on your little pill to hit home base?
No, I got a chewable. It works faster.
Oh, so we can get naughtier sooner?
And longer.
Victory Men's Health has launched VictoryRx.com. Get prescribed our #1 ED medication. It has the combined power of Cialis and Viagra in a chewable tablet and better absorption. It's easy. Get a consultation on VictoryRx.com and your ED chewable. VictoryRx.com, where men's sexual health matters.
Martin Kilcoyne for my friends at AutoLoanPro.com. If you're in the market for a vehicle, but you're not sure because of your situation what car you can afford, this is the perfect site for you because they have an entire playbook dedicated to explaining how credit works, how you can improve your credit score, and maybe get a different car in the future. You walk through all of it by downloading the playbook at AutoLoanPro.com. You'll see Robert Thomas on there, friend of the show, explaining not just how you can buy the car, but how your credit works. You'll learn all of that while also getting a great car. It's AutoLoanPro.com, part of the Frank Lita family of cars.
Budweiser, the American lager, a time-honored recipe delivering great quality beer since 1876. Budweiser, this Bud's for you. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2024 Anheuser-Busch, Budweiser Lager Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Bet like the pros with the world's largest sports book right at your fingertips. Circus Sports is now available in Illinois. Hi, I'm Derek Stevens. I've been a lifelong sports bettor, and I'm the owner of Circus Sports. We're excited that the Circus Sports app is now ready for action. Experience big app bets with high betting limits, tight money line splits, and more. Now you can download, fund, and bet like a pro from anywhere in Illinois. Download your new bookie today at circusports.com. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-GAMBLER or text ILGAMB to 833-234.
It's Swiss Air Heating and Cooling Sweet 16 deal. $1,600 off and 0% financing. SwissAirSTL.com.
Sponsored by Mercedes-Benz.
Jim Butler, Chevy Powerhouse. Best price and selection's what we're all about.
No. We still have the classic jingle, right?
Jim Butler is the Chevy Powerhouse.
Together, let's drive at JimButlerChevrolet.com.
This is Jordan Bennington, and it's game day on your home of the Blues 101 ESPN.
Blues Game Day is presented by Buffalo Wild Wings, the ultimate arena for wings and wins. 101 ESPN Sports Center.
This is Chairman Kurt with another SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Opening day down at Busch Stadium. Blues hockey tonight. We've also got Sweet 16 action, BYU and Alabama, followed by Maryland and Florida, Arizona and Duke, and Arkansas, Texas Tech. That was another SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
TMA is broadcasting live from Ballpark Village on 101 ESPN.
Our opening day coverage is presented by Rawlings. Visit the all-new Rawlings experience at Westport Plaza today by General Pest Services. Customers love us, bugs hate us. General Pest Services. And by Budweiser. Cardinals fans, this Bud's for you. Remember to drink responsibly. Drink responsibly.
Back at TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, sponsor of the 9 o'clock hour. He's online at evergreenstl.com. You can give him a call, 314-889-0503. On the Stiefel dossier, we will be joined right here at the dais from Ballpark Village, Shark Bar. John Mozeliak in 8 minutes. And then Tony LaRussa also going to join us in the 10 o'clock hour. I mean, what a magical 10 o'clock hour.
It's a lot of radio.
You want to be on youtube.com/TMASTL so you can see the whole thing, eh? You like that, Doug? See the whole thing, eh?
Yeah, I don't mind it. It's kind of old school.
Right.
Like what they might have said in the 30s or something, talking to Gehrig and Ruth.
Yeah, 383 fans of the program. And by fans, I mean
Is that on delay? It's Jackson
holding up hot dogs is what I see on YouTube.
That's a pretty good visual there.
And it looks like you're standing in front of an eclipse.
Once again, the sun, the light always sort of finds him, doesn't it?
Somebody's typing in the YouTube chat, brought to you by Michelob Ultra, as the TMA remote lamp.
Yeah, he's getting blasted by lightning even here.
This light is a little.
He's got to run and get. He's getting John Mozeliak. I believe Tony LaRussa is coming after that. So we of course have loaded with sausage and meats for the vegetarian Hall of Fame manager.
We ought to clean up a little.
Martin, why don't you tell people about Schnucks?
Hey, the great thing about Schnucks, they're not only in your neighborhood, they're also inside the ballpark. You can grab Schnucks at Busch Stadium. Best thing to do, also load up on the app, the Schnucks Rewards app. You're going to get double points days. You can use it for curbside. You can use it for delivery. If you can't find an item in the store, the Rewards app helps you with that as well. All of this while you're earning points. So when you shop, you're going to get money back. It's a lot of fun. Build up those points when you're checking out. They'll let you know. Hey, you got $20. You want to use it? You got 25, 30, 10, whatever. It's all part of the great Schnucks Rewards program. Download the app. Stop by and see Schnucks at the ballpark as well. The old grab and go. For all your groceries, it's your neighborhood Schnucks. Get that Rewards app. Do it today.
Happy opening day, Tim. Hope the Cardinals bring you a victory. Suck it, Doug.
Hey.
The sad panda. Great text.
Okay, it's not a great text. You know, I was going to suggest green envy to him, but I'm not anymore. I'll suggest it to everybody else but him.
But sad panda.
Because this is a time of year where you start to look out at the lawn and you say, boy, I hope we have a good year. Don't leave it up to chance. Call Green Envy. That's what I've done for a couple of years now. They come out and they'll do the work for you, and these guys are great. They're skilled and knowledgeable team is passionate about creating stunning lawns and landscapes. They offer competitive pricing and flexible packages to suit your budget. They take pride in the work and guarantee your satisfaction with their services. Enjoy your free time while the folks at Green Envy take care of your lawn, leaving you with a beautiful, stress-free outdoor space. That's what they do. Their fertilizer treatments include weed and pest control to ensure that your lawn stays beautiful and pest-free. Everybody wants a gorgeous lawn, and the way to get it is contact the folks at Green Envy. Their website is greenenvylawns.com.
There it is, and we welcome you to participate in the show by texting in 314-399-9646. And you can also email in for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. If you are in the market and you are thinking about getting engaged, I would like to recommend Moritz Reusch online at ninjabling.com. When I'm talking about the location, I want you to know it's in Richmond Heights. It's close to Clayton, right across from the Galleria. St. Louis business. This is a St. Louis business through and through, not a box store. They're online at ninjabling.com. If you are looking to get engaged, now is the time to do it. I have been there on the 15th floor of the tower across from the Galleria. It's Moritz Reusch. Let Dan and his family take care of you. Moritz Reusch online at ninjabling.com. And the slow clap that is starting to pick up here at the Shark Bar.
Oh, thank you.
Is because John Mozeliak is making his way to the dais. Be careful, I fell through this thing at about 7:20.
It actually happened.
When you arrive, 101 ESPN prioritizes it. Top priority. Now,
Great question.
I want you to read. Your manager read the text inbox when he joined us at spring training.
Oh, boy.
Here is the text. Please keep a shred of journalistic integrity and don't just kiss Mo's ass for letting you broadcast there today like you did in Jupiter.
That's fair.
That is fair. I was actually, kind of shocked about all the fans you had here.
Yeah, this is a little higher than normal.
Really,
well, I think
four of them.
We're such big deals in the market. We can't just allow people in, or there'd be an overflow.
Move that mic. I don't want to tell you what to do, sir, but move that mic up just a little bit closer to your mic. You've done a few.
My chair's not very comfortable. This whole thing is just
we're off to a
pretty
good start.
sketchy. Yeah.
It is sketchy.
Can I tell you, Tim, the veteran move that Mo uses? I said, hey, are you going to be around? Are you available? And he said, check with Tuno. And Tuno goes, check with Carson. And Carson's like, did you check with Mo? And I said, okay, it's fine. It's fine. If you don't want to do it, you don't have to do it.
We're on to this after a number of years. Natalie attired, the bow tie, so famous and beloved in St. Louis. You know that.
Look, our fans should be thrilled. This is my last one.
Oh.
They know I'm out now. There's no, who cares, right? Just enjoy the year.
What are you thinking on your last opening day as the president of baseball? I bet you thought I bet you had a little emotion. I bet you had a little emotion when you woke up and drove down here today.
Yeah, definitely when I walked in this morning, it was very quiet. There wasn't much going on yet. And as I was like just kind of my normal path in, and I started thinking about it a little bit, and I did get a little sad. I was like, this is it. But, no regrets. It's been an amazing run. Loved every moment of it, and, just grateful for the opportunity I had. And I'm certainly hopeful that we have a great year this year. But, today is a special day in St. Louis, as everybody that has grown up here knows that. And, just walking in here to, just now, it's like there's a great vibe out there. And fingers crossed our weather holds, and, we'll have a great day.
When you walked in '97, I guess I could look it up, but what was your first title? What was your first job?
Scouting assistant, and my very first day was November 1, 1995.
Wow.
But it was the old ballpark, so a much different walk. But I do remember a lot of nerves that day. And, if I thought about what I was thinking at that moment then to where I am today, I'm sure I would have never imagined this.
How'd you get your start in baseball just at the very beginning? You were with Colorado, right?
I was. So a good friend of mine is a guy named Jared Carrabis, who worked for the Colorado Rockies, and they were a little short-handed. He asked me if I could come down and help. And very first thing I did was throw batting practice to the Colorado Rockies. I'm left-handed, and they were in need of someone to throw, so that's what I did.
Did you carve them up?
They got mad at me a little bit because it's natural
you
run. You
bean
right?
Galarraga.
That was actually Bichette. But, that's how it all began.
Huh. I'd heard you were a computer guy, too. Weren't you ahead of the curve on the computer systems and everything?
Call me a nerd?
No, I'm just an intelligent nerd.
I'm leaving. I had a computer background. My father worked for IBM, so had early exposure to that. And, that was kind of my foray into it. And then helped set some things up for the Rockies. And then Walt Jocketty asked me to do a similar thing here for the Cardinals.
John Mozeliak sitting down with us here. We are live from Ballpark Village. Cardinal opening day getting underway in 5 hours and 15 minutes. This opening day, I feel like, is different than previous ones because, as you are aware, we've talked about it, there is some anger, there is some apathy amongst some in the fan base. It's just a real thing. Got to talk about it.
I hadn't heard that.
How do you view this situation versus, let's say, some other opening days?
I certainly understand the narrative in terms of off-season activity relative to others. Historically, we've been pretty targeted on what we need to do, what we want to do. Obviously, this off-season took a much different path. Couple things happened. One, we lowered payroll. Two, we spent a lot of time and energy trying to move our third baseman. And then finally, we just weren't active in the free agent market. Now, part of the reason we weren't active in the free agent market was we really did want to create opportunity for some of our younger players. In the past, we've been willing to trade some of those guys to address some other issues. In this particular case, we know we're in a transition period. We know we want to find out what types of players we have. And then ultimately, hopefully, the Cardinals in a year or two are using the free agent market to augment their needs. But in the meantime, we have a young, great core. Obviously, if they put it all together, it could be a very exciting year. If they struggle a little bit, then there's going to be some ups and downs. But I think you got to create that runway. You got to give these guys a chance, and we'll see what happens.
What did you see this spring? Anything that you're like, okay, that's maybe an area will be better than I thought? Is there anything that changed your mind about this team based on what happened in Florida?
You hate to use spring training as sort of a ruler or a judge of what you're seeing, but the one thing I am excited about is I do think offensively we're going to be better than people expect us to be. I think Brownie's been a really a good voice inside that clubhouse from a hitting standpoint, and I think a lot of our younger guys are making adjustments, and when you look at where we thought our club was going to look like maybe 2 months ago to now seeing someone like a Victor Scott get center field, I think the athleticism, speed, and really the ability to hit the ball all over the field is something that is a great skill. So I'm excited to see what we can do. I really am. But people always say, he's always optimistic. But it's something that I think there's a lot of talent in this clubhouse. Let them go play, and let's find out what we have.
What's the most recent Will update your son on Twitter negativity towards Dad? You said Will would keep you abreast of the comment.
Thankfully, he's very busy in school right now,
Okay,
so
good.
I haven't heard from him, but
did you
I'm
get
sure you're going to share something.
Well, I'm assuming you got the TMA bump, after being on the show, and people, you were on 3 times that week, and people say, wow, he seems like he's actually kind of fun.
Yeah.
I do think that's the biggest misconception about you, is that you're kind of stiff and you're no fun, and I'm not. No, I'm saying.
I can hear you.
No, I'm saying I think it's been an unfair.
Between Martin and Doug, you guys are like.
Doug called him a nerd. Hey, we're holding him accountable.
Yeah,
Tim.
isn't it amazing how I'm the professional?
Wow. No, but do you feel at times?
Here we go.
Okay. I think
Go ahead. Floor's yours.
Okay. Now it's back to me. Tim, you just got dunked, and now it's back to me. Do you think that people that see you in sound bites, and we talked about Ollie, and we did Matt Holly the other day saying that about Ollie, you see him in clips on TV, you don't really know that person, but if you only consume their personality that way, do you think that's possible, that there's a perception of you, oh, he's just kind of uptight and he's stiff and he's serious and he's not fun, which is, and people can hear you on this show, that's not true. What's the question, Mo?
I don't
Do you think
know.
you've been misunderstood in any way by some of the fans?
I just looked over because I was listening
He's
to
checked
you,
out.
and then he was staring at you like Phil Ivey trying to get a read on a flush draw.
Who was the guy that used to do the Sunday Camel X with me in the radio thing?
Ron Jacober?
No, it was someone else. And you used to always like mock him, like.
Oh,
like,
Martin would.
No,
Martin
you're
would
like,
do
yeah,
that.
like, Mo,
Martin wouldn't do that.
Oh, you're on for 15 minutes, and you said 8 words.
Oh no,
So
let's not name names here.
I think that person is the one that created this persona
Oh, my.
because I was never actually allowed to speak.
Oh, I see. Okay. Well, now this is your chance.
That guy just got dunked on. That poor guy.
That's
I'm just saying. Like,
Okay, so this is an open canvas where you get to.
I think my job and my role with the company is supposed to be professional, right? I think most people that would be what you would expect at someone that sits in that chair. Now, does that mean I don't smile or don't have fun or can't joke? Of course not. The beauty of working in baseball is you have access to the clubhouse, you're in the clubhouse, and, that's what makes it so much fun. But, I do think I have to represent a side of this industry or this team that does have to have some professionalism.
And it's a shout at you, Tim.
I did. I know.
Well, you
noticed he looked
three
away.
guys.
Collectively.
But baseball, I think, more than other
Very
sports.
loosely fit. Go ahead, Doug. I'm sorry.
Okay, if I could.
Now you guys
to
are
say-
sideways.
Just keep it short.
I started to say
Unfortunately, we lost some of our runway right there.
baseball more than other sports. Everybody seems to have an opinion. Everybody played Little League or softball. So no matter what you do, everybody has an opinion on what you just did, as opposed to the Blues, where most people don't have a clue what's going on in the hockey rink.
Well, they are hot, and actually the way they're playing is exactly like what I hope we do.
How about that?
Give it young people, give them a chance, see what they can do, and if they put it together, it's impressive. So, but you're right. Everybody always thinks about baseball as like what they did when they were 12. I'll just remind everybody that's listening, all 8 of you, that it is a very hard game, and Major League players make it look easy because they practice it all the time, and they really, really are good at it. But it is a hard game.
The Arenado conversation, we saw you in Jupiter. He hadn't arrived yet. Then he did. And there were some data points that were pretty encouraging on swing speed and performance. He had the 3-1 home run a couple nights ago down in Memphis. Number 1, conversations that you guys had, and number 2, what did you see from him in Jupiter?
Yeah, I think this is like a perfect forum for me to tell you guys exactly what we spoke about.
If you could,
Yeah.
And if
Well, because
ideally,
nobody's
Especially like the
this is
intimate
essentially being in a cone of silence.
stuff. Right. This guy's over here tweeting the whole time.
This guy. Jackson, you're this guy.
Oh, boy.
I'd like to introduce you to this guy. That's Jackson.
You missed it when he was consuming brat,
Would you like some
sausage.
hot dog?
Yeah, would you like
No,
to wash
thank you.
down?
It looks lovely, though.
Oh, he is a snob. He won't eat a brat, this guy.
That's been half eaten. Yeah, excuse me
See,
for being a
Doug's-
jerk.
Would you like to take Doug's fork and knife over there?
We've
I only use it-
been sharing it with a fork and knife. Highbrow.
I mean, where were we?
I asked you to reveal
Oh, yeah,
private
Nolan.
conversations between you and Nolan Arenado.
Yeah. If I remember correctly, it went splendidly. No, I mean, obviously, I did anticipate that could be an awkward moment, but he did come up to my office. We met, just the two of us. And obviously we talked about a lot of different things, but, you know, we both understood where we were. We both understood where this likely could go. And so, you know, we kind of hugged it out. We shook hands and said, look, you know, let's just have a great year. And, you know, obviously when you look back at the last couple of years and some of our struggles, you know, when you think about having an iconic player like a Nolan Arenado, expectations are high for him. And if we can get him, you know, almost a little bit of a regression to his mean where he's at, like, look, we could have a good year offensively. And right now his mindset's great. He understands where we are. And I think from a clubhouse standpoint, that's good news for the Cardinals.
We asked you the last time we talked about the world of baseball, where it's headed in terms of just the haves and the have-nots. Do you think they have
What did
time?
I say then?
Well,
just repeat it.
Just repeat it. Well, I feel like
I'm on the clock, boys.
I feel like the lockout talk has increased. And do you think, is there any way baseball can kind of navigate this? Maybe you've still got a year and a half until the deal's up, the CBA. Do you think they'll work hard to try and iron this out?
I certainly hope so. I mean, no one wants to see a work stoppage. Hi, Skipper.
Yeah, the manager.
There's Tony LaRussa walking in. There's John Mozeliak.
How about this? Let's just start handing out red jackets.
Is he on your show?
Yeah, he's going to be
join
on
us.
here.
He's joining us.
He came for the hot dogs.
Tony, why would you do this show? I mean, I got suckered into this.
Oh, wow.
No, I think, look, I think
got a lot
obviously
of time to hammer this out, right?
Well, you have a lot of time, but as everybody knows in sports, you need deadlines. And so I think as the 2026 season plays out, hopefully they use that time to navigate this. But it's going to be tricky. Obviously, you see what's happened in this sport. You see a lot of the coastal teams that have the ability to really outspend what's happening in the Midwest. And so, trying to create some form of level playing field, or maybe the ability to have a floor and a ceiling where it pushes some things up, but it does create a little bit of a control, if you will. Will take some time, but I think for this game to really move forward, and you're seeing it in other sports right now, that when they are all working together, owner and player, that's your best outcome.
There it is. John Mozeliak, unfortunately, I know you'd like to stick around for another hour or so, but we've got to go.
Actually, I wasn't even thinking about that. But,
oh, no.
You guys
it
wait
was
today,
great.
be superstitious, and come back tomorrow.
Yeah, I can't wait to see you guys.
Call us,
Jackson. Sorry about that.
No, Jackson,
now we're on first name basis. I'll never forget you.
Yeah. Next year at this time, call in from Nepal or wherever you're climbing a mountain.
Nepal?
Well, wherever you, whatever
What are
you're.
a chance I won't be there?
Nepal? Are you climbing?
I'm saying in your travel. I saw you doing something. I was giving you a compliment. Something rigorous, athletic.
I thought you were going to say Naples, but you went Nepal.
Well, maybe Naples is more likely.
But you are going to Nepal. Wow, that's out there now. Congratulations.
Well, wherever you are, Old Warson.
Mo, thank you so much for joining
it was
the
a
program.
pleasure.
Yeah, I know. It was wonderful. There he is, John Mozeliak, the president of the Baseball Operations Final Opening Day, joining us on the program. We'll take a commercial break. Tony LaRussa is here, and he's going to join us coming up next. This is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
The Blues play on ESPN.
Shoots, he scores!
Tonight, Blues and Predators. Pre-game at 6, puck drop at 7.
The wait is over!
Your home of the Blues, 101 ESPN.
If you're the victim of a car accident or suffered a work injury in St. Louis, you want attorneys who live here and work here to handle your case. You want someone who knows St. Louis and is about St. Louis. You want Kaufman Townsley. We settle only when it's in your best interest, and when it's not, we go to trial. And nobody has more experience than our attorneys. Experience that pays off for you. Kaufman Townsley. Real people, real results. Call 314-500-5000. That's 314-500-5000.
Have you ever noticed how some dealers brag about huge inventory, but then it's scattered across, 5 lots, 2 counties, maybe a random cornfield? Not with my friends at Auto Centers Nissan. They've got over 800 new and used vehicles, and it's all in one location. So we're not talking about random cornfields. We're talking one spot out in Herculaneum. One massive location right off I-55 in McNutt and Herculaneum, just minutes from South County. No scavenger hunt required with Auto Centers. And forget overpaying. These vehicles are priced to move. Plus, on new Nissans, you get a complimentary lifetime warranty and a 30-day return promise. That's serious peace of mind that you won't find anywhere else. Oh, and if your credit's seen better days, no problem. Their credit experts can help any current situation. Tons of glowing reviews, can't be wrong. Check them out today or hit them up at autocentersnissan.com to browse that massive selection. When you head out to Auto Centers Nissan Herculaneum, tell them that Anthony Stalter sent you. It's Auto Centers Nissan Herculaneum.
Jamie Rivers here, and I'm with my great friend Katie from Elite Heating and Cooling. And one thing that you like to talk about, Katie, is the fact that people can trust Elite.
Absolutely. Yep. That is our goal. We don't mark it up to mark it down. So I was meeting with a family just the other day that stated that they had one of our competitors out there offering the same type of equipment, same manufacturer, and they stated that they were offering a rebate. There are no rebates available right now. So we're not going to offer a rebate that's not a true rebate. It's the same price all year. We're not going to mark it up on our slow season. You know, we always want to be honest with the customer.
And that's what you call great customer service. And that's what they get over there at Elite Heating and Cooling.
Correct. If you have a problem and there's a situation that needs to either be a repair or a replacement, we're going to go through those thoroughly so that you understand everything that needs to be done.
They pride themselves on making sure the customer feels safe and the customer can trust what Elite Heating and Cooling is doing. So please give them a call, book an appointment.
No gimmicks, just guarantees. Let us earn your trust at EliteComfortExperts.com.
There are two versions of you, the one you see in the mirror and the one waiting in your future. BodySim's digital twin technology reveals that future you by decoding your metabolism, continuously adjusting your workouts and meal plans to exactly what's working to gain muscle and shed fat. Start today at bodysim.com with code WXOS for $250 off. BodySim is an informational tool, not for diagnosing or treating disease. Communication and results aren't professional medical advice. Consult a physician for all medical decisions or before changing workout supplements or diet.
Need a lawyer? Onder wins. Call Onder Law at 314-9-million. That's 314-9 all zeros. Or go to onderwins.com.
Since the dawn of baseball, every player has honed their unique skills. Witness the heroes of the game as the season unfolds.
101 ESPN has your chance.
WXOS HD1 East St. Louis and KPNT HD Collinsville. 101 ESPN is driven by Auto Centers Nissan, home of the lifetime warranty and 30-day return. TMA is broadcasting live from Ballpark Village on 101 ESPN.
Our opening day coverage is presented by Rawlings. Visit the all-new Rawlings experience at Westport Plaza today by General Pest Services. Customers love us, bugs hate us. General Pest Services. And by Budweiser. Cardinals fans, this Bud's for you. Remember to drink responsibly. Drink responsibly.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Doug Vaughn with you on the program. And as John Mozeliak called him, that guy over there is Jackson Burkett. And we are joined here at Ballpark Village on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel by the Hall of Famer, Tony LaRussa, back on the program.
Look at this.
Have you ever heard a gallery like this? What's going on? Great to see you. You didn't know Martin was going to be on the show, though.
Well, I knew he was around. I didn't think he was going to participate.
I took more shrapnel during the break.
You did. You got it from Mozeliak and
That's
Tony
a good word.
LaRussa.
That's shrapnel. Where'd you learn that word?
Like just people firing shots at us.
Okay.
You had it defined for you. Wasn't that helpful?
Are you going to use that?
Shrapnel?
Yeah. You took some shrapnel over the years. Live to tell.
Yeah, I think luckily the true Cardinal fans remember the good times, and they forget we had some not so good.
Yeah. Well, I said to Mozeliak in Jupiter, I said, do you hope, like in 10 years or so, people look back and on you fondly? He said, guys, is it going to take 10 years? It does seem like over time. But how about opening day for you? You love coming back.
Well, with total respect to the other 29 teams and the two other two I was with, there's nothing like the Cardinals. And even every time a visiting club comes in, and they experience it, they'll talk about it. You know, the way they celebrate and especially the history. I was talking to my buddy Steve Hodges here. We were talking about it's not the same because when I first got here, the Cooperstown Hall of Famers were in those cars. Stan, Red, Gibby, Brock, Ozzie, Whitey. So it's so sad, except for Ozzie's the only one left. And now we got the young bucks, and they're good, great, but they're nothing like those other guys. They were legendary, and they made the whole event for me. And the whole year, every year that I was here, each of them made it personal about, hey, you know what's responsible? Grab you by the neck. Don't you get beaten? I said, yes, sir.
You really, though, loved it and I think appreciated it. That wasn't just like a line to Cardinal fans. You were, I don't want to say in awe, but you really did have an appreciation of being alongside that greatness.
Well, I was around for 16 years in the American League, so I had enough experiences with other organizations, and even when we played in both leagues. So I didn't know what opening day was like in '96, and my first indication when you see those gorgeous horses, and from then on it's been a love affair.
Didn't you pass your phone to Stan or something for your dad? Wasn't that Stan was in your office when you first took over or something, and your dad wanted to talk to Stan? Am I making that up?
No, it's like you get most of the facts wrong and just
clip that off.
My stories are kind of loosely correct.
No, I mean it's a 81 game season, and those guys would always come around. My dad died in 2002, that terrible year with Darryl and Jack. But my dad was a huge baseball fan. The Cardinals trained in St. Louis, in St. Petersburg with the Yankees. We lived in Tampa. So often, very often, 2 of the 4 or all 4 would be in there, and I'd call my dad, and they'd get on the phone and talk to him. And my mom would tell me how much he was crying because he was so excited. So I keep repeating it. Cardinal fans have been blessed because all those great players are great people. And I think they've had an impact on guys like Albert and Scott Rowland and Carpenter, our guys. They wanted to be like them in terms of being appreciative of the fans here in St. Louis.
It sounds like I got the story correct.
Yeah,
I got to say, Skipper, not to argue.
Wait, you want to replay his question and see how far he missed it?
It looks like you're wearing the World Series rings you won here. How often do you wear those and get those out?
When I'm in St. Louis, you don't wear them. You know the hassle the fans give you about, didn't you care? They meant a lot to me, to us. So I wear them, and proudly, in fact, if they don't notice it, I'll find a way to clean my eyes.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. That was savvy.
I like that.
We're on the YouTube cameras right now, so people can watch the Skipper.
Tony LaRussa with us here, kind enough to join us for opening day. I'm curious about this. I've never asked you this. Martin, maybe you asked him when I know you guys did the podcast. Did you ever look back, because you did go back to the White Sox, and go, man, maybe I should have stuck around St. Louis a few more years and not stepped down after 2011? People would ask Dick Vermeil that. You were here at the same time, and he was coaching the Rams in the Super Bowl, and then he went back and coached the Chiefs. Did you ever look back on that?
I'm going to give you a short version of the answer.
Okay.
After 2011, I had enough energy to keep going, but there was one part of the managerial responsibility for 30 years that I was taught as a AA manager, and that was to protect your players. I took that literally, and that is such a weighty responsibility when guys pitch inside. It was accidental, got hit. What do you do about it? And I got worn out making that decision, even though I had great coaches like Duncan, Patini, and Kendall. You could say intentional, it's answer or not. That is seriously the reason I said, I don't want to do this anymore. I just got tired of making that decision.
How about
because it was a weight, you mean, or was it exhausting?
Well, you think about the consequences. Your guy gets hit. Almost always, the guy gets hit thinks it's on purpose. And if we're all watching, the ball just gets away. Sometimes they're careless about going in there, and sometimes there's intent. Well, if somebody tries to take your offense away from you, then you must respect. That's why this nonsense people are saying about old-fashioned rules. If you let somebody be aggressive against you and take your offense away from you, they're going to take it away. So I don't care if it's basketball or football. You have to find a way to retaliate. It was always down here somewhere, never in the head. But trying to make that decision about was it intentional, not intentional, were they careless, I just got to tell you, if you watch every inning 162 times and you're worried about that inside pitch, it beat me up.
And even if the pitch just got away from the pitcher, the guy who got hit thinks it was intentional and wants you to do something about it. Is that the problem?
The other PS of the story is we never had a fight in our clubhouse, and I was around a long time, because the players knew that if they didn't think they were being protected, they could blame me. They never went to a pitcher and says, "You got to protect me." Nobody was ever put in that circumstance. In fact, there was times the pitcher said, "Hey, I said, no, we don't think so." So it was an immense responsibility. And then you understand that if you do, sometimes you get a scuffle and people get hurt. I mean, it's very serious. Then baseball started being more protective, so if they thought that you were retaliating, they could suspend the pitcher. So it was very tricky. I mean, a lot of stuff went into that decision. Enough said, but that's the reason in the end I left.
That's a great answer too. That's a thorough answer, and it makes sense because you're the one who's essentially ordering it and allowing it, but then you could be letting down your team if you're not doing it. I get where you're coming from on that. I'm curious what your perspective is on the upcoming season for the Cardinals, Tony, because I don't know, man. When you were here 96 through 2011, there wasn't a year like what fans are anticipating here. They're going, okay, are the Cardinals kind of in a purgatory, a rebuild? What is it? How do you view the current situation here?
Well, I remember coming in 96, we got off to a slow start, and then we really started rolling.
Yeah.
I remember the greatness of Brian Jordan taking over. We had Willie and Ozzie still as veteran leaders, but Ray Langford. And then we went crazy in September and caught Houston. Well, 97, we didn't have a good year. 98, Mark was here. Well, 99, McGuire hit 65, and we didn't have a good year. Our bullpen really exploded. So I think people remember where we were in 99. We had a lot of heartbreaking losses. And then the genius of Walt Jocketty and his staff. They brought in McGuire, they brought in Renteria, then they brought in Matheny, Kyle, Veers.
Edmonds that whole
Edmonds
offseason.
in spring training.
Henkin. You always had the Henkin jersey over the desk.
Yeah. Oh, Pat, what a beautiful person. In fact, Steve and I spent a lot of time with Matt Morris last night.
Oh, did you?
Well, more time than we wanted to. I'm kidding.
Nobody wanted to get into that Cardinal Hall of Fame more than Matty Moe. I'm telling you, that really was eating at him until he got that red jacket last year.
Well, you're right, because, I'm on the committee, and he had all of his wins. He was right there. It's just that there was a popularity of some of the current guys.
Yeah. And
he was back, 5-10 years ago. But I just think that let's just get Matt out of the way. This guy was a part of that rebirth in 2000.
Yeah.
And luckily the fans remember 2000, 2011. But a lot of it, and I can't give him enough credit, what Walt Jocketty would do, putting those clubs together, and July 31st come up with Rowland, Finley, Larry
Woody
Walker,
Williams and
Woody Williams.
Woody Williams was a big one.
Clark.
Anyway,
Yeah, Will Clark in 2000.
Will Clark.
Did you and Walt ever?
Who said Will Clark?
I did.
Martin did, believe it or not. Look at you. You're appreciative of his talent.
No, I'll take back everything I said.
Look at that, Martin.
Well, I think it was for Jason Christensen. How about that, too, to Baltimore?
Will Clark for Jason
I
Christensen.
have kind of a weird
So what was Jason Christensen? So you could
pitcher.
Okay. Nice.
That they traded, I think, for Will Clark. Wow, I'm checking boxes, Tim.
You're having a big...
Was Christensen the guy who got off the bus and wanted to fight a fan in San Francisco?
No, that was Garrett Stevenson.
That's right.
Who then later dropped an F-bomb on Fox Midwest during the post-game. These are all tales in Cardinal history. Did you and Walt ever get sideways? Because he was the GM, but you guys were friends. Did you ever argue about players? You kidding me, Walt? This is my bullpen this year?
I'm going to make a guess on the 2003 bullpen. That's what I'm going to make
a shot at Pedro Bourvon?
And Esteban Yan.
Well, that gives me a chance to a quick story, because Walt, part of his greatness was he was trusted and revered in the baseball industry, because he had been around since he went with the A's in the 80s in Colorado. He was so trusted that, and really a good person, great guy. As you know, he never wanted to be out there in front. It was always about the players. The only time, and we knew that, first of all, the front office and the ownership, they put together the team, and we'd play them. That's for sure. But when you have communication, which you do in a healthy situation, they communicate, well, what do you think about the shortstop? We're thinking about adding this guy, and then they would get our opinion. If we disagreed, he won. The only time it happened twice, and we were together from 96 through 2007. I thought that he wasn't getting real good information from his scouts, professional scouts. And I said, well, I just don't think the scouts are. And he'd almost figuratively grab me by the shirt and said, don't you get on my scouts. You just take care of what's happening downstairs. I'll take care. And I went, whoa. And I'll tell you the other thing.
A little Irish red. I can see him getting.
In 96, when we struggled early, I don't know if you remember this, certain people, not the DeWitts, but there's a president of the team that, hey, we brought in the hot shots from Oakland and losing. Walt never, ever threw us under the bus and kept saying, hey, I know these guys, we're going to be okay, and we end up winning. Walt's got just all that honesty and stuff, but he was
stood up for his
man's
guys,
man, and we
protected his guys, like what you were talking about
Yeah.
doing. Hey, I want to make sure I ask you about this because I've got 3 that I really am curious on. One is kind of a class, and then 2 would be individuals on the Hall of Fame. You are in Cooperstown. We just lost Pete Rose here within the last few months, Tony, of course. What you think will happen there? Mark McGwire, of course, and the guys associated with the performance-enhancing drug era of baseball and his admission. And then a guy who was off the ballot one time in Jim Edmonds, who I still think is going to wind up getting in there. All these guys you either know or, in the case of the latter 2, managed. And you are in Cooperstown. What do you think will happen there? What do you think should happen there?
I'm going to give you the first answer. I got in, as Tom Seaver says, a coattail Hall of Famer. No, it's true, because I've always believed, I still believe, the Hall of Fame is for players that have distinguished themselves. Anytime a manager gets in, it's because he was part of an organization, in my case, 3 organizations. So their vote means everything. Getting to the Pete Rose, when I got here in 96, 97, that came up. Our Cooperstown Hall of Famers were so upset with him because of the gambling thing, because they took it so seriously, that they had all decided, I'm talking about all the veterans around, if he ever got in, they'd never show up at Cooperstown again. That's how seriously they took it. Going forward, I think it's still, what do the players of today think? Is it something that they feel more tolerant about than gambling? I don't know how they vote. If it came to my vote, I wouldn't vote because I think I'm a coattail Hall of Famer.
You'd abstain there. How do you view, and I realize I'm specifying with McGwire, but that era, because Barry Bonds isn't in, Roger Clemens isn't in. These are guys you managed against. These are guys.
Well, I already think that they've the Hall of Famers that are in, including the gentleman I just talked about, all believe that there are already guys that have come into the Hall of Fame that had some kind of tainted background, and they've been entered. So I think the perception is at some point, whether it's Roger Clemens or Barry Bonds, I think Mark McGwire, we were teammates from 87 to 2001. Mm-hmm. He messed with something one time during the winter. The rest of the time, it was all hard work. The HGH was something for his heels, which is the formula that you can get from the druggist. I think Mark deserves to be in there. I think Jim Edmonds, when you look at his record, will get a serious look from the Veterans Committee. I hope he gets in.
Yeah, I think Edmonds will be like Roland, where later on they kind of dig in on the numbers. Roland said that was
whoa. Roland got in with the writers.
Well, I'm saying, but they kind of dug in on the numbers. It wasn't like nobody said immediately that guy's a Hall of Famer. But the more they kind of looked at the metrics, and he even said, I was never a big sabermetrics guy, but I am now because he got into Cooperstown. I'm saying I think the more they dig into Jim's body of work.
But that'll be the Veterans Committee.
They would have to do that.
Yeah, that's correct.
How about your health? You had a cancer battle, and I think people loosely knew about it. We had talked about it, but you seem as healthy as I've seen you in years.
Well, you better check your prescription.
How are you doing, sir?
There you go. Well, I had work when I left. I worked at some front offices for a while in Arizona. I was fortunate to be in Boston when they won. Got a ring for that I had deserved. When I had a chance to manage in 21, upstairs, that's why I take my hat off to front office guys. They want to win as much as anybody, and you watch absolutely helpless. When you think about somebody who does it for years, I mean, it drove me nuts. So I had a chance in 20. We won the division and got beat in the playoffs. 93 wins, and everything was gung-ho for the next year, and then I got the cancer. I'm not saying, because we had a 500 year, and that was it for me. And now I'm back advising. It's nothing like being when you're a lousy player, you can be a coach or a manager. There's nothing like the action down there.
Yeah.
So I stay in the game because it's it's the only thing I know how to do, and somebody still thinks I can suggest something. But I sent a message to a young manager yesterday, George Kissel, told me something years ago when I was my last year in uniform. I was player coach with AAA, And then I started thinking about managing. George Kissel said, well, do you love the game? You probably remember this, Martin. We talked about this, Martin. Do you love the game? I love it. He said, well, do you want to learn more about the game? I says, I think so. And then he said to me, he said, well, if you will go from loving to learning, every time you learn more, you love the game more. Makes you want to learn more. And that was probably one of the smartest things I've ever heard, because my whole life it's been, there's always more about the game. It changes in bits and pieces, and you get your love affair just stronger and stronger. So just the day I signed when I was 17 years old, I've never done anything else. I'm very lucky.
Ali Marmol told us a story at the MAC, one of the awards nights, might have been this year, one of these years, where you guys sat and talked forever, and he said it had a huge impact. What's the best advice you give a manager, especially a young manager like him, in this role?
Well, I'm going to make it quick, because it's a really complicated job, especially lately. You got to understand your responsibility. You know, there's the organization. The Major League Club is at the apex, and you're the leader of the position players. Play the game, entertain the fans. That's what it's all about. You got to understand what your leadership responsibilities are. The big things and the little things, and you got to think about the responsibility to take charge. Sometimes you got to say, I got the office, you got the locker. You want to build relationships on respect and trust, and you got to work on it every day with your coaching staff. What I would say is, accept the challenge, but don't think that that you could not check every box. But the most important one is earn respect and make sure they trust you. And you got to compete every day. The fans have got to see a team that's got effort and are trying. If they're not good enough, or if they're not playing up, if they try hard, especially in St. Louis, they will hang with you.
I know you've always been passionate about pets, and you and your family just started another nonprofit charitable organization. Tell folks, I know St. Louis has always been supportive of your endeavors. What's the latest venture?
I appreciate the question, because in January, our family sent papers into California. We're in the process. We've gotten the final okay. It's called LaRussa Rescue Champions. And it's still the same thing, love affair with companion animals and their welfare and what they can do to brighten the lives of people. I think the most important thing that's bedeviled a lot of friends and fans and supporters is, for 30 years we were part of an organization called the Animal Rescue Foundation with my name on it. And they went through a period of 2 or 3 years where the culture, the leadership was not anything that we recognized. And so we really tried to get them to get back on track. They did, and we disengaged, dropped their name. It's now called something called Joy Bound. There isn't anything about Joy Bound that is attached to our family. In fact, I heard that there may be something they plan to do in St. Louis. People should know if they make it on their own merits, it's up to them. But in no way am I associated with anything that they do, and I appreciate the chance to say it today.
Yeah,
the LaRussa Rescue Champion, and they can find the website, I'm assuming, or
We're
Google.
starting the website, yes, sir.
Google it.
Okay. Tony, always great to talk it over with you. Thank you so much for dropping by the program. And I personally thought Martin was 5 stars there. I don't know.
Wow.
Those are my
5
analytics.
stars.
I don't know what yours were, but I thought Martin.
You usually rate that
5 out of 10. Tony.
I know every time I took a shot at Doug, he was going. Martin was going. Yeah, I can't do that.
Yeah,
Doug was over. He was
encouraging it.
He was like third base coach. He's winding it.
Bring more.
Like, come on
Bring
around.
more,
Keep
Skipper.
coming.
I want to end with this. For the Cardinal fans today, don't play the bottom of the ninth. It means we win.
There you go.
I like that.
How about that?
How's your day going, Skipper? Ask me in about 3
That's
hours.
right.
Ask me about 3 hours.
Yep.
Okay,
I
all
love
right.
that.
Have a hot dog on the way out, buddy. Look,
Yeah,
look at this spread we've got here.
Yeah, I'm sure that's right up your alley.
Tied for first.
Tied for first. There it is. Tony LaRussa with us here on TMA. We are live from Ballpark Village on opening day. This is 101 ESPN.
You can now listen to 101 ESPN on demand. Get caught up on all our shows and podcasts at 101ESPN.com or on the 101 mobile app. 101 ESPN podcasts are presented by the Schaefer Door Company.
When was the last time you checked if your car and home rates were competitive? CarltonInsurance.net today.
Tomorrow, some of us will wake up and it will be our last day on this earth. It will be unexpected and without warning. Each year, 250,000 people will die from medical malpractice, the third leading cause of death in America. 43,000 will die in a car or truck crash. 6,000 will die working on the job. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, and we represent many of these families. It's awful. Unfortunately, many times some of these family members are not speaking and never get to say, I'm sorry or goodbye. If you're at odds with a loved one, listen closely. Pick up the phone. Call them. Say you're sorry. I promise a huge burden will be lifted from your heart and your soul will be renewed. Even if you're not wrong in your own mind, it doesn't matter. Death is bad enough. Death without closure and love will follow you the rest of your days. Trust me on this. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, it's me again, Dr. Pryor. I've missed you, so I spent more money on advertising because I couldn't help but notice that you still haven't made an appointment with me at 100 West Dental. It's quite simple, really. Just type www.100westdental.com into a web browser and schedule a consultation with me, Dr. Pryor. That's 100 West Dental. Or call me. Please call me at 636-585-0100. I can't wait to see you.
Discover true luxury at Missouri's first and only standalone Genesis dealership, Genesis of St. Charles. Thank you for making us the #1 Genesis dealer in Missouri for 2024. True luxury isn't just built. It's engineered with precision and passion. Explore amazing cutting-edge technology, redefined elegance, and exhilarating performance in the new 25 GV80. A new level of luxury awaits you at Genesis of St. Charles. Visit us in-store or shop genesisofstcharles.com. Based on GMA sales records.
Farming's hard. To feed the world, farmers have to work the land, brave the elements, and fight the battle against weeds. Weeds reduce crop yield, so prices go up and everybody gets less to eat. But 50 years ago, farmers got a new tool to fight weeds, glyphosate. It kills weeds while protecting the harvest. Time and again, it has been approved by the EPA and by leading regulatory bodies around the world. It helps enable practices that reduce erosion and keep soil healthy, which is good for the earth. Farming's hard, but it's a little easier with glyphosate. Learn more at go.bayer.com/glyphosate. Paid for by Bayer.
Men, trouble in the bedroom? Not anymore. Paramount Men's Medical Center restores your sex life in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate erectile dysfunction and PE. Here's a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Have Viagra or Cialis let you down? Paramount Men's Medical Center offers the most effective treatments that eliminate ED and PE, with men lasting longer than ever. 98% of patients see instant results on their first visit.
Paramount Men's Medical Center's breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, regardless of age or medical history. Your consultation and first treatment are free. You'll see instant results in the office. Plus, qualified patients get their testosterone checked free. Call 314-887-4442. 314-887-4442. To restore your sex life in just one visit, call now. 314-887-4442.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision. It should not be based solely on advertisements.
Not sure how to get a lawyer after an accident? Call Brown & Crouppen. We'll walk you through it. Worried it'll cost too much? Here's a fact. At Brown & Crouppen, you pay nothing up front, and we never get paid unless you do. When you're our client, you'll have all your questions answered, all for free. Hurt? Get the facts and help you need. Call Brown & Crouppen now.
The wait is over. Your St. Louis Battlehawks are back. On Sunday, April 6th, the Battlehawks host the San Antonio Brahmas for their home opener at the Battle Dome at America Center. Then 1 week later, home game number 2 will see the Battlehawks host the DC Defenders on April 13th. It's a new season and time to show the United Football League that CAW is the law. Get all the ticket info for the Battlehawks' first 2 home games and find a chance to win a free 4-pack of tickets for both games right now, either at 101ESPN.com or on your 101 mobile app.
TMA is broadcasting live from Ballpark Village on 101 ESPN.
Our opening day coverage is presented by Rawlings. Visit the all-new Rawlings experience at Westport Plaza today by General Pest Services. Customers love us, bugs hate us. General Pest Services. And by Budweiser. Cardinals fans, this Bud's for you. Remember to drink responsibly. Responsibly.
TNA
101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. We got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. If you're watching on YouTube, you see Bachelor Baseball is sitting with us. Wow. This is Roger, and we're going to be talking with Roger momentarily. Then we have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day is 101 ESPN broadcast live from Ballpark Village on opening day at the Shark Bar, and it's starting to pick up down there. You can already hear it. We'll talk about it here momentarily. I want to tell the audience about aesthetic design and build. They have been building high-quality custom decks and outdoor living spaces now for over 30 years. And when you take a look at the forecast here over the next week, we've got temperatures in the mid-70s, 78 tomorrow, 70 on Saturday, 77 on Sunday. It's time to start thinking about being outside. Work with Aesthetic Design and Build online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. I have gotten to know Dan and his team. They've been to my house. You can give them a call and let them know I sent you their way. 636-532-5008. Or visit them online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. What a last couple of hours it's been here on the program. Started off a little rough, Doug. I fell through the set.
Right.
But after that, we went on a trajectory. Jared Carrabis, great interview. I could talk with that guy for hours.
Love the Arnado and Heim Bloom insight.
Man, that was great insight. I agree, Martin. And then John Mozeliak, Tony LaRussa. And if you missed anything, big-time recommendation to go back and podcast it. Schaefer Door is the sponsor of the podcast.
Well, any kind of garage door problem you might have, Schaefer Door would be the people to call. They have that 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week emergency garage door repair. They're a leader in garage door repair and installations when you need overhead door repair or maintenance. We are committed to delivering premier customer service at a second to none. It is Schaefer Door's highest priority to get the job done right the first time, from broken torsion springs to cracked panels. They come equipped with tools and parts to solve your problem very, very fast. Whether it's residential or commercial, you can't throw anything at Schaefer Door that they haven't already seen, and they are ready and eager to get you taken care of no matter what the issue could be. The website is schaeferdor.com.
Design Air brings you the email of the day. They've been around since 1904. DesignAirService.com is the website to go to. 80s. That's what we're talking about on Friday. It's going to be in the 80s. If you're ready for the air conditioner, make sure you get it tuned up before the summer season. You can do that with Design Air, a fourth-generation St. Louis company. DesignAirService.com. That is the website. They bring you the email of the day. I'm sure some days Seth is more proud than others on the email of the day. I mean, I'm just guessing. I don't know that for a fact.
To say that.
Just guessing. But Design Air is the place to go all year long for all your HVAC needs. Their technicians are top-notch. They are not there trying to sell you something. They are there to fix the HVAC unit, get in, get out, and you are a satisfied customer. We've heard it for years from our listeners. DesignAirService.com.
There it is. Design Air Heating and Cooling email today is coming up. Bachelor Baseball. Roger is on the dais, Doug, on the TMASTL YouTube channel.
Hello,
you are following Tony LaRussa, who is following John Mozeliak, who is following Jared Carrabis. And Bachelor Baseball is here. And what we have discovered is they weren't opening up Ballpark Village until, like, I don't even know if it is open. But
it looks like it is.
They just opened it up.
It looks like it.
What we wanted to have, because we have, what, Doug, you say 48,000 ladies listening who are between the ages of 42 and 62.
At least.
And we thought we would have at least 3 of them here. But unfortunately, that didn't play out with, we had to be letting people in because the doors were locked. But it's great to have you here, Bachelor Baseball. Sorry we couldn't play the dating game.
Yeah, I had to sneak in here myself.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Did you just tell people you're Bachelor Baseball and they let you through?
I just, you know, I said I'm supposed to be meeting BK and Ferrario and 101 ESPN, and they said,
don't use our name.
Yeah, go this way, go that way.
You wanted credibility.
Eventually, I found my way up here. So.
Any prospects at all for women?
There's a ton of prospects out there in the out there in the Ballpark Village, down here in the courtyard, out there, just everywhere. I just wish it was I wish I could just go pick one and say, hey, let's go.
Well, maybe you can. Go do some
down to
jogging.
Jackson, Little Jackie Papers.
Can you help coordinate?
Hit it.
Let's hit it.
Yeah, bring the heat.
Well, we're hoping this works out.
I do have the tickets.
Marty has the extra ticket.
Wow.
Yeah, they're great tickets. And the plan was, very special young man, close to my heart. It's his 17th birthday today, and I bought the tickets back in February, and I've been itching at him like, hey, I need an answer. Are we going to go to this game or not? And he's just in that rebellious teen stage, I guess. And I finally said, okay, what am I going to do? So I called BK and Ferrario. Well, actually, I left a message 2 weeks ago, and I didn't hear anything. Tuesday morning, I woke up, I looked at my phone, and there's like 7 missed phone calls from 101 ESPN Sports. I was like,
that was little Jackie Papers.
We had a big day.
I was like, I want to contact these guys and see what we can do with this. So I came up with the idea of, there's got to be a lucky lady out there. So I don't know if you can call her a lucky, but good seats, hopefully good weather, hopefully a win. I just thought it was a unique way to meet someone for the love of baseball and see if it went on from there and there and there. So it would be cool to meet someone that is looking for exactly what I'm looking for in the rest of life. And you see us back here next year.
I'm happy to be your wingman after the show.
Wow.
Doug, you got to put pucks on net.
You do.
You always are yelling, shoot.
Shoot the puck. Well, there's a lot of people down there.
I know.
Down here now.
And only more and more are going to be coming in, and you've got great seats, right? You said section
they're
one
really good. Close enough to touch the Clydesdales.
Oh, yes.
Doug. Wow, I might be interested.
Skipper might sit with you.
Opening day is one of those days where a lot of people come down just to be a part of the atmosphere. They might not have tickets, so you might have some luck.
That's true. That's true. And there's no obligations. She doesn't have to say yes. I don't have to say yes. It's just that,
Spark. Are you going to be camped out somewhere they can come find you down here, Ballpark Village? Is there he's got a red Cardinal cap. That should narrow it down.
I agree with you.
A Cardinal windbreaker and a Cardinal white jersey underneath. Does that narrow it down?
Got a particular player you got a name on the back of the jersey?
It's actually got my last name. I played shortstop in high school, so I didn't want to.
And you were number 1, not Ozzy's 0.
I didn't want to steal Ozzy's number, so I put a 0 in front of the 1.
There you go.
You need a little sign that says, I have 1 extra ticket, and walk around down there, and people come and say, I'll take the ticket. You say no if you're not interested. But if a woman should come up, you get engaged in conversation, see what happens.
I think something's going to happen. We got 4 hours to make this happen.
Hashtag curious. Hashtag curious.
Yeah, there's Doug. Bachelor Baseball, thank you so much for dropping by. I'm sorry I cut you off. I appreciate you coming by. And we're going to be your wingmen, me and Jackie Papers.
Yep, we're going to take care of
walking around with scotch. That's what we're going to be doing.
That's right.
Jackie Papers.
That's right.
Thank you, Bachelor Baseball, for coming by.
Problem,
Our
Thank
work
you.
is just beginning. At
Let's go Cardinals.
o'clock.
Let's get a win.
Let's do it. Hey, I want to talk about Stewart's American Mortgage. If you're someone who is looking to purchase a home, a refinance, or if you're looking to consolidate some of your ugly credit card debt, maybe you don't know exactly what direction to go with any of these things, call Stewie at Stewart's American Mortgage on his personal cell phone, 314-324-4440, or you can Google the Bagel Loan. Stewie's your guy, and he makes it easy. Any questions on rates, the industry, the trends, give Stewie a call. Call him directly on his personal cell phone, 314-324-4440, or you can Google the Bagel Loan. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Next, this is TMA live from Ballpark Village on 101 ESPN.
101 ESPN is powered by Kaufman Townsley St. Louis's injury lawyers. Call 314-500-5000.
Tune in this Friday from 11 to 2 as BK and Ferrario broadcast live from the E&B Granite Studios at the Centene Community Ice Center. E&B Granite, Bernie Federko's only choice for granite countertops, cabinets, and flooring.
This is Joe Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the nation's largest family law firm, but we're more than just size. We're part of your community. With offices across the country, our attorneys and staff live and work where you do. And because we're local, we know your courts and your legal community. When divorce puts your future on the line, you need a firm that's both powerful and personal.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements. 600 Kelwood Parkway, Suite 310, Town & Country, Missouri, 63017. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only. Online at CordellCordell.com.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Hear that? It's SpringFest savings calling your name. Only at Lowe's. Right now, get a free Select Ego 56-volt battery when you buy a Select Ego trimmer, blower, or mower. Plus, get your choice of any 2 bags of Miracle-Gro organic soil mix for only $16. Shop these can't-miss deals in-store or online today. Lowe's. We help. You save. Valid through 4/2. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Excludes Hawaii.
It's Swiss Air Heating and Cooling Sweet 16 deal. $1,600 off. SwissAirSTL.com.
Baseball fans, take a swing at making entries on all of your favorite players with Underdog Fantasy. To play, choose whether a player will go higher or lower on one of their stats, so strikeouts, home runs, hits, and more. They've got all the stats. They've got your favorite leagues, teams, and stars to choose from, and you can play for as little as $1. Download the Underdog app and sign up using my promo code Anthony to unlock a special offer of up to $1,000 in bonus credits when you make your first deposit. Join in on the fun when you sign up with my promo code Anthony. Claim that special offer today and get up to $1,000 in bonus credits instantly upon your first deposit to Underdog Fantasy. Must be 18 plus, 19 plus in Alabama and Nebraska, 19 plus in Colorado for some games, 21 plus in Massachusetts and Arizona, and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Void in Colorado. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org. In Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP or text NEXT STEP to 53342. In New York, call the 24/7 HOPE line at 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY to 467-369.
You might have heard Doug Voss and Safe Money Radio. His shows have been on several radio stations for many years. Now he can be heard every Sunday from 10 to 11 a.m. on 101 ESPN. He is super excited to get to the ESPN audience as he is a huge St. Louis sports fan. Doug is an expert at minimizing the impact of market volatility on his clients' assets. So catch Safe Money Radio every Sunday at 10 a.m. on 101 ESPN. Doug Voss is a registered representative. Securities offered through D.H. Hill Securities, LLLP, member FINRA and SIPC.
Budweiser, the American lager, a time-honored recipe, delivering great quality beer since 1876. Budweiser, this Bud's for you. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2024 Anheuser-Busch, Budweiser Lager Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Kevin Morat, Mentality founder here with a wake-up call. You're running on fumes, gentlemen. Just 1/3 of the free testosterone you need. That's why you're drained, defeated, and disgusted with your progress. But here's the truth. Mentality doctors specialize in epic comebacks. Our clients show an increase of 30% testosterone levels within the first month. We don't just treat men, we reignite lives. Just imagine the focus, energy, and drive being restored. Your comeback starts now. Don't wait. Make this your best year yet. Start today at mentalityhealth.com/radio.
This is attorney Todd Nissenholtz of Kaufman Townsley. We know the loss and the cost of an accident because when an insurance company offers a lowball settlement, we go to war for you and take the fight to the insurance company. Call 314-500-5000.
Sponsored by Farm Safe 811.
That feeling of owning your first Mercedes-Benz is hard to believe, but it's real. From the leather stitching to the iconic design, every element of a Mercedes lives up to its reputation. See for yourself at your local dealer. Offers are waiting.
This is Jordan Carter, and it's Game Day on your home of the Blues, 101 ESPN.
Blues Game Day is presented by Buffalo Wild Wings, the ultimate arena for wings and wins. 101 ESPN Sports Center.
This is another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues tonight in Nashville, right here on 101 ESPN, going for 8 in a row. Pre-game at 6, puck drop at 7. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
TMA is broadcasting live from Ballpark Village on 101 ESPN.
Our opening day coverage is presented by Rawlings. Visit the all-new Rawlings experience at Westport Plaza today by General Pest Services. Customers love us, bugs hate us. General Pest Services. And by Budweiser. Cardinals fans, this Bud's for you. Remember to drink responsibly.
Now that we're coming back, Jackson, here we are.
Yeah.
Here we are.
Good thing we weren't MFing you on the air to keep up our, well, your nice guy images. It's the morning after 101 ESPN. We got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Major recommendation to go back and podcast today's program. Absolute asshattery for the first 90 minutes or so. Jared Carrabis on at 9 o'clock. John Mozeliak on at 10 o'clock. Tony LaRussa on at about 10:20. Some really wonderful interviews. And so that is my recommendation. For those of you who are interested, it's the Schaefer Door Company podcast. And we also recommend Michael's Flooring. Michael's has been family and locally owned for over 30 years. They take pride in helping and making sure employees are happy and make a great living. His passion's flooring. When you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. That's why he is making sure he gets the best installers and giving them $7 a square yard, which is awesome compensation. in this industry. They have it all, but carpet's awesome, and it's back. They have so many varieties of all flooring in 3 easy-to-get-to locations in the St. Louis metropolitan area. Creve Coeur, Darden Prairie, and St. Peter's. Come Sideway. People are loving getting floored by Michael. Make sure you visit igotfloored.com. That's igotfloored.com. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day. Ow. Hello, gentlemen. Somebody tell that handsome Hoosier man that if he knows what needlepoint is, he can join me in the Greenies for some beef and champagne. I'll be donning my famous red jeans with seed stains, golden gooses, and my eggshell Sherpa, my 42 by 28 pant hubby. Doug, that's a size on a gentleman?
Nice looking gentleman, yeah.
42-inch waist, 28-inch.
20. Gosh, he's about 3 feet tall.
Stout.
Weeble wobble.
And they don't fall down? Is that correct? Weebles wobble?
That was the tagline.
What do you like about a Weebles? Weebles wobble, but they don't fall down. There it was.
So this gentleman's a Weeble wobble, and he's trapped in their pool house?
Sounds like it. With nice pants.
Happy opening day.
My 42 by 28 pant hubby can't make it out of the pool house today, so your rope is all mine, Air Force boy. By appointment only. That's from the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux Mom, January 2025. Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Month winner, Ledoux, Missouri, 63124.
Okay.
And she has a Cafe Napoli picture right under the...
Oh, that's a little long in the outro.
This is my email. Hey. This show today is great. Good work today. Go, cards. That's from Fuelsy.
Thought it might be from Bernie Federico. That's what he heard in his ear.
Sorry, Bernie.
Sorry.
Then there's Jeff Passan.
Today, the audience considers themselves the unluckiest listeners on the face of the earth. It's amazing the range this radio show has. When serious topics need to be addressed, you button up and nail it. On Monday, the tribute to Brian McKernan was great. Then, a couple days later, you have a show where the video, audio, and desk completely fall apart.
It's true.
Never change, fellas. Never change. Go Cards. Doug, that's from Heyman, He-Man.
Heyman, He-Man.
And finally, just when I think this show couldn't possibly be any dumber, you go and do something like this and totally redeem yourselves. We've lived through the pocket tube debacle, in which 2 dweebs farted around at spring training all week, not getting the video feed to work. We've lived through a remote from a minor league ballpark in Sauget that was drowned out by Metallica that cost us a legitimate interview with Todd Aiken. We've lived through a spring training broadcast where the YouTube audience got to listen to interviews from Jupiter while being shown video of a producer back in St. Louis who's been compared to the non-binary sidekick of Winnie the Pooh. But today's show is the best, worst show you've ever had. Ed Wood had Plan 9 from outer space. TMA now gave us Aux 5 from Ballpark Village. No, we're not going to talk about the hottest team in the NHL. We're going to lead with coverage of the Asphalt Convention. On the YouTube feed, we had audio with no video. Then we had video with no audio. Fortunately or unfortunately, we had both, and the desk decided to take its own life. Quick, let's call timeout. Play some audio clips. It's like I'm tripping balls. I don't know the circumstance of that clip at all, but they don't matter, and I'll tell you why. This show is better when it's literally falling apart live on air. TMA 2025, let it be awful again. Doug, that's from Buck Swope, and that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. What you got?
It's between Buck and the stay-at-home Ledoux Mom. I'm going to go Ledoux Mom, 63124.
Wow. I really liked Hey Man, Ho Man, but I am going to go with Buck Swope for the Aux 5 reference and the desk willing to take its own life.
Jackson Burkett.
Buck Swope.
Buck Swope has won the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day for the desk deciding to take its own life.
Yeah, that was a W.
BK and Ferrario are coming up next right here from opening day. Ballpark Village Shark Bar is where you can find 101 ESPN. For Doty on the 1s and 2s at Ballpark Village. For Chairman Kurt filling in admirably back at the 101 ESPN studios. For Jackson Bennett Burkett. For Martin Kilcoyne. For my brother Kevin. For Douglas Elvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
College basketball is on ESPN. Tomorrow night, it's NCAA Men's Basketball Tournament Sweet 16. Coverage